Marcel Mauss Ethnography Manual. 1. Preliminary remarks. Difficulties of ethnographic investigation. Principles of observation. 2. Observation methods. Study plan for a society. I. Social morphology. 2. Social physiology. 3. General phenomena. Observation methods. 1. The morphological and cartographic method. 2. Photographic method. 3. Phonographic method. 4. Philological method. 5. Sociological method. 3. Social morphology. 1. Habitat. 2. Language. 4. Technology. Body techniques. General techniques for general purposes. Mechanical techniques, general principles of observation, tools, instruments, machinery. Fire. Special techniques for general purposes or general industries for special purposes, basketry, pottery, esparterie and ropework, glues and resins, weapons, weight weapons and contending weapons, throwing weapons, protective weapons, parade weapons. Specialized industries for special purposes. Consumption, meals, cooking, ideology of food, condiments, drinks. Acquisition industries, gathering, animal gathering, plant gathering, the hunt, the peach. Production industries, livestock, agriculture. Protection and comfort industries, clothing, garment decoration, fabrics, housing, types and materials, functional and morphological study, destination of constructions, the urban area, transport industries, communication routes, portage, water transport. 5. Aesthetics. Games, manual games, oral games. Arts. Plastic arts, cosmetics, adornment, ornamental of everyday movable and immovable objects, ideal arts. Musical arts, dance, music and singing, drama, poetry, prose. 6. Economic phenomena. Production, distribution and consumption, cash. 7. Legal phenomena. Observation methods. Social and political organization. Primary forms of social organization, monarchy, chiefdoms, democracy. Secondary forms of social organization, society of men, secret societies, castes and classes. Domestic organization, phratries, clan, family, marriage, marriage ceremonies, marital life, divorce, widowhood, moral phenomena in marriage. The property, buildings, furniture. Contract law. Criminal law. Judicial organization and procedure. 8. Moral phenomena. 9. Religious phenomena. Religious phenomena stricto sensu. Public worship, totemism, great tribal cults. Private worship, domestic worship, individual private worship, rites, manual rites, oral rites, negative rites. Religious representations, representations of beings and natural phenomena, representations of spiritual beings, myths, legends, tales, religious organization. Religious phenomena lato sensu, magic, divination, popular superstitions. 1. Remarks. Preliminaries. Return to the table of contents. The course published here mainly answers practical questions. It must learn to observe and classify social phenomena. One could see these lessons as nothing more than a pile of useless details. In fact, each of the details mentioned presupposes a world of studies, thus, biometrics, which seeks to establish the age distribution curve, presupposes statistics and the calculation of probabilities. The study of colors, with knowledge of physics, requires the practice of the Chevreul and Broca scales. What may seem like trivial details is in reality a summary of principles. The scope of our studies is limited to the societies which populate the French colonies and to societies of the same stage, which appears to eliminate all so-called primitive societies. 1. Within these limits, we will give the necessary instructions to scientifically constitute the archives of these more or less archaic societies. The aim of ethnological science is the observation of societies and the knowledge of social facts. She records these facts and, if necessary, establishes statistics, and publishes documents that offer maximum certainty. The ethnographer must be careful to be exact and complete. He must have a sense of facts and their relationships with each other, a sense of proportions and articulations. Intuition has no place in ethnological science, a science of observations and statistics. Sociology and descriptive ethnology require that one be at the same time a chartist, a historian, a statistician, and also a novelist capable of evoking the life of an entire society. Not that intuition on the one hand, and theory on the other, are useless here, but their use must be limited, their value and dangers must be known. The real role of theory will be to encourage research with the aim of verification. Science has its changing modes, but which allow us to understand the facts. The theory offers a heuristic value, a discovery value. The false a priori assumptions of the Vienna school have brought us a good harvest of facts. The young ethnographer who goes into the field must know what he already knows, in order to bring to the surface what we do not yet know. Social facts are first of all historical, therefore irreversible and irrejectable. Example, the flight of an army, how many soldiers, what did they do, role of leaders, men, etc. The social phenomenon is also a phenomenon that is both factual and ideal. A rule, at the Sèvres factory, 9 vases out of 10 are rejected, elsewhere 10 out of 10 potteries are kept. In the latter case, there is no longer any difference between the fact and the norm. Statistics makes it possible to achieve a certainty that has never before been known in history. We do not know the number of slaves in Rome, but we know how many Timbuktu has. Let us add that ethnography is not a historical science strictly speaking, in the sense that the facts are not presented in chronological order. Ethnology nevertheless includes a historical part, which will consist of establishing the history of human settlement, Negro, yellow races, etc. History that ethnology is currently only able to trace within narrow limits, but our science has no future unless we maintain a safe and prudent method. Comparative ethnography will in fact only have value if it is based on comparisons of facts and not of cultures. The criterion of the archaeological fact, inscribed in the layers of the soil, will alone give value to the cultural, linguistic, etc. criteria. For example, the existence of Pan's flute all around the Pacific, cultural criterion, only allows us to affirm a community of civilization because it is corroborated by pottery discoveries. Archaeological criterion, from then on, it becomes legitimate to affirm that the entire rim of the Pacific, like the entire rim of the Mediterranean, enjoyed a common civilization. Difficulties of the ethnographic investigation. Subjective difficulties. Danger of superficial observation. Not to believe. Do not believe that you know because you have seen, make no moral judgment. Don't be surprised. Don't get carried away. Seek to live in and of indigenous society. Choose the testimonials carefully. Be wary of Frankish, Little Negro, English, Pidgin, etc. languages. Disadvantages of using words such as fetish, tam-tam, etc. Many special terms remain untranslatable. If you have to use interpreters, use the philological method as much as possible, by having the sentence itself written, without an agreed system. A good example is Callaway's work on the Amazulu II. This method produces documents in their raw state that can be studied at leisure in an office. There remain the material difficulties that we will overcome. 1. By using conscious informants who have memory of events, they can be found among legal or religious officials, priests, witch doctors, heralds, etc. 2. By collecting and cataloging objects. The object is in many cases proof of the social fact. A catalogue of charms is one of the best ways to draw up a catalogue of rights. Observation principles. Objectivity will be sought in the presentation as well as in the observation. Say what we know, everything we know, nothing but what we know. Avoid assumptions, historical or otherwise, which are unnecessary and often dangerous. A good working method will be the philological method, which will consist of first collecting tales, collecting variants, example, the first edition of Grimm's Tales, then the special traditions of each village, each clan, each family. Often enormous, very complex work. Note the research carried out, that which remains unfinished, and any difficulties concerning the individuals. Completeness. Do not neglect any detail, example, when studying the preparation of a potion, note the conditions for picking each magical herb. It is necessary not only to describe everything, but to carry out an in-depth analysis, which will highlight the value of the observer, his sociological genius. Study lexicography, the relationships between noun classes and objects, legal phenomena, heraldic animals, etc. To the list of ritual prohibitions, attach examples of casuistry decisions concerning these prohibitions. In the presentation of the observed facts, we will seek clarity and sobriety. Plans, graphs and statistics can advantageously replace several pages of text. For kinship, provide family trees, with nomenclature of kinships. In terms of evidence only, be forthcoming, multiply the testimonies, do not fear anecdotes, nor the details of the penalties taken for the observation. Each fact cited will always be located, name of the village, family, individual observed, and dated, give all the circumstances of the observation, except in the case of a prolonged stay of the observer in the region. Questionnaires. Foucault, G. Preliminary African Ethnology Questionnaire. Published by the Geographical Society, Cairo, 1919. Keller, A. Galloway. Queries in Ethnography. New York, London, Bombay, 1903. Labourat, I.L. Regional Monograph Plan. Overseas, Paris, First Quarter. 1932, p. 52-89. Luskin, H. von. Anleitung für ethnographische Beobachtungen and Sammlungen in Afrika und Oceanien. Berlin, 1904, 3rd ed. Mauss, Marcel. Fragment of a descriptive sociology plan. Annales de Sociologie, Paris, Series A, Fasc 1, pages 1-56. Notes and queries from the Royal Anthropological Institute of London, 5th ed. 1929. Powell, J.W. Quiz. 20th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Washington, 1898-1899. Questionnaire from the French School of the Far East. Composed by Mr. Mauss and explained by Colonel Boniface. Read, Ch. Ethnographic Questionnaire for the Congo. British Museum. London, 1904. 2. Methods. Observation. Return to the table of contents. The method of extensive investigation consisting of seeing as many people as possible in a given area and in a given time, was widely practiced at a time when it was exclusively a question of collecting as quickly as possible the greatest possible quantity of objects which could disappear and populate the museums which had just been born. The extensive method makes it possible in a large number of cases to identify the place where more intensive work can then take place. Qualified travelers, during a wide area investigation, can decide on the choice of certain tribes to which it will be necessary to return. The great danger that this method presents is its superficial nature. The ethnographer is only passing through, the objects have often been collected before his arrival. Another danger will be, for example, the use of insufficient linguistic criteria. The necessary establishment of a good linguistic map is subject to the achievement of progress which must be made in the study of each of the non-European languages. Doing extensive ethnography is necessary, don't think this is enough. The professional ethnographer should preferably practice the intensive method. Intensive ethnography consists of the in-depth observation of a tribe, as complete and as thorough an observation as possible, without omitting anything. A professional ethnographer, working very well, can single-handedly, in the space of 3 or 4 years, carry out an almost exhaustive study of a tribe. The study of the Zuni alone, which cost the lives of Cushing as well as the Stevensons, comprises 7 volumes in 41, from the Bureau of American Ethnology. This work, extraordinarily condensed, remains insufficient. 3. The instructions published here are intended for administrators, settlers without professional training. Unscrambling instructions, they will make it possible to carry out intermediate work between an extensive study and an intensive study of the population envisaged, a study where the proportions of the different social phenomena will be respected. Ethnographic work too often presents the aspect of a caricature. Someone who is interested in museography will, in fact, neglect everything that is not material culture. Another, specialized in the study of religions, will only see cults, sanctuaries, and magic. Another will observe social organization and will only speak of clans and totems. Yet another will only look for economic phenomena. The observer must above all respect the proportions of the different social phenomena. 4. Study plan of a company. 1. Social morphology. Demography. Human geography. Technomorphology. Physiology. Techniques. Aesthetic. Economic. Right. Religion. Science. 3. General phenomena. Language. National phenomena. International phenomena. Collective ethology. Social morphology. Every society is firstly composed of a mass. The study of this society as a human mass and on its terrain forms what is called social morphology, which includes demography and human geography, the importance of which appears crucial. To human geography is added technomorphology. 2. Social physiology studies phenomena in themselves and in their movements, no longer in the inscribed material mass. I classify there, according to their degree of materiality, the techniques, that is to say all the arts and crafts of production without exception. War is the art of destroying, it is an industry, a technique. The techniques have as their maximum the sciences. There is no so-called primitive society that is completely devoid of science. The aesthetic still remains very material, even when it seems very ideal. Plastic aesthetics differ little from technique. Less and less material, but directed by very clear collective representations. Economics offers, as a release, the currency that we find throughout America and throughout Africa. Above the economic and governing, the law, legal and moral phenomena. Above that, the religion and science found here. 3. General phenomena. After language come morphological phenomena, for example society in general, national phenomena, permeability of the tribe, then international phenomena. Nomadism supposes that a society can go and graze its sheep on a territory which does not belong, or through foreign tribes, which implies international peace often at a distance. Civilization is an international phenomenon. The study of civilization phenomena involves the study of the internationalization of certain customs and certain tools. Finally come the properly general phenomena, or collective ethology, the study of character, national political psychology and its relationships with psychological phenomena, biological phenomena, example, relationship between cleanliness and mortality, or non-mortality. We will find here a certain number of museographic instructions concerning social morphology, on the one hand, and technique and aesthetics, on the other. The inventory of economic, legal, and religious objects will complete the plan of a museographic study, which these pages implicitly contain. The museography of a society consists of establishing the material archives of this society. Museums are archives. Observation methods. The ideal would be that a mission does not leave without its geologist, its botanist, and its ethnographers. This would reduce overhead costs. On the other hand, an anthropologist can turn out to be a sociologist, and everyone can be an excellent museographer. So go several together. You will often find people there who are very informed about indigenous society, missionaries, settlers, non-commissioned officers, not necessarily French, generally living much more with the natives than the French of high stock. This is how the Roman Empire was formed, thanks to the centurions living with the Gauls. The first working method will consist of opening a travel diary, where each evening we will note the work accomplished during the day, completed forms, objects collected. We'll enter this diary, which will constitute an easy-to-consult directory. The investigator will establish an inventory as he collects his collectibles. Any object collected will also correspond to a detailed descriptive sheet, drawn up in duplicate. Road log, inventory and files will constitute a first element of work. For many travelers, the bulk of ethnographic work will consist of gathering and organizing collections of objects. This is a part of museography, which also includes the processes of conservation and exhibition of these objects. All studies of propagation towards layers of civilization are still usually classified as museography. A branch of descriptive ethnography, museography records the products of a civilization, all products, in all their forms. Establishing collections of objects has both practical and theoretical importance. Practical importance: the collections are essential for knowing the economy of the country. Technology can put industries on the path better than no research. Showing ingenuity in invention, the kind of ingenuity observed. Theoretical importance: by the presence of instruments characterizing a certain type of civilization. Museum collections remain the only way to write history. The collector will endeavor to compose logical series, by bringing together if possible all the samples of the same object in dimensions, shapes, etc., without fearing doubles and triples. Localization is absolutely necessary. Without it, the object cannot enter any museum. Fix the extension area where the collected object is in use. Each object will receive a number written in ink, referring to an inventory, and a descriptive sheet, giving information on the use and manufacture of the object. The descriptive sheet will be accompanied by several annexes, in particular a photographic annex and if possible a cinematographic annex. A drawing will be attached each time it is necessary to show the handling of the object, a movement of the hand or the foot. Example, for the bow and arrows, it is important to establish the method of launching by the position of the arms, fingers at various times. The loom is incomprehensible without documents showing how it works. We will also note very precisely the dates of use. Certain objects having a seasonal existence, we do not use pruning shears in winter. An object can still be used only by men, or only by women. Finally, we will seek to explain the object whose value is not only technical, but religious or magical. Such decoration may correspond to a property mark, or a trademark, etc. The establishment of distribution maps should only be undertaken at the end of the survey, preferably on return, when we will have the feeling of having seen everything. It is the outcome of work and not a method in itself. But the investigator can have a similar goal during his work, for example if he successively visits two fractions of the same national group 5. Similar result, to be achieved, requires the observation of all the objects of the tribe. Thus Professor Monnier was able to establish through statistics that the Kabyle roof canon is Greek and not Latin. 6. The inventory method, used to constitute collections of objects, is itself only one of the means of material observation used in the study of social morphology. Observation methods are divided into material methods of recording and observation on the one hand, and moral methods of observation and recording on the other hand. A fairly arbitrary distinction: social life comprising no purely material element, no purely moral element. Music, the art of the ideal and the impalpable, also acts on men in the most physical way. Material observation methods include: 1. The morphological and cartographic method. The first point, in the study of a society, consists of knowing who we are talking about. To do this, we will establish a complete map of the observed society, an often difficult task. A society always occupies a specific space, which is not that of the neighboring society. We will carefully note all the locations where we have noted the presence of individuals belonging to the group studied, with their number, and the number of their inhabitants, at different times of the year. There is no good sociological survey that can cover less than a year. Mapping of society, mapping of its content. It is not enough to know that this or that tribe has 2,000 or 3,000 members, we must locate each of these 3,000. Here we will use the map-based census method, inventory of people in each place, so many houses per village, so many huts and so many granaries, mapping of these granaries and houses. A large family of Sudan is generally a large undivided family, distributed around a court. A clan will live in a neighborhood. We thus immediately see materially very high social structures appear. If possible, use photographs taken from an airplane. Geographic and demographic statistics are essential, they are the basis of all work. Each establishment of a large family, of each clan making up the nation, finds itself isolated. We will then be able to draw up an inventory of each house, each sanctuary, from the foundations to the ridge. Mr. Lienhart thus discovered the totem in the ridge of the roof of the Kinaki hut. The inventory must be complete, with exact location, by ages, by sex, by class. The inventory method involves a precise mapping of each location where the objects are collected, house plans, floor plans if applicable. The material recording thus obtained will constitute the essential basis for all work. For this material recording, we will still use the photographic method and the phonographic method. 2. Photographic method. All objects must be photographed, preferably without poses. Telephotography will make it possible to obtain considerable sets. Do not use the same devices in hot and cold countries, nor the same films, and, in principle, develop as quickly as possible. You can never take too many photos, as long as they are all commented on and exactly located, time, place, distance. We will carry these indications both on the film and on the newspaper. Cinema will allow us to photograph life. Don't forget the stereo. We were able to film dramatic representations in Liberia, the transhumance of entire tribes in the Algerian Ors. Phonographic recording and sound film recording allow us to observe the entry of the moral world into the pure material world. Let us then move on to the problem of moral registration. 3. Phonographic method. Phonographic recording and sound films. We will not only record the human voice, but all the music, noting the beating of feet and hands. At each recording, transcribe the texts and, if possible, provide the translation with commentary. It is not enough to record, you must be able to repeat. 4. Philological method. It assumes knowledge of the indigenous language. We will establish a complete collection of all the texts heard, including the most vulgar, which are never the least important. Transcribing all the indigenous words into the indigenous language, cutting the words, which is very difficult. We will note the music, if these are tone languages, note as equal to any phonetic sign. We will try to find indigenous collections, and informants capable of providing a constant tradition. A good way to learn the language of the country is to use Bibles already published in mission countries. For each text, give all possible native comments, not yours. Excellent examples of publications are those given in the books of Mr. Lienhart 7. In principle, the philological recording must be made word for word, the French word under the native word, no violation of native syntax, no flourishes in your translation, the most direct gibberish possible. A text in French will be attached to the juxtalinear translation, which will give the impression of the native text. If you add a word, put it in square brackets, mark the line of the native text in the French text. Complete alienation. Write down verses, indicating long and short, strong and weak beats. Very good examples of these publications are, in addition to the books of Mr. Lienhart, the works of Thalbitzer 8 on Greenland, and those of Malinowski on the Trobriands 9. 5. Sociological method. It will consist above all of the history of the company. A good working model to follow is M. Montaigne's book on the Berbers 10. We can trace the history of a tribe in detail by going back at least 3 or 4 generations, that is to say 100 or 150 years. To do this, ask the old people, whose memory is generally perfectly accurate. We will find extreme precision in geographic locations. 11. Society is always made up of subgroups, tribes, clans, phratries. Each of these groups must form the object of a study. The military organization will not be forgotten. All this is recorded in the memory of those involved. We will therefore study family stories. A superior method is the genealogical method, which consists of drawing up the genealogy of all the individuals recorded. Names of relatives, names of allies will appear immediately. Individual stories will intersect. We will know that at a specific time and not at another, one man called another his brother. The autobiographical method, which consists of asking certain natives for their biography, used by Radin, gave excellent results. 12. The information thus obtained will be cross-checked using statistics. This is how the genealogies collected by Thirnwald in the Solomon Islands show more than 8% of violent deaths in the death figures. 13. Finally, only in the last line, we will use the interrogation. The simultaneous use of these different methods will make it possible to achieve not only the fixation of masses, but the fixation of individuals within these masses. This individual knowledge is of considerable use. The ethnographer who works extensively will hardly be able to use these methods. At most he will be able to get along with certain settlers or administrators, who will collaborate with him from a distance and identify interesting facts. The advantage of a mission with several members appears very clearly here. The cross-checking, always essential, can easily be carried out by 3 or 4 colleagues working on different moments of tribal life. To be precise, an observation must be complete, where, by whom, when, how, why something is done or was done. It is a question of reproducing indigenous life, not of proceeding by impressions, to make series, and not panoplies. 3. Social morphology. Return to the table of contents. We call a society a social group, generally named by itself and by others, more or less large, but always large enough to contain secondary groups of which the minimum is 2, usually living in a specific place, having a language, a constitution, and often a tradition of its own. The most remarkable difficulty to decide first, and then to overcome during the study, is the determination of the social group studied. We should, in fact, not trust the name that the natives give themselves, a name which most often means, man, noble, etc., or is borrowed from a linguistic particularity, while the names given by foreigners are often terms of contempt. 2 means exist to determine the grouping: habitat, language. 1. Housing. The territory common to a relatively large group of men, deemed united by social ties, is usually significant of a society. However, this criterion is often insufficient. Entire countries like Sudan are made up of amalgamated peoples since the 12th century. In Dahomey, a central royal power was able to constitute a purely political unity through tribute obligations, leaving almost complete autonomy to the subject tribes. Elsewhere, the reduction in surviving societies within the interior is clear enough for the criterion of territory to be good. 2. Language is an excellent criterion, but very delicate. It is very difficult to determine a dialect or a language without possessing remarkable philological skills. In black countries, the existence of common roots at the origin of very large groups complicates research. It will therefore be prudent to resort to linguists. The use of these 2 means can provide sufficient determinations. We will add indications taken from legal phenomena, the extension of central power, national cults, borders, and also indications taken from external signs, costume, hair, tattoos, etc. The description of all these signs will be included at the top of the work. The difficulty in determining the social group is explained by the non-existence of the nation in primitive societies. The nation only exists in a part of modern Europe where sociology shows that even internal unification is relative. Practically, the ethnographer only notes interference between groups and temporary groupings varying from infinity to zero. We must therefore not imagine a Sudanese or Bantu society following a European type and located in time and space, peace and war being exclusive of perfect integrity. Practically, it is prudent to take a population group within a specific society, and there a limited number of localities with obviously common organization. The observer who has a taste for an overall study will attach a strict, local catalogue of the facts studied. Once the map of the borders has been drawn up, the investigator will endeavor to establish a statistical map by locality of the society he is studying. On a large-scale plan, all the locations, either provisional or definitive, of the different groups will be noted. Local. Some societies indeed have a double, or triple, morphology. Towns and villages will immediately appear on the map, isolated camps, and even temporary villages. Finally, absolute, temporary or definitive dispersions. We know the big difference that exists in France between agglomerated villages and dispersed villages. In the same way, all Kabyle villages are clustered villages, real small towns. Arab villages, on the contrary, are often scattered. We will still find people who can be alternately grouped and dispersed, phenomena of double morphology, and entire tribes which can be constantly wandering. This is the case of the Dioula in West Africa, and somewhat also of the Mauritanians. Finally, pastoral peoples make large-scale movements as pastures become exhausted. Nomadism can be observed on site. For the notion of instability, we will substitute, in many cases, the notion of itinerary. The gypsies themselves have their itineraries. It will therefore be necessary to note for each group not simply its momentary location, but its entire travel area, often over a long distance. The Fulani in West Africa, the Maasai in East Africa and, in general, all pastoral peoples living alongside non-pastoral peoples, will be serfs and peasants here. Elsewhere they will form the dominant class. The map of each village will be attached. A map of agricultural grazing and transhumance lands. Everything that concerns fauna, flora, mineralogy and, in general, everything that conditions social life will be marked, without omitting human things, crops, pastures, hunting, game crossing points, places fishing. We will note the seasons of hunting, fishing, gathering, the variation of locations according to the seasons. A geological map which will make it possible to determine the number of habitable square kilometers for a specific population. A map of dwellings, huts, tents, caves, boats, etc. The study by house gives the demographics of the society observed. Large fragments of social structure appear immediately. The study of a group of tents will always give interesting results from the point of view of the study of the family. The plan will be accompanied by statistics per house, or per canoe, for example, among the Maori. Once undertaken, this study no longer appears simply cartographic, but already detailed. Then comes the study of technomorphology, that is to say all the relationships between technology and the soil, between the soil and the techniques. Depending on the techniques, we will observe the geographical basis of social life: sea, mountain, river, lagoon. Is it because man experiences special needs that he adapts in such a way to a particular soil, and very often that he seeks it? On the contrary, is it because they are on a certain soil that men have adapted to it? The two questions arise together. It seems certain to me that the population factor and the technical factor of a given population condition everything, given the soil. Given the soil, a change in techniques can completely modify adaptation to the soil. Example: the iron mining industry in Lorraine, which was made possible not by the presence of iron pyrite, but by the discovery of processes allowing the exploitation of this ore. For centuries, Charcoal was used to prepare iron, because the blast furnace technique allowing the use of coke as fuel was unknown. Elsewhere, long-distance Eskimo journeys would be impossible without the Amiak, the large boat equipped with oars. All this requires, without being able to predict it in advance, double and triple morphologies. The Eskimo have a double morphology 14. The inhabitants of the Rhine Valley, in Switzerland, have a triple morphology, vineyards and fields in the valley, fields on the mountainside, large mountain pastures on the summits make them both horticulturists and shepherds, with complete displacement of the whole village, in summer, and, throughout the year, incomplete movements of men going to tend their vines. Once the agglomerations, their density, their relationships to the ground have been defined, we will study the relationships between agglomerations. Relationships inscribed on the ground, which immediately depend on the techniques. Firstly, there are the communication routes, maps and airplane photos, on which we will measure the intensity of traffic and also the length of journeys. A river can be an absolute obstacle in times of flood, or on the contrary be an excellent commercial route, superior to any land route, in times of low water. The sea is not an obstacle, everything that is liquid is a supporting path, this since the most ancient times. Note the location of the different settlements which have succeeded one another in the region since the age of metals, in particular the Neolithic stations bear witness to advanced tools. Clearing with the stone axe and other than by fire poses a great problem for the establishment of communication routes. This concludes the cartographic study of society, a study that is both static and dynamic, human and non-human. What remains are variations over time. A society lives and dies, its age can be fixed, a great principle, which Durkheim was the first to enunciate and which still remains too little ignored. A society can die with the death of all its members, example, the Tasmanians, it can still be pulverized at a given moment, example, the Lobi of West Africa, and reconstituted on different bases, or joined together with other societies to form a kynicism. Rome is a kynicism of several cities, Alpine, Latin, Etruscan and Greek. Jerusalem, city of Semitic purity, was home to ancient Canaanites, Israelites, and Hittites. The description of Carthage, in Salammbô, is insufficient on this point. Population movements must be studied in history, history of migrations, which are often large-scale, example, Polynesian migrations. The search for a better world, in certain cases, will push an entire population to emigrate. Study in detail the processes of emigration and immigration, this filtering from one society to another. This is the whole great colonial problem that arises here, also the problem of labor. So much for the movements on the surface of the ground, they are controlled by war, by peace, by population, by technomorphology, by natural phenomena, in particular biosociological. What dominates the history of the population of Africa is the presence of the tsetse fly and the arrival of the pachyderms which bring this fly. Natural plant and animal balances, epidemics, epizootics are related to the last questions to ask on this subject. Finally, a statistical and demographic survey itself will complete the study of social morphology. It will be necessary to draw up statistics per house, over time, this time, by family, note absences, by clan, by tribe, when the society includes several tribes. We will thus measure fertility, birth rate by sex, morbidity, mortality, carefully distinguishing mortality by accident or violent death from natural mortality. For everything that concerns morphology and adaptation to the soil, we will take the geological map of the country as a basis, which will immediately resolve the water problem. It is customary to say that the presence of a water point is essential to an urban area. But what is a water point? A point where water naturally surfaces? Not necessarily. The best well diggers in the world are those in southern Algeria and southern Tunisia who build real underground cisterns, supplied by conduits that are also underground. In the same way, the techniques of terraced agriculture, and especially irrigation, can significantly improve plantations, the pygmies, these primitives, have terraced crops in the Philippines. This question of the adaptation of the soil and the life of a society on a soil, of this eventful life, is of capital interest. Every society lives in an environment larger than itself, and certain fundamental elements of social life are normally explained by the presence, at the borders of the society studied, of another society. Even among Australians, even among Tasmanians, there is us and the others. Therefore, avoid individual explanations. The foreign observer will never know what is the cause of a phenomenon, its task will be limited to recording this phenomenon. In all this, the relationships between the most material phenomena and the most spiritual phenomena intervene at every moment. Example: the beautiful work of Mr. Hoernle on the category of water among the Bushmanized Nama Hottentots 15. You never know where a social phenomenon will end up. A society will pack up and leave entirely because it has heard of a better world. So, never forget the moral when studying material phenomena and vice versa. 4. Technology. Return to the table of contents. The history of technology is a recent one, the studies undertaken by the encyclopedists having been abandoned after them. The Pitt Rivers Museum in Oxford, the Horniman Museum in the suburbs of London, and the Cologne Museum offer excellent examples of the history of technology. The techniques will be defined as traditional acts grouped with a view to a mechanical, physical, or chemical effect, acts known as such. It will sometimes be difficult to distinguish the techniques. 1. Arts and fine arts, aesthetic activity being creative in the same way as technical activity. In the plastic arts, it is impossible to establish any distinction other than that which exists in the mentality of the author. 2. Religious effectiveness. All the difference is in the way the native conceives of effectiveness. It is therefore necessary to balance the respective proportions of technique and magical effectiveness in the mind of the native. Example: poisoned arrows. All of the techniques form industries and professions. The whole, techniques, industries, and professions, forms the technical system of a society, essential to this society. A correct observation of this system must respect its different proportions. Absolute precision is essential in observing techniques. The smallest tool will be named and located: by whom is it used, where was it found, how is it used, what is it for, is its use general or special. Example: the use of a knife, it will be photographed in the position of use, as well as the object to which it is applied, or its product, photographs showing the different stages of manufacturing. We will note in which industrial system the object takes place. The study of a single tool normally implies the study of the entire profession. Finally, the position of professions in relation to each other conditions the social state. Karl Marx's error was to have believed that the economy conditioned technology, when it was the opposite. The investigation and the collection will always go hand in hand. The presence of duplicates is essential, the same fabric for example having to be studied from the point of view of weaving, spinning, embroidery, decoration, etc. Investigation and classification can be done from different angles. Starting from the logical point of view, we will end up with the constitution of series, with the study of the type, with the study of the style. The technological point of view will lead, for example, to the study of the axe, but not to the study of all weapons without distinction. Finally, the point of view of the industry and the profession will allow a vivid description of the society. The description of a table service will include the history of its manufacture and its conditions of use. Body techniques 16. Certain techniques only assume the presence of the human body alone. The acts which they require are nonetheless traditional, experienced acts. The set of body habits is a technique that can be taught and whose evolution is not finished. Swimming technique is perfected every day. Body techniques will be studied using photography and if possible slow motion cinema. We will divide the study of body techniques, according to age, into techniques concerning childbirth, position of the woman giving birth, reception of the child, cutting of the cord, care given to the mother, etc. Breastfeeding, attitude of the nurse, method of carrying the child. Weaning is an important moment, which often marks the definitive physical separation between mother and child. The study of techniques in children will include the study of the cradle, then that of the entire child's life, education of sight, ear, elimination of certain postures, imposition, or non-imposition, of ambidexterity, study of the use of the left hand, finally, the deformations that the child will suffer, cranial deformation, scarification, extraction of teeth, circumcision or excision, etc. In adults, we will successively study the techniques. Rest during the day before, rest standing, on one leg, lying down, on a bench in front of a table. Rest during sleep, standing, lying on a bench, use of the pillow, the head rest, which would be located between 150 and 300 latitude, of the hammock. The study of body movements will include that of movements of the whole body. Do we crawl? Do we walk on all fours? The process will vary depending on whether the clothes are sewn or draped. Breathing differs in running, dancing, magic. We will note the rhythm of breathing, the extension movements of the arms and legs which accompany it. The race will allow us to study the movements of the feet, arms, and the endurance of the runners. Study of dance. Study of jumping, long, high, pole, etc. How do you start? How do you climb? By belt, by crampon, by crawling. The swimming is entirely traditional. How do you start? How do you dive? Do we swim with a board, with a beam? Turtle swimming races exist throughout the Pacific. How are force movements carried out? How do you push, pull, lift, throw? Note the use of fingers, hand, and foot, conjuring tricks and sleight of hand, by the armpit, by the cheek, etc. Gymnastics and acrobatics may be the subject of a detailed investigation. Regarding body care, note whether washing is done with or without soap, composition of the soap, excretion processes, how do we spit, urinate, defecate. The study of perfumes and cosmetics, with the collection of catalogued samples, will not be omitted. The distribution of life according to the schedule observed by the natives will give interesting results. Some societies keep watch, others do not. Full moon nights are almost always nights of celebration. Finally, we will study the methods of reproduction, with the complications caused by artificial deformation. 17, noting the presence, or absence, of sodomy, lesbianism, bestiality, etc. General techniques. For general purpose. The techniques themselves are generally marked by the presence of an instrument. The instrument includes all categories of instruments. The fundamental division in this matter remains that of Rouliat 18, who divides the instruments into tools. The tool, which is generally confused with the instrument, is always simple, made up of a single piece. Example of tools: the cold chisel, a wedge, a lever. Instruments. An instrument is a composite of tools. Example: an axe which, in addition to the iron, includes a handle forming a lever. A handled knife is an instrument, unlike a chisel. An arrow is an instrument. Machines. A machine is a composite of instruments. Example: the bow, which includes the wood of the bow, the string, and the arrow. Humanity, since the Paleolithic era, has been easily divided into these different ages. Thus, the Tasmanians were unaware of the axe, which the Australians possess. The Tasmanians did not therefore entirely remain with the Chelline, they are Aurignacians, but who did not know the axe. Their punch was handheld. 19. The transition from tool to instrument, the passage from the Lower Paleolithic, Chelline and Acheulean eras, to the following eras, corresponds to one of the most considerable shocks that have shaken humanity. The third era of humanity is the age of the machine, composed of instruments. A bow, a trap, a boat equipped with oars such as the Eskimo umiak, are machines. The Upper Paleolithic is the age of the great development of the machine. Distribution of techniques. General techniques for general purposes. Physico-chemical, fire. Mechanical. Tool. Instrument. Machine. Special techniques for general purposes or general industries for special purposes 20. Basketry. Pottery. Rope and esparto. Glues and resins. Stains and primers. Specialized industries for special purposes 21. Consumption, cooking, drinks. Simple acquisition, gathering, hunting, fishing. Production. Breeding. Agriculture. Mineral industries. Production and comfort. Housing. Garment. Transport and navigation. Pure techniques. Science, medicine. Finally, the set of techniques implied by the use of different machines contributing to the same goal, gives an industry or a profession. Hunting presupposes the bow, traps, nets, fishing involves boats and fishing gear. Certain industries can reach an extraordinary degree of complication, for example pharmacopoeia or certain agricultural techniques. The use of poison is a sign of technical improvement, while the preparation of cassava requires several detoxification processes. Mechanical techniques. General principles of observation. Every object must be studied, 1 degree in itself, 2 degrees in relation to the people who use it, 3 degrees in relation to the entire observed system. The manufacturing method will give rise to an in-depth investigation. Is the material local or not? Some calcites may have been transported considerable distances. The search for flint deposits is characteristic of the entire Paleolithic and Neolithic era. Several Australian tribes go looking for ochre 600 kilometers from their starting point. Is the object made of softwood, or hardwood? The same investigation is required. Sometimes still, the tool is borrowed ready-made. Study of the different moments of manufacturing, from the rough material to the finished object. We will then study the instructions for use and production of each tool in the same way. Tools. We do not know, in the early history of humanity, examples of men without tools. Sinanthropus itself is associated with a certain facies of premousterian tools, linked to a chelline and to a pre-chelline. Man enters history equipped. As soon as there is a man, there is a tool. The main tools are classified into weight and shock tools. Example, a mace, while the star stone stick characteristic of Polynesia is an instrument, and the Australian spear, thrown using a propellant, is a machine. A chelline punch is sometimes a tool of weight and shock, sometimes a spike. Rubbing tools, scraper, rasp. Tools for drilling, knife, crankshaft, etc. Instruments. The hammer is an instrument, the axe is an instrument. An instrument being a composite of 2 or more elements, it will be necessary to study each element separately, then the relationships of the different elements to each other. Instruments can be distinguished into solid compounds, e.g. a handled knife, and separable compounds, e.g. mortar and pestle. A millstone actually consists of 2 millstones. An isolated anvil is half an instrument. It is therefore necessary to isolate the elements and then bring them together. A nail, a tenon, a mortise, a dowel, are tools, but they are part of instruments. When the parts are not separated, the fundamental question is that of adjustments. This is where the maximum resistance is needed and this is where there is the least. Certain assemblies can be made entirely of ropes and lianas. This is the case of Malay adjustment in terms of framing. Similarly, our temporary carpenter scaffolding is only roped. Glues and resins are an important adjustment method. The entire Australian centre is glued. The Moroccan ensemble is very poor in terms of adjustments. The only known processes are glue and poison. No beautiful joinery assembly. There are a few bad farmers in Morocco who have a peg and that's it. Such detailed observations can characterize an entire civilization. The classification of instruments roughly reproduces that of tools, since the useful part of the instrument is a tool. Weighty and blunt instruments. Example, the axe, handle, blade and armhole. There are many ways to handle an axe. The main one consists of a curved handle, strongly corded, but other shapes are much more complicated: slotted armholes, elastic armholes. The adze is much more represented in humanity than the axe itself. The entire Pacific knows only the adze. A maximum seems to be reached with the Indian axe, which we will find exactly, made of one piece, in Upper Dahomey, observation by Grebner. Scissors and pliers. The history of scissors is featured in the Deutsches Museum in Nuremberg. Resistance instruments. Anvil, mortar and pestle, dowels and tenons. Glues and resins, see below. The grater can be a simple tool. It can also be an instrument with complicated shapes. The grater works normally on another grater. Machinery. One of the most primitive machines, if it is possible to express it that way, with the propeller, would be the trap 22. India's elephant traps defy imagination. Eskimo traps in which the fur must not be damaged are extraordinary. The use of traps, with the sets of springs, returns, masses, and balance requires knowledge of part of the mechanics, unformulated knowledge, but which nonetheless exists. The bow would undoubtedly be older than the trap. There are multiple ways of assembling wood and string in the bow. They can serve as a basis for a classification. The simplest form of the sling, which is the bola, is in itself already very complicated. A given set of machines can still in itself form the object of an industry, for example, navigation. The canoe, equipped with oars or paddles, handled by man, is a machine. In the same way, all frames are machines. An important question here is that of lifting devices. In the framework once put in place, the mechanics, from dynamic, become static. It is sometimes in detail work that very complicated machines have been developed. The time factor does not intervene in the making of these machines, which were necessary for the execution of very simple adjustment or threading work, example the work of the crankshaft to make coins, the pump drill, throughout the Pacific and especially among the Maori. Finally, we must study all general industries for general uses by material, techniques of stone, wood, including paper, leather, bone, horn, by observing the proportions of the different techniques at the same time. Interior of social life, taking into account not only the concordances, but also the absences. One will rarely find in the French countryside, a peasant knowing how to repair a cauldron. The inhabitants of the village await the passage of the Bohemians. The study of areas of civilization, made exclusively from arbitrary choices and which does not explain absences and presences at the same time, is an incomplete and bad study. Fire 23. Fire is a considerable instrument of protection. Not only does it give off heat, but it keeps animals away. For a very long time, fire had to be mainly conserved. We will therefore first of all study the methods of conserving fire: brands, torches, curfew. The fishermen of Concarneau still carry their fire horn, an ox horn, closed at one end and containing fern or sawdust which smolders under the ashes. The fisherman blows on the ashes to light his pipe. Fire location. The hearth is located sometimes at the door of the house, sometimes in the center. The Fuegians group their huts around a common fire. The chimney does not appear until very late. The smoke is generally not experienced as unpleasant. The study of the processes for obtaining fire is of considerable interest, since the discovery of these processes corresponds to the appearance of the first machines. Fire is obtained by friction, compression or percussion. By friction, by systematically rubbing a piece of hard wood, male, in the groove of another piece of soft wood, female. Friction is carried out in different modes: drilling, sawing, plowing. Drilling can be simple, with two cylindrical sticks, sometimes handled by two men. The Indians obtained fire by this process in less than 20 seconds. Drilling was the process used in India by the Brahmins to revive the sacred fire. In Rome, the Vestal fire could only be lit by this means. A further development of two-stick drilling is rope drilling, A rope is alternately wound and unwound around the male antler, practiced in Madagascar and among the Eskimo. In the Eskimo bow drill, the string of a bow is wrapped around the male antler, the operator moves the bow back and forth on a horizontal plane, holding the male antler using a bone cap that he holds between his teeth. Finally, the pump drill is known to the American Indians. In sawing, a process characteristic of Malaysia, the two pieces, male and female, are placed in perpendicular planes. The rigid saw is often half a bamboo, the flexible saw, a vine. Finally, in plowing, the only process known to the Polynesians, the male part is rubbed back and forth, along a groove made in the female part. Fire can also be obtained by compression, according to the system of the pneumatic lighter, where a piston fitted with tinder is pressed violently into a cylinder, from where it is removed as soon as it is ignited. The pneumatic lighter, discovered in Europe at the beginning of the 19th century, was used well before in Indochina and Indonesia. Finally, percussion is known to peoples as miserable as the Ona of South America, who strike two pieces of iron pyrite against each other. Remember that matches are very recent in use. To the study of the processes for obtaining fire will be added the study of different kinds of tinder, willow kitten, birch moss, cotton wool, etc. We will then observe the different uses of fire. Heating processes, red-hot stones thrown into a container of cold water, heating on shards, ovens, different forms of the oven is general in humanity, at least in the form of a field oven. Lighting methods, brazier, torches, lamps, in stone, shell, pottery, iron, etc. Fire can still be used to shatter stone, to soften the wood or to harden it. He will finally enter into the techniques of pottery and metallurgy. Myths about the origin of fire. 24. The blacksmith in many societies plays the role of the civilizing hero. Forge and blacksmith. Blacksmiths, men who possess the secret of fire, that of the transmutation of metals, are very often sorcerers and magicians. They therefore occupy a special position in society. Throughout Black Africa, the blacksmith, castrated and despised, nonetheless plays the role of peacemaker. To a collection of the different blacksmith's tools, crucible, bellows, nozzles, etc., we will add samples of raw ore, preserved in fatty paper and precisely located, ingots at different times of melting, finally, forge products, agricultural tools, weapons, jewelry, etc. The different operations of modeling, drawing, beating, quenching, welding, patina, polishing, damascening and kneeling could each form the subject of an in-depth investigation. If necessary, we will distinguish between bronzes, coppers, brasses, tins and zincs. We will study the technique of precious metals, according to Elliott Smith and Perry. Wherever there is a trace of a megalithic industry, gold is found. The investigator will carefully collect all the myths concerning the different metals and their alloys, influence on alchemy and metaphysics, as well as the traditional recipes of blacksmiths. Finally, the study of metallurgy will lead to the study of successor industries, wood and paper industry, stone, pottery, bone and horn techniques, etc. The perfection of the instrument can go a long way. Among the best blacksmiths in the world are the Gold and other Siberian tribes. Germanic metallurgy was far superior to Roman metallurgy. Special techniques. For general purpose. Or general industries for special purpose. Here begins to appear, with the notion of division of labor, that of profession, the French peasant tinkers, but professions exist. As soon as there is a general technique for special uses, there is a division of labor. Putting the instrument into operation requires a technique which is not necessarily widespread to the same degree throughout society. Generally, the division of labor is by sex or age. It also happens naturally in localities, depending on the presence of materials. A village of potters will normally be established near a clay deposit. 25. All techniques are not equally widespread among humanity. The most beautiful basket work is that of the Far East and America. The best woodwork is found among the Annamites. We must therefore study each of the arts in itself, without considering whether it is primitive or non-primitive. The results are not necessarily proportional to the quality of the machines, thus the gauze from Morocco is made on primitive looms. Whatever the technique studied, we will collect all the products produced, we will study all the moments of the manufacturing of the machine. Basketware 26. The maxima of basketry are not achieved by Europe, nor especially by France, where the best basket weavers are gypsies. The most beautiful basketwork in the world is found in the Far East and Central America, especially among the pueblos. Excavations carried out among the cliff dwellers of Central America have yielded curious results. The most beautiful basketry in the world is that found in the deepest archaeological layers. In all basketry, we will first study the material, indigenous name, scientific name, all the forms of this material, with the transition from one form to another. Collect samples at different states. For the principles of description, we will use the instructions given in the Handbook of American Indians 27. Good classification in Notes and Queries on Anthropology, p. 245 et seq. Basketry is made up of two series of elements joining regularly. In woven basketry, the two elements intersect as well as on the loom, but the elements of the basket maker are a relatively rigid and large material, for example coconut or pandanus leaves, wicker, or acacia sticks. A second type, spiral basketry, is in fact sewn, on a frame of sticks or herbs corresponding to the warp. The craftsman makes stitches using a bone or metal awl. Spiral basketry without reinforcement cannot be distinguished from nets. Each of these main types is subdivided into numerous categories. We will only list a few forms of woven basketry. When each element of the weft intersects regularly with those of the warp, a checkerboard results. Check work. Once the object is finished, it is impossible to distinguish the weft from the warp. If the elements of the weft regularly span more than one element of the warp, the technique is called marquetry, twilled work. It lends itself to decorative combinations. Wickerwork differs from checkerboard in that its warp is rigid. Finally, twisted basketry, twined work, has two or more weft elements which intertwine around the rigid warp. Manufacturing is generally done entirely by hand, almost without instruments. It requires considerable address. It will be necessary to describe these hand games, photograph and cinematograph, but above all take sketches. We will collect models of each basketry at the 3 or 4 essential moments of production. All forms are derivatives of elementary forms. The primitive form of the net is thread, next come the shapes of the braid. 3 or 4 thread braiding is a superior form of braiding. The bottom of the basket is often the most difficult part. Is the basket conical or does it offer a base? The foundation can be single, double or triple. Round basketwork often has a square background formed by 4 opposing triangles. Relationship of geometric shapes to each other. Many of the theorems of plane geometry and geometry in space have been solved without needing to be consciously formulated, by basket weavers. The making of basket weaving is often women's work, of all antiquities. After the bottom, we will study the assembly of the sides. How do the uprights fit into the foundation? The closure, and, if necessary, the lid. Give each moment the ideology of all this, description in indigenous terms with, if necessary, the symbolism and mythology of each moment. Finally, study of the decor. The decor is provided by the presence of elements of different colors. The effects obtained can be considerable. We will then classify the different types of basketry. Basket, all varieties of basket, for all uses, single or double basket, basket with handle, supported or not by ropes. The edge of the basket must be studied carefully. Van. The mat plays an important role in certain civilizations. The entire Pacific has mats, everyone in the Orient has carpets. The tail of the flying carpet exists wherever the mat is known. Finally, waterproof basketwork, where liquids are preserved, serves as a transition to pottery. Basketry can still be used for different uses. saber sheaths and even breastplates, in Micronesia, in part of northern Asia and in Northwest America. The handles of large Micronesian stone axes are made of basketwork. Basketwork will also be used to make head braids, headbands, bracelets, rings, and also ropes. Relations of basketry with other arts, in particular with pottery. Next comes the question of fiber fabrics. Thatched roofs, woven palm roofs and the like can be considered to be to some degree basketry. Cushing's observations, in a short work entitled Manual Concepts, observations which relate primarily to basketry, the foundation of geometry, were decisive in this regard. Pottery 28. Pottery appears less primitive than basketry, from which it partially derives. In a large number of cases, the mold of the pot is basketwork on which, to make it waterproof, wet clay is placed and left to dry in the sun. Pottery must have, originally, been a substitute for basketry on the one hand, and stone containers on the other, the latter necessarily being very heavy. Archaeologically, pottery is a sign of the Neolithic, or at least of an already very superior Paleolithic. Completely absent from Australia and Tierra del Fuego, it remains very poor in all Pygmy countries. The Polynesian group itself does not currently have any pottery, but we find in the region traces of the previous existence of this technique. It would have been partly abandoned under the influence of cooking in the oven. This method of preparing food does not require a fireproof container. One of the main purposes of pottery is in fact to form containers for cooking food. Waterproofed basketry in some cases, and woodwork in other cases, can replace pottery in a region devoid of clayey soil, among populations with otherwise developed industries. We can still find very primitive populations possessing admirable pottery, for example the enormous amphorae of the Pima of South America 29. One of the most beautiful potteries known is that of Tukala in Morocco, made on a wheel identical to the wheel of Jerba, in Tunisia, which is one of the most primitive known. Pottery is tested by sound. The expansion of pottery is easily explained by the presence of clay deposits. The pottery trade takes place almost everywhere, and over fairly long distances. We will begin the investigation into pottery with an inventory of domestic and religious objects. A walk through the market may yield unexpected results. Where does the pot come from? Who made it? Can the husband sell the vase made by his wife? Description of pottery markets in Trobriand by Malinowski 30. Manufacturing. Who makes the pots? In general, there is local specialization and gender. Very often, the potter is a woman, e.g. the Kabyle potter. Collect soil samples, to keep the clay moist, wrap it with damp cloths and gum taffeta. Indigenous name, scientific name of the land, extraction point, preparation, mixtures. There are clay mines. All of South America has a kaolin myth. In the study of the different kinds of pottery, we will first include pieces simply dried in the sun. Rammed earth is pottery. All of the fortifications of Marrakesh form nothing but immense pottery dried in the sun. This extension of mud brick throughout humanity is considerable. Entire attics may be nothing more than pottery. All the terraced houses of Africa, Peru, and Mexico are made of pottery. Next comes the fired pottery, in the open air or in a kiln. Handmade pottery will, depending on the case, be obtained by the processes of molding, modeling or assembly. In each case, the big difficulty consists of going from the bottom to the edge, especially when the pottery has a particularly shaped foot. In molding, the craftsman uses an object such as basketry or gourd, which he coats with clay, internally or externally. The mold may or may not be made on purpose, may perish during cooking or be recoverable. The artist who models his pot starts from a single mass of earth on which he impresses the desired shape, without any instrument, or with the help of generally few and fairly simple tools, wooden beater, bamboo knife, shell, or fragment of a gourd used as a smoother, etc. Finally, assembly is the most widespread process. The craftsman prepares shreds of clay, or sausages, which he bends, then assembles by pressure. Sometimes a single long spiral coil will provide material for the entire pot. Traces of assembly are erased before cooking. Very often, we will find molding, modeling and assembly used successively for the manufacture of the same pottery. The potter's wheel will have originally been a fixed support for the mass of clay that the craftsman needed by rotating it between his fingers. This support, very flared cut of wood, with edges provided with notches, which has become rotating, has been fixed on a pivot. It then forms the turnet, before we arrive at the real turn, simple or double, driven by hand or foot, by the potter or by an assistant. During all the work, whether or not the craftsman uses a lathe, the work of the fingers will be studied, and, in the case of the lathe, the work of the feet. Note the string reminders. Drying can take place in the open air or inside the home, in the sun or in the shade. Cooking will be done on a fire in the open air, in a hole dug for this purpose in the ground, or in a real oven. Note the nature and arrangement of the fuel, the means used to increase or decrease the quantity of air which accesses the fire or the pottery, to modify the hygrometric state, etc. Decoration is done before or after cooking, or before and after cooking. It may depend solely on the choice of raw material and the cooking conditions. For example, addition of pulverized coal, result from smoothing, using a smoother made of wood, horn, bone, or shell, or from polishing, the impression, using a finger or nail, of a rope. The basketwork mold explains the frequency of matte or interlacing decorations, a piece of fabric or another object, or a stamp prepared in advance, an incision or excision. The printed or engraved decoration is sometimes enhanced using white or colored earth, before or after firing. Pottery can still be decorated by scoring, by applying ornaments to the surface, by application of a slip, a thin layer of white or colored clay, or a coating such as hematite, ochre, graphite, by varnishing with a resin or gum, after firing, by application of a mineral glaze or opaque enamel, colored or not, by painting with colored clays or using other dyes. Use the philological method, by having all the manufacturing described, even the tricks of the hand, all the decoration, in native terms. Collection. The classification of pottery is one of the most difficult there is. We can group the vases using the inventory made on site, in relation to their use. A second classification will be able to distinguish according to shapes, dimensions and decor. Here comes the notion of typology that we will find in matters of art. Certain shapes are encountered very rarely, the most difficult to make are naturally cubic pottery. About each shape, each motif of the decoration, note the myth and the ideology. We can further classify by technical characteristics. A whole part of the first Celtic layer has beaked vases, presence or absence of handles, feet. A study of the decor could still serve as a basis for a classification. A complete collection will include all series, with, in each series, all variation samples of the same type. Mention the dimensions between which this type evolves. For high reliefs, use stamping. Symbolism of decoration, relationships with sculpture and modeling. Sculpture is the modeling of a volume. Finally, study the relationships between pottery and other arts. Nothing is more unequal than pottery, even in France, and nothing, or almost nothing, is fleeting anymore. The maxima of pottery are represented by the Central America, Peru, and Northwest America group, where wooden tableware comes at the confluence of basketwork tableware and pottery tableware. In Africa, certain populations have a very learned pottery technique and sculpt terracotta, others only know common pottery, barely fired. Nothing is more traditional than pottery, both art and industry, felt to be one of the most eminently plastic arts. Wheeled pottery is not necessarily superior to pottery made without a wheel, it depends entirely on the artist. And the perfection of the wheel is not necessarily in direct proportion to the perfection of the pottery. Pottery normally has an ideology. The question of tripods, to take just one example, can be very complicated. Almost all pots offer symbolic value, even in our cafes, A glass of port does not have the same shape as a half of beer. Very often the pot has a soul, the pot is a person. The pots are kept in a specific place and can often correspond to a considerable religious element. The riku of Japan vary according to the seasons. Jars used as coffins are found in India, Africa, and South America. Finally, we will study its destiny in each pot. What do we do with the shards? Sparteri and corderi. The difference between basket work and rope work, between basket work and esparto work is quite small. In the case of esparto, the work is done with the whole reed or with the whole leaf. This is the case in Papua and Melanesia, but the art of weaving remains the same. At the basis of all fabric, we find the notion of net and braid. A fabric is a net that has itself been meshed. Esparteri will consist, for example, in the work of wicker shoes, in the manufacture of dried leaf fabric. We will obtain almost the same objects in esparto work as in basketry. Example, a saber sheath. For everything that is braided, we will always study the fiber, the strand, that is to say a compound of fibers, and wire, which can be made up of several strands. To break it down, use the instrument used in drapery, the thread counter, and count the threads to the decimeter or square decimeter. After the study of fiber and thread will come the study of braiding, weaving and weaving processes. Rope making differs from basketry in that it only includes the manufacture of wire and rope. Question of the twist of the rope, its resistance to twisting, stops at departure and arrival. The essential thing in rope making is represented by the knots. We will break down the intertwining of the different strands, noting the interplay of fingers and hands that allow these intertwinings. The importance of the knot is considerable. The French barely know how to tie 100 knots, an Eskimo normally knows at least 200. Glues and resins. Glues and resins can be studied here as well as with tools and instruments, see above. Glues, resins, waxes, varnishes are instruments of resistance. No comprehensive work exists on this subject. Glues and resins are widely used in Australia. The presence of coatings of this order allows us to understand hypothetically the use of a certain number of prehistoric tools, the mode of use of which we would not otherwise be able to explain. One of the most active glues is blood. Among the glues, we will not forget the waxes, bees and others. Different uses of waxes. Composition and method of conservation of varnishes used in basketry, pottery, etc. Weapons 31. Weapons can be studied as forming a general industry for special uses. The same knife will be used for hunting, for war, for butchery, or according to the use to which they apply, weapons of war, fishing, hunting. We can still distinguish throwing weapons from shock weapons, and among these, mass weapons, edged, slashed and pointed weapons. Whatever the weapon studied, the investigation will successively focus on its name, on its raw material and the different moments of its manufacture, on its use, the way in which it is handled, its mode of action, its scope, its effectiveness, who has the right to use it, man or woman, or both, is it a strictly individual weapon or can it be loaned, and to whom, etc., finally on its ideology, its relationships with religion and magic. The inventory of weapons in the village, made by house and noting the name of the owner of each weapon, will show the plan of the weaponry of the locality. Weight weapons. Club, wooden, stone, iron. Brain teaser. Hammer. Punch. Spear. Hoe. Blunt weapons. Chopped. Knife and dagger. Sword, scimitar, yataghan, kris. Dagger. Throwing weapons. Javelin, javelin. Sling. Bola. Lasso. Bow and arrows. Blowgun. Protective weapons. Shield. Helmet. Armor. Parade weapons. Firearms. Weight weapons and blunt weapons. Note for each. His name, general name, and individual name if applicable, the latter can be quite common, it is important to know that Roland's sword was called Durandal. His myth. Its material: an axe is made of iron, stone, jade, obsidian. Its shape: is it an axe proper, an adze or a peak? The spear, held in the hand, is a heavy weapon. Thrown, it becomes a javelin. The detachable tip makes it a harpoon, which is thrown or held in the hand and spun. Cetacean hunting in the Torres Strait. Blunt weapons. In a sword, in a dagger, in a knife, we will study the handle, the guard, the sheath, in the same way as the weapon itself. Roman swords were in fact Celtic swords. The best blacksmiths in Rome were Celts. Throwing weapons. The study of the arc will include several moments. 1. The bow itself, its composition and its preparation. The composite arc 32 is general from the Mongolian world to Central America. However, a composite bow can be made from 3 to 7 woods. Section of the arc: ellipsoid, lens. The Pygmies of the Philippines have a huge double-sectioned bow. The arch can offer several sections along its length. 2. The string and its method of attachment to the bow, fixed or mobile. In the case of a very strong bow, you need a stopper to which the string hangs in the rest position. Study the switchblade and the knot that secures it. 3. The arrow, shaft, tip, fletching, nock: is it poisoned, composition of the poison, manufacturing, effects, etc. 4. How do you shoot? Position of the shooter, position of the fingers on the string. One of the primitive forms of propulsion for throwing weapons is that provided by the thruster, still in use in part of Africa, in part of America and especially throughout Australia. The thruster is a stick, approximately 0 m long. 50 and fitted with a hook. Depending on the case, the hook is inserted into a cavity located at the base of the lance, male propeller, or the fluted stick ends in a hollow heel on which the bottom of the lance rests, female propeller. A lance which, thrown by hand, has an action radius of 20 or 30 m, handled with the help of the propeller will reach 50 or 70 m. The thruster is common in prehistoric stations. Another primitive form of rope throwing is slingshot throwing. The blowgun seems linked to the great equatorial forest. Its extension is approximately that of civilization from 5° to 15° latitude, Pacific and America. The tube, depending on the case, is simple, double, elephant hunting among the Sockeye of Malacca, where the animal must be hit in the eye, or with several calibrated segments. The interior is plain or has grooves. The features are almost always poisoned. Protective weapons. Protective weapons: breastplate, helmet, gauntlets, nails, nemides, are often also parade weapons. The history of the shield is considerable. The first shield was a simple stick used to ward off the opponent's blows. Australia only has wooden shields, which are often very narrow. The Zulu of South Africa have an oblong leather shield, the handle of which is made of a vertical stick. The leather plate of the shield, mobile on the axis of the wand, turns at the slightest shock and thus deviates the arrow from its trajectory. History of the shield handle. The shield can be made of wood, skin, leather, metal, or basketry. It will be, depending on the case, circular, oblong, oval, rectangular, or shoulder shield. The shield is generally a personal weapon, which cannot be loaned. Its decoration, in a somewhat warlike society, can indicate the exact rank occupied by its owner. The decoration of the shield normally corresponds to the coat of arms. The large Quakiutl copper shields, from Northwest America, are real shields. All of ancient North America had gorgets, sometimes made of bronze. Much rarer than the shield, the helmet is probably of Oriental origin. It is made of leather, basketwork, metal. Complete armor exists in Micronesia, in basketry, in Africa, basketry, leather, chainmail from Chad, parade armor, in padded cotton under which horse and rider disappear, from Niger. Parade weapons. The most beautiful weapons are weapons of parade, of ostentation. Example, the jade axe from New Caledonia. In some cases, the parade weapon is a currency so precious that it is only used on occasions of solemn exchanges. Example, the shields of the American Northwest. We know of two societies for which the spear is the object of a real cult, Rome and Black Africa. Specialized industries. For special purpose. The industries studied so far, fire, basketry, pottery, etc., give the notion of a series of techniques, that is to say works and tools corresponding to a trade. A pure technology, like that of Rouliat, has every right to stop at the study of mechanical techniques. All other divisions in fact only group together the elements given in mechanical techniques. One fabric is not other thing than a system of resistances. The firing of a very beautiful enamel is part of physico-chemical phenomena. Engineering technology. There is another, which is the technology of the historian of civilization. We have not classified things only in relation to the internal logic of mechanics, physics, or chemistry, we have also grouped them according to the social groups to which they correspond. From this point of view, an industry is defined as a set of techniques contributing to the satisfaction of a need, or more precisely to the satisfaction of consumption. The need is elastic in man, but it is the notion of consumption which makes it possible to determine the industries, systems of techniques appropriate to ends, arrangement of industries, thus hunting, fishing, each form a system of techniques, general techniques for general purposes, general techniques for special uses, and special techniques for special uses. We will now study the techniques by classifying them based on the use they fulfill. From now on, the technical moments are no longer the only important moments, because the goal pursued controls even the aspects of the technique. Fishing weapons are not the same as hunting weapons, and in fishing itself, trout fishing differs from gudgeon fishing. Here we enter a domain which is not only that of science, but also where conscious practice intervenes. The inventor has his own theoretical logic, but it is this notion of the practical solution of the problem which is the so-called technician notion. We too often confuse economics and technology under the word administration. Without doubt, for several techniques to work towards the same goal, everything must be adapted. There is therefore a category of administration of movements, a coordinate of administration of movements. There is an administration of all the techniques of the same individual in relation to each other. But a man is not only economic, homo economicus, he is also a technician. A large part of the time of French peasants is devoted to DIY, that is to say, to technique. Certain populations display an astonishing industriousness, totally absent among their close neighbors, which will be distinguished by complete laziness of mind. The latter will not even be able to adopt instruments that work straight away, they will not borrow anything, copy nothing, out of clumsiness or simple carelessness. The study of techniques as we approach it immediately poses several problems: division of labor, according to times, places, peoples, sexes, etc., problem of consumption and its relationship with production, finally, the relationship between techniques and technomorphology, that is to say the problem of the location of industries, and the problem of trade, often over long distances. It is in this category that the Germans call the Wirtschaft-like dimension that all economic phenomena are housed, but as superstructure only, not as infrastructure. 33. We will classify special industries for special uses starting from what is the most material and closest to the human body. Consumer industry. Acquisition industry. Production industry. Protection and comfort industry. Transportation industry. The consumption. The study of food consumption is too often neglected by investigators. 34. Work of this type requires sustained attention. It must in fact cover at least a year. The basis of food, absorbed in normal quantities in certain months of the year, can be reduced to starvation rations during the time, for example, of the lean season in agricultural country. The investigator, here again, will use the inventory method. He will note, in several typical families of the society studied, rich, middle, poor families, the food consumed, for example during the last week of each month, quantity and method of preparation, who ate what. Relationships between the consumption cycle and the production cycle. 35. Consumption is almost always domestic, that is to say family. Even among the Papuans, where meals are taken together, it is the women who prepare the dishes and bring them. If the meal is eaten together, the cooking therefore remains family. Meal. We will study each meal and take a complete inventory, drinks included. Who eats? With whom? It is exceptional for men and women to eat together. Where do we eat? Meal times. Nature of the dishes. Materials and their collection. The foods consumed can come from distant regions and give rise to considerable trade. Salt in Africa, spices, in Central Australia, certain tribes send military expeditions to fetch a condiment, patchouli, several hundred leagues away, mate trade, extension of peyote throughout Central America. On geophagy, see the very fine work of Laufer. 36. For cannibalism, we will distinguish between endocannibalism and exocannibalism. There are societies, Australia, where the custom is to eat one's dead parents. 37, elsewhere, a conquering tribe will take slaves from among the populations it has subjugated who will be consumed during solemn festivals. This is still the rule among the Babinga of the Congo. Order of dishes. Please note carefully. Such piece will normally be reserved for such member of the group. Consumer instruments. The fundamental instrument remains the hand, but which hand? And which finger? We recognize a Muslim at the table by strictly using only his right hand. The use of his left hand to eat is forbidden. Forks are rarer than knives. The first fork will probably have been a cannibal's fork. Cannibal forks are often true works of art, New Guinea forks. The use of the spoon is more frequent without being very widespread. The entire American Northwest has wooden tableware. Use of the mat and use of the table, the latter appears very rare. Kitchen. For each meat, we will study its preparation from the moment the animal is killed until the moment the meat is eaten. We will do the same for each element of the meal, fish, flour, green vegetables, etc. Food preparation. Study of mortar, grindstone, mill, detoxification processes, for example cassava. Foods that we eat raw, smoked, dried. For cooked foods, we will distinguish between those which are boiled, the usual process in Chinese cuisine with frying, roasted, the oven is much more common than the spit, or fried. Cooking equipment. Food preservation. The natives are generally much more foresighted than people say. The Eskimo know how to move from one season to another very well. Study of attics, reserves buried in the ground. The Klamaths of Oregon bury their seeds in the ground, adding a few leaves of a plant whose scent will keep bears away. Pemmican. Smoked, dried, salted fish. In the Marquesas, the fruit of the breadfruit tree was preserved in wells 10 m deep, over 5 m in diameter, lined with banana and coconut leaves. Such a reserve could be kept for 50 years. All the polar sauerkrauts. Ideology of food. Relationships of each dish with religion and magic. Connection with totemism, age, sex, relationships with the dead, with the living. The prohibitions can be seasonal. A Jew cannot eat leavened bread during Passover. Prohibitions affecting a warlike expedition. Mention food taboos and prejudices, taking care not to confuse religious prohibitions with simple rules of prudence. Above all, never forget that the needs to be satisfied are primarily social. The food prohibitions to which the uninitiated must submit in Australia only leave them with a starvation diet. Condiments. Particularly important study. All trade in salt, in Africa, pepper, spices. The different oils, fats. Animal butter, vegetable butter, shea butter. Societies are easily divided into people who eat fresh butter and people who prefer it rancid. The latter are much more numerous. Study of leavens, ferments, sauces. Food that is left to rot. Drinks. The study undertaken on food will be repeated on drinks. Where, who, when, for whom, for what. Methods for drinking, with the hand, with a leaf, with a pipe. Ideology of each drink, and in particular fermented drinks. 38. Question of purification, mode of transport and conservation of the liquid. Throughout Australia, large wooden dishes form the only known method of transporting water. Transport is made easier by the presence of the gourd, the calabash, the coconut. Part of Australia lives by cutting the trunks of gum trees. The study of fermented drinks leads straight into religion. The question of etiquette is very important here: when do we drink, who drinks, etc. Millet beer. Palm wine. Rice alcohol, mate, chicha. The vine is said to be of Indo-Chinese origin. Finally, study of narcotics and intoxicants. All things that we chew: tobacco, betel, chewing gum. Hemp, which is made into a drink in the northwest of America and which is ravaging the Arab world. Opium. Wasn't tobacco preceded by something else in America? Finally, we will collect the myths of fermented drinks, the myths of all intoxicating foods. Acquisition industries. Simple acquisition, gathering, hunting, fishing, is distinguished from production, breeding, agriculture, in that it consists of the harvest of material objects which can be used as is, without further preparation. In truth, the distinction between acquisition and production is a secondary question. The producer is never a creator, but only an administrator. There is no production of man, but simple arrangement of production. Making a knife is not creating iron, but transforming it through successive improvements. The Germans distinguish more accurately between Sammler and Produzenter. Furthermore, we are used to distinguishing three ages of humanity. Initially a hunter and fisherman, man would have become a breeder before reaching a sedentary state with the stage of agriculture. Lower Paleolithic men would have been exclusively collectors, hunters, fishermen, that is to say direct exploiters. I'm not entirely sure. It seems that the beginnings of agriculture appeared very early. Finally, all this must be balanced. Hunting and fishing often come together with the beginning of agriculture or with occasional agriculture. There is no opposition between the pastor and the farmer, but more often an exchange of products. The Fulani, in West Africa, can only be a pastor because he buys grain from his black farmer neighbors. Gathering. Simple collection, or gathering, animal, plant, will be studied by collecting all the things that the natives collect, by drawing up a complete inventory of everything that is collected and everything that is used. A serious error consists of not attaching enough importance to natural production, on which human production is built. The natives know very well what is eaten, what is drunk, what is useful. They know the habits of insects and animals. A good study of gathering will go hand in hand with an investigation into ethnobotany and ethnozoology. Animal gathering. It is more widespread than we think. Dead quadrupeds, worms, caterpillars, snails, rats, bats, lizards, lice, termites. Locust rains. Midge cakes in East Africa. Vegetable picking. Europe's inventions in this area are meager, compared to those of America or Asia. 45% of the species cultivated in Africa are American. 39. Australians know 300 plants whose fruits, roots, or tubers they eat. We will first study the exploitation of the forest. How do we climb? How do you cross the thickets? How do we dig the earth to dig up the tubers? As far back as Australia, women dig the earth using a spear to dig up wild yams. The Babinga pygmies, from Congo, dig up wild yams using a very long probe, fitted at one end with wooden pallets attached by a vine. After having loosened the earth with the other end, we push the cone, where the earth settles, which we then remove using a stick. 40. Gathering was developed among the American Indians, who found it an essential basis for their diet. The California Indians collect everything, nuts, berries, grasses, roots, bulbs, and especially acorns which they eat boiled or roasted. East of the Sierras, the pine cone replaces the acorn. Each tribe has its own area of pine trees, the boundaries of which it must not cross. The Indians still dig up tubers and roots. The flour is eaten in soup, porridge, or in cakes cooked in ashes. Excellent basket weavers, they ignore pottery. On wild rice harvesting in the Great Lakes region, see the work of Jenks 41. The Illimath Indians of Oregon gather the fruit of a nymphea, the woka, on the marshes. From mid-August to the end of September, the harvest is done in a canoe by the women. In Indochina, camphor hunting involves the use of a special language. Hunting for rare species, rare gums. Beekeeping. One of the most advanced was that of ancient Mexico. Who manages? Then come seafood and shellfish from the coast. Studies of shell middens, Cajoacanmatting, which form one of the most important elements for the study of the European Paleolithic. The picking equipment will include sticks for digging in the ground, saplings for hitting ripe fruits, harvest bags, basketry baskets, etc. The Hunt 42. Hunting finds its starting point in gathering. A specific social group has its hunting ground, the limits of which, even nomads, it will not cross. The native knows his terrain, water points, plants, nature, number, and habits of animals. When he leaves there, very often he will feel lost. Hunting will be divided into small hunts or individual hunts and large hunts or collective hunts, bison and elephant hunting, hound hunting in Europe, fire hunting in Africa. Hunting can be studied in two main ways, according to the weapon used, according to the game pursued, weapons, technique, time of year, etc. The individual does not go hunting, he goes hare hunting, and not hunting a hare but hunting a hare that he knows well. It is therefore necessary to classify by people who hunt, game hunted, and instrument with which it is hunted. Trap hunting is called passive hunting, because the man is passive once the trap is set, but the trap is a mechanic that works as such. All populations know how to dig holes in which to tumble game. The pygmies would know no more clever trap. The Australians only have traps or dams for fish. The use of traps for big game requires mechanical notions that go beyond their thinking. Some Asian fences for elephant hunting, which they direct over a pit, reach enormous dimensions. The great chicanes of the Iroquois for caribou hunting extend over several dozen kilometers. Large nets made from New Caledonian dogfish hair. The traps can be distinguished into traps where the animal can enter without harming itself but from which it can no longer exit. Example, nets stretched horizontally or vertically, lobster trap, trap. Trap where the animal is injured and caught. They often include bait that will cause the animal to trigger the trap mechanism. Example, mouse trap, elephant trap. Spring traps, the spring being able to act under the effect of traction. Bird traps in Indochina, or pressure. Deer traps in Sumatra. The spring trap can still be arranged like a crossbow. Madagascar rat trap. Glue traps, used in Hawaii to catch the feathers of a bird which is immediately released. Noose traps, parrot hunting among the Maori, squirrel hunting in Alaska, lark hunting in our countryside, radiated tip traps for antelope in Africa. Calls allow the hunter to call game. Their use is often coupled with a disguise thanks to which the hunter will approach his prey within useful range. The Eskimo disguise themselves for reindeer hunting, the Bushman for ostrich hunting. The hunter holds an ostrich head above his head and imitates the bird's gait, the Sudanese for crane hunting. The Indians of California, when hunting deer, wear deer skins and wear antlers on their heads, advancing on all fours in the wind of the game and pretending to graze. The Manchu Tartars act in the same way at the time of the rut, when the deer seek each other out to fight. The hunter imitates the cry of the game using a decoy. The deer rushes, presenting its chest where the hunter thrusts his spear or sword. Hunting rights can vary with the game, with the soil, with the seasons. Use of dogs in hunting. The pointing dog remains a secondary auxiliary, only the hound can provide useful services. Ideology of hunting, the hunter and the game. The hunter must know the names of the deities of the hunt, of the forest, he must be able to incant the game, know the meaning of the omens. All of North America lives in a deer mythology. An Australian hunter wouldn't go hunting without holding a piece of quartz in his mouth. The consumption of game is generally ritual and seasonal. Conservation of game, skull, and bones. Should we break the bones and eat the marrow? What parts can you roast? Use of leftovers, fur, skin, intestines, etc. With half-hunted, half-reared animals, example, pheasants, we enter the path of domestication and breeding. The pig is semi-wild in Indochina, Melanesia, Papua, and Polynesia. Livestock yards. The goat was domesticated in parks. Fishing 43. Hunting and fishing haunt the spirits, they hold a large place in the concerns of the natives. The myth of the hunter, the myth of the fisherman, are among the most important. Some of the uses and beliefs that we associate with totemism are in reality stories of hunting or fishing. All of Black Africa lives on the hunter, all of Melanesia conceives its gods in the form of sharks. On the other hand, fishing develops earlier than hunting. It is attested throughout southeastern Australia by the presence of major works. Entire rivers have been placed in chicanes. Fishing will be studied like hunting, depending on the weapons used, depending on the species hunted. Thus the trident, of very general use, is nevertheless adapted to each fish caught. Nets and traps are calculated in relation to a specific fish. Bare-hand fishing is practiced by Fuegian women using a seaweed rod weighted with a stone. The woman, squatting in her canoe, baits with the flesh of a shellfish, drops her line and catches the fish by hand, which comes to bite the bait. Bare-hand fishing is still practiced in West Africa during low water, in the backwaters close to rivers and cut off from all communication at this time. The entire village then engages in truly miraculous fishing. Net fishing is generally poorly studied. It is necessary to note for each net its manufacture, yarn, method of weaving, dimensions of the mesh, instructions for using the shuttle, its instructions for use, its installation. The net can be fixed, hand, weight, float, constitute a seine, a net, a cast net, a tremail, etc. Angling is done by hand or with a rod. Study all the elements of the line. You need a different line for each fish. The hook, which can be composite, Polynesian hooks are among the most beautiful. The primer and its attachment, floats and weights if applicable, sometimes also, call. Angling and net fishing are relatively rare. Spear fishing appears much more frequent. It is practiced using a bow and arrows, a gaff, or a harpoon. The harpoon appears very clearly with the Upper Paleolithic. Some populations are still unaware of this weapon. How do you spin the harpoon? Spear fishing is generally practiced from a fishing platform, placed on a sort of watchtower. The fisherman pierces large pieces from a fairly high height. The fishing platform is the same in part of Indochina, in Polynesia, in Papua, and throughout South America. Trap fishing is important due to the variety and large number of traps observed: dams, simple, crater, chevron, dikes, large chicanes, all varieties of traps, often of enormous dimensions, sleeper traps, with or without bait, mechanical traps, etc. Finally, fishing by poisoning the water, practiced in many African rivers, involves a subsequent process to detoxify the fish. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of pearl fisheries and trepang fisheries in the history of the relations of the Indian East and the Chinese East with the whole of Insulindia and even Polynesia. When it takes place in a boat and no longer from the shore, the study of fishing naturally implies the study of the fishing boat, relationship with navigation. Study of reserves and dams. Study of fishing rites 44. The fishing ritual can be very important. Australia has very complicated rituals, in particular to evoke the whales that the natives claim to be able to beach. Relations of fishing with social organization. Generally the tribes are divided into phratry of fishermen and phratry of non-fishermen. the fishermen living on the coast and practicing exchanges with the non-fishermen who live further inland. Some villages are thus only inhabited by fishermen. This is one of the first forms of the division of labor. Fishing has an element of regularity which very quickly makes it susceptible to thoughtful exploitation. Fishing can still be seasonal and dependent on fish migrations. This is the case of salmon fishing, which occupies a large part of the existence of the inhabitants of the American Northwest. Fish migrations then lead to dual morphological phenomena among fishermen which affect the entire population. In this case, the fishing villages, built for a few months of the year, will nevertheless include an installation of fish tanks, drying rooms, and stores for processing fish. Permanent fishing villages are often built on stilts to resist floods or storms. Conversely, construction on piles may have been practiced first for defense purposes, but it will have led the inhabitants to practice fishing, the lake dwellings of Switzerland. Preparation and conservation of fish. We will eat it fresh, dry, cooked, rotten, smoked. Use of ancillary products. Oil, eggs, rotten and crushed fish condiment, bladders. Production industries. We have already seen that there is never in reality production by man, but simple administration of nature, economy of nature. We raise a pig, we do not create it. Man is an animal that lives in symbiosis with certain animal and plant species. He must follow his plants and animals. This explains the extent of the migrations of certain peoples such as the Huns or the Fulani. However, while the acquisition industries, gathering, hunting, and fishing, correspond to direct exploitation, the industries that we are going to study involve an alteration of nature, a difference that is important to underline. The study of a specific society necessarily includes the study of the animals and plants of this society. The African elephant, semi-wild, was domesticated in antiquity. One does not know Dahomey if one ignores its snakes to which it worships. The stirrup was introduced to Europe in the 11th century by the invasions of pastoral peoples from the east. Previously, the rider's weapon was necessarily the javelin, a throwing weapon, and not the spear, a heavy weapon. The entire history of Polynesian migrations is linked to the history of the plants and animals with which men and women left by boat and to which they subsequently worshipped. On the other hand, each animal, each plant, has been extraordinarily worked. See the demonstration in Vavilov of the purely American origin of the two species of Mars. We are only at the beginning of creations. The native has the acute sensation of the individuation of each animal, of each plant. A Maori knows each sweet potato in his field and distinguishes it from all the others, just as a French gardener knows each of his rose bushes individually. It is important that the observer acquires this notion of the individuation of each animal, of each plant. 45. Breeding. 46. Breeding only appears with the Moglamosian, that is to say the last forms of the Paleolithic. B appears clearly with pottery and with brachycephals. The brachycephals brought pottery, breeding and agriculture to Europe. Domestication appears to have first appeared on the slopes of the Himalayas. Almost all domestic animals come from this region. The definition of the domestic animal is an anthropomorphic definition. Man domesticated the dog, but it is the cat who domesticated man. On the other hand, certain animals are tamed without necessity, for play, example, crickets in China. The important question in domestication is that of reproduction. Certain species, unable to reproduce in captivity, remain semi-wild, example, the elephant, the pheasant, the Melanesian pig. An investigation into breeding will be carried out by the individual study of each domestic animal, taken individually, age, sex, name, photograph, history of the animal, name of body parts. The ethnozoology of each species will include the study of the habitat of this species, its origin, theory of the souls of breeding animals, and selection. We know of a hippology manual from a Hittite prince which dates from the 17th century BCE. An Arab tribe has the pedigrees of its horses, of which it is as proud as of its own genealogy. Research into hybrids is often very remarkable. The entire court of China, the court of Pharaoh, the court of the great Mughal made hybrids. How do we feed the animals? Fodder, pastures and migrations resulting from the depletion of these pastures. Transhumance. Drinkers. How do we keep them? Study of parking. The kraal, a circle formed by the houses, with a free space in the middle where the animals are brought in the evening, is characteristic of the entire Bantu world. Study of the shepherd and his relationships with animals. The cry of the shepherd. His attitudes. Throughout East Africa, the shepherd rests on one foot, in the attitude of a waiting bird. Did he give each of his animals an individual name? Presence or absence, more frequent, of stables. Breeding. Castration. Gasina. Childbirth. What knowledge do the natives have about selection? How do we treat each animal depending on its age? Use of the animal. As a means of transport, see below. Do we eat it? If yes, under what conditions, which parties, and who is entitled to it? The killing is almost always sacrificial among the pastoral peoples of East Africa. The animals are killed with a spear or by an arrow fired at point-blank range. Use of blood. The consumption of hot blood is often ritual. Are the bones broken or not? What do we do with it? Relations with ideology. Do we eat the marrow? What do we do with the guts? Skins. Skin working is one of the oldest known industries, as evidenced by the large chelline scrapers. Culinary recipes. Do we make butter, and how, cheeses, and how? The art of veterinary medicine is taken very far among the Sokolaves. Pathological concepts on the birth of diseases in animals. Therapeutic. Surgery. Obstetrics. Study of veterinarian magic. Decoration and deformation of animals. Example, pig tusks coiled into a spiral in Melanesia, Papua, and all of Indonesia. Hornwork in Madagascar and throughout the Indian Ocean. Property marks on animals. Who owns the mark? Brand myth 47. Take an impression of all deformations, all marks. By classifying these prints according to their owners, we often see families or clans appear. Ideology. Study all the ceremonies linked to the worship of animals. Mythological and scientific notions on the origin of animals, theories of the souls of breeding animals, trophies of sacrificed animals. A Malagasy village is an ossuary of Bucranes. Law and economics. Animals are a currency throughout East Africa. They once constituted the first currency of the Indo-European world. Pecunia comes from picus. On the other hand, the deforestation of North Africa, with all the economic changes it brings, coincides with the introduction of sheep into the region. Agriculture 48. Agriculture is a case of ethnobotany, just as livestock breeding is a case of ethnozoology. Everyone in the Neolithic world knew about agriculture. This technique is found in all French colonies. Agriculture existed, in its beginnings, in the tribes of north-central Australia. It is known to a good number of pygmies, notably those from the Philippines, and would only be unknown today to the Fuegians and the Arctic peoples. The climate of these regions prohibits the practice. The theory according to which women were the exclusive inventors of agriculture appears excessive. On the other hand, it is useless to try to find out whether or not agriculture marks a stage of civilization superior to that represented by livestock breeding. Certain purely pastoral civilizations were great civilizations, example, the Mongol Empire in the 12th century, but it is important to know whether or not each breeder, each farmer is superior to his condition, within his technique. Cultivation instruments derive from harvesting instruments and in particular from the digging stick, which, from a simple spear, becomes a spade or a hoe. Cultivation can be fairly well divided into hoe cultivation, spade cultivation, and cultivation using primitive or advanced forms of the plow. But plow, and harrow, presuppose the use of domestic animals, and therefore knowledge of breeding. In many regions, the plow remained very primitive, a simple dragged hoe. Remarkably, the cedar, quite widespread among humanity, was only rediscovered in Europe very recently. Some prehistoric stone implements are clearly primitive plowshares. The observer must distinguish as many types of agriculture as there are cultivated species. For each plant, he will study, noting the native terms, the plant in all its parts and in all its ages, from seed to fruit. The products of each plant can be very numerous and very different. Some of these products are among the most important we use today. Shea butter, palm oil, are not European inventions. The investigator will still have to make the etiology of each plant an important part of his study: birth, life, death of the plant, its relationships with vegetation, with Mother Earth, with the sky, with rain. B will then study the ecology and economy of the plant, how we develop the land, how we expose it, hedge technique, terrace, etc. Some large clearings and weeding were only possible using metal tools. The great obstacle of humanity, in the age of stone, was the forest, which man could only conquer with fire. Still the big roots remained in place. Once the land has been prepared, it must be used: sowing, transplanting, final planting, maintenance. How do we irrigate the land? Canals, wells, pendulum scoop, noria, etc. The manure is quite general. Pest control. Then comes the harvest, the threshing, the gathering. It is often forbidden to put two plants of different species in the same attic. The study of agrarian cults should not be neglected. The history of the soul of rice in the countries of rice fields is fundamental to the cultivation of rice, and not vice versa. For the study of the techniques themselves, it may be useful to distinguish: agriculture, horticulture. The garden very generally corresponds to individual property as opposed to the field. Collective property, forestry, e.g. rubber, a wild plant maintained and cultivated in the forest by its owner, and arboriculture, e.g. coconut palm, olive tree. A good number of the inhabitants of our colonies are horticulturists even more than farmers. Study of the sexual division of labor, marks of property, taboos. The notion of production surplus was very well developed by Malinowski 49. We will also observe the relationships between individual culture and collective culture. The same land can be cultivated collectively as a field, individually as a garden, depending on the time of year, and the influence of these modes of culture on the social relationships of individuals with each other, of the individual with the entire clan. Relationships between agriculture and livestock, between farmers and breeders, between farmers and hunting, between farmers and hunters, if applicable. Finally, certain regions will require a study of quasi-industrial production. The Polynesian chief was a kind of general agricultural contractor. Protection and comfort industries. Much more than natural needs, protection and comfort would be analyzed as usual necessities. All the notions that we have formed since Adam Smith of the production of a good, of the circulation of this production to result in consumption, are abstractions. The notion of production is particularly vague with regard to typical industries such as those of protection and comfort, vague not in relation to the notion of market, but in relation to the idea of creation. The elasticity of human needs is absolute. If necessary, we could live like Carthusians. There is no other scale of values, in terms of protection and comfort, than social arbitrariness. However, outside the limits of our civilization, we immediately find ourselves in the presence of men who have a scale of values, a reason, ratio dash, a way of calculating, different from ours. What we call production in Paris is not necessarily production in Africa or among the Polynesians. It is absurd that, under the equator, a black Muslim covers himself with as many robes as he can, but the accumulation of clothes is the badge of one's wealth. Clothing is an aesthetic thing as much as a means of protection. The arbitrary nature of everything relating to protection and comfort is very remarkable, not only economic arbitrary but almost exclusively social arbitrary in certain respects. There can be maxima of adaptation and minima of adaptation, thus the Eskimos are perfectly organized for the fight against the cold. As for the fight against the heat, their clothing is the sign of a very old neo-civilization. Paleolithic, the entire Arctic world is also very well provided for. But the Fuegians are no more armed for this fight than were the Tasmanians, now extinct. Both spent extremely harsh winters with only a poor flowing fur toga as their only clothing. It is therefore essential to never deduce anything a priori, observe, and conclude nothing. If we want to be able to appreciate, we must first learn to distrust common sense, because there is nothing natural about it. Man is an animal who does reasonable things from unreasonable principles and who starts from sensible principles to accomplish absurd things. And yet these absurd principles, this unreasonable conduct, are probably the starting point of great institutions. It was not in production itself that society found its impetus, but clothing is already a luxury, and luxury is the great promoter of civilization. Civilization always comes from outside. Immense efforts have been made in terms of production and comfort techniques. The entire textile industry comes from clothing, and it is from the textile industry that a large part of the division of labor derives. Clothing. An object of very slow consumption, clothing represents real capital. It will serve as protection when walking, running, attacking. It will defend against the bush, against the rain. We will distinguish between clothes worn during the day and night clothes, work clothes, ceremonial clothes, often more numerous. The raw material will be determined by the environment, climate, etc. As a protective organ, clothing can be studied depending on the part of the body it covers. Shoes are quite rare among humanity. Much of the world is shoeless, another part is very well paved. The beginnings of the shoe appear above all magical. It avoids putting the foot in direct contact with the ground and the fumes emanating from it, and military. The Australian sandal makes it possible to erase the traces of the attacking expedition. We will study all the shapes of the sandal. How does it fit on the foot? Primitive forms of buttonholes. The sandal is an imperfect shoe, much inferior to the moccasin from which our shoe derives and which, very close to the Chinese shoe, characterizes the entire civilization of Arctic Asia and Central North America. The Corporation of Shoemakers was formed one of the first. We know the important role it plays throughout Africa. The leggings often have military shapes, nemid. In countries with palm fronds, the trunk is protected by raincoats. The rain cover is approximately the same from Central Asia to South America and part of North America. The study of sarongs, loincloths, is difficult, but very useful. How do you drape the sash? The way of wearing a loincloth, of greeting with a loincloth while uncovering the chest, can, in itself, constitute a real language. On the other hand, the warlike nature of a society will lead it to develop trunk protection, breastplates made of cotton, basketry, and especially leather, chain mail, etc. The shirt with the sewn sides would be quite recent. The hat, quite common, is very unevenly distributed. The Germans wore a small basketwerk cap, while it does not seem that the Gauls covered their heads, only the soldiers wore helmets. Study all shapes of skull caps, turbans, helmets, wide-brimmed hats, etc. Wearing a hat is often the badge of command. We will also particularly protect certain parts of the body, such as the penis, penile sheaths, infibulation, and the openings of the body, this for magical reasons. 50. From the point of view of form, we can distinguish draped clothing from sewn clothing. Our buttons have nothing to do with antiquity, although we find them among the Eskimos and probably throughout the Arctic world. Buttonholes are certainly of Asian origin here. Before their introduction, we only knew the fibula, that is to say the safety pin. But sewn clothing presupposes the use of patterns, that is to say the confused knowledge of a kind of descriptive geometry. Garment decoration. Dyeing and decoration played a big role in the development of the costume through the search for raw materials that they gave rise to. It was necessary to adapt the raw materials to the desired dyes. The influence of fashion on clothing appears immense. Clothing is one of the safest classificatory characteristics. Iroquois clothing is practically identical to Chinese clothing. Here the influences of age, sex, time, etc. will still come into play. The clothes can be distinguished, according to their raw material in skin clothing, where the minimum is represented by wrapping in a single floating skin, as the Fuegians know it, while Arctic clothing is also a skin garment, but entirely sewn. The tanning industry is highly developed throughout the Arctic world, very developed also in Sudan, and this enormous quantity of scrapers found from the Chellean period probably corresponds to skin work. Study all ways of working with leather, including leather bags, containers, etc. Leaf clothing is found throughout Polynesia and throughout Indonesia. The Kiwai Papuans and the Marindanum know the palm raincoat. Beaten fig tree bark, tapa, is used in Oceania and also in Black Africa. Some fakirs in India are still exclusively dressed in clothing made from banyan roots. Straw clothing is difficult to distinguish from palm clothing. Almost all masquerade clothing in Melanesia and Africa is made like this. Clothes made of esparto, mats, fibers, these are the primitive forms of fabric, both as materials and as uses. From the fabric itself, we can distinguish felt, where the fibers, which intertwine in the fabric, are simply pressed, crushed, and glued. Felting is known throughout northern Asia and throughout North America. It does not lead to very remarkable results, except in China and Tibet. Normally, felt is not very durable, it tears and drinks water. Fabrics. Weaving is an important invention of humanity. The first woven fabric marked the beginning of a new era. The study of any fabric involves the study of its raw material. Animal textiles are made of wool, considered impure among the Egyptians, made of goat or camel hair. Horsehair gave hairs and crinolines. The breeding of silkworms dates back to China in the 3rd millennium BC. But silk was only introduced to Greece by Alexander the Great, to Rome only by Caesar. Among the plant textiles, we include linen, which was greatly appreciated by the Celts and the Germans, but whose production in Europe was hampered throughout the Middle Ages by the cultivation of cereals. The taste for linen fabrics is not it was developed in our regions only from the 15th century. Hemp, and especially cotton, whose history is quite unclear, an Abyssinian plant, passed into India. Why was it not exploited in its country of origin when it became the basis of a fundamental industry in India? We do not know. Let us remember here that the first cotton factories in England date only from the middle of the 17th century. The study of a specific fabric presupposes the prior study of the thread, itself made up of strands. The first material spun seems to have been hair. Hair was spun throughout Australia. Note whether the wire is single-stranded or multi-stranded, whether it is twisted or twined. All of Burma rolls the thread on the thigh. Study all the work of the fingers, and especially the beginning and the end of the thread, which are the delicate moments. How do you prevent the thread from unraveling? The knots. Study of the spindle, the scale, the distaff. The spinning wheel appears later. Photograph and, if possible, film in slow motion the movement of the fingers. The spinning can be extraordinarily fine, for example the threads intended for working with gauze, which are found in the Arab world as well as in the Egyptian world and in the Hindu world. After spinning comes the actual weaving. 51. Weaving is an industry widespread almost throughout humanity, except where there is a shortage of raw materials, Polynesia, Melanesia, Australia. Certain civilizations, now extinct, possessed admirable fabrics. To study weaving, we will study weaving instruments, looms. If possible, collect crafts, carefully noting how the different pieces are assembled. In the study of the profession, the greatest attention will be paid to dead spots during walking, and each of the movements connecting the dead points together. Every technical movement ends at a stopping point, it is a question of describing the arrival at this stopping point and the departure towards a new stopping point. We will note each time the relationship of each movement to each position of the loom, the relationship of all parts of the weaver's body and in particular of his toes, to the loom. Photos and especially drawings showing all the movements, all the times of weaving. Study of reels, shuttles, form, method of throwing. If there are no shuttles, how do we make up for their absence? When the job is complicated and requires passage between weavers, study the transport from one weaver to another. Note all the processes of chain formation and chain tension. The technique of balancing the chain with stones only disappeared from Norway at the beginning of the 19th century. This process is regular throughout the Arctic world, throughout the American world. Once the warp is up, the weft must be passed. How does the weft thread appear? How does it come out of the warp thread? By hand, by the clapper? Shutdown procedures. Borders. It is always difficult to achieve great width. The very beautiful fabrics from Peru are made on very narrow looms. Ribbon technique. Fabric classification. Simple fabrics, twill, basket weave, combed, twill fabrics. In composite fabrics, for example feather fabrics, on canvas, distinguish between the fabric which forms weave and that which forms embroidery. A velvet can, strictly speaking, be compared to a tapestry. All varieties of fabric must have been obtained from the 2nd century BC from the Chinese and the Mongols. Gauzes and paperbacks only arrived in the West via Iran, in the 4th century AD. Stains and primers. When the threads have been dyed in advance, the decoration of the fabric is done by the color of the threads. We will distinguish the dyeing of the threads from the dyeing of the entire fabric. Where the resist process often occurs, the dyeing will only reach part of the fabric being worked. Distinguish pastel dyeing from chemical dyeing with mineral products. Who dyes? The dyer, in Africa, is often the shoemaker's wife and, as such, caste. The weaver. Who weaves? Where and when? Ideology of weaving and, if necessary, of the spinning or weaver animal, silkworm throughout the Orient, spider, etc. The Maori, like the Berbers, have a true cult of weaving. Housing 52. An essentially arbitrary phenomenon, habitation characterizes a civilization rather than a specific territory. Architecture appears to be the typical art, creative par excellence. Also, housing will be studied in the comfort and protection industries, not in human geography nor in the general history of civilization, whatever the interest of these studies. Strictly speaking, housing could be understood as a mode of consumption. The investigator will not look for the typical house at first glance. Each house has its own meaning. It is absurd to classify a society by a single mode of housing. We must see all the models of this society with all the individual variations and all the local variations, houses for general uses or for special uses, for human use and for non-human use. Only at the end of the study will we be able to identify the notion of a typical house without risking confusing a rich man's house with a poor man's house. Types and materials. The house itself can be sheltered. Many troglodytes, or semi-troglodytes live in France, in the Cher Valley, in La Ferté-Milon, in La Ferté-sous-Jouarre. The inhabitants use old quarries. Caves were inhabited in Provence until the Bronze Age. Elsewhere, the civilization of the troglodytes of Central America, Arizona, part of New Mexico, northern Mexico, or cliff dwellers, poses a major archaeological problem. Clay houses can further limit troglodyte shelters. The house can be dug underneath, which creates a cellar. The simple divisions into round houses and square houses appear insufficient. The same Gauls who had round houses built square attics. They were therefore not incapable of conceiving both. Throughout the north of France, in Flanders and Artois, we see brick farms and adobe stables side by side. The simplest type of dwelling, after the cave, would be represented by the shelter screen. the Ona of Tierra del Fuego make do with a screen made of guanaco skins for any protection against the harsh cold. Tend on sticks inserted obliquely into the ground, in a semicircle around the fire. The Tasmanians knew no other shelter, but used strips of bark in place of skins. The conical tent is common especially in steppe regions. It is found throughout northern Asia, in Northern America as far as Texas. The cover varies depending on the region. In Siberia, reindeer skins give way further south to strips of birch bark, then pine and larch. The inhabitants of the plains substitute felt 53. In the beehive hut, the walls and roof cannot yet be distinguished. In the wigwam of the Atlantic coast Indians, poles driven into the ground have their ends bent and tied with transverse poles, themselves covered with grass, mats or bark. The same type of construction is found in the circular or oval form among the Pygmies of the Congo 54, among the Hottentots and the Zulus. The principle of construction of the Eskimo igloo, made of ice, is entirely different 55. When the cylindrical frame of the walls is topped with a distinct conical roof, we obtain a dwelling of the type of the Mongolian tent, covered in felt, or the Siberian yurt with a roof made of reindeer skins. The same type is found in Africa with different materials. Clay walls, roof with basketwork arches covered with grass give the appearance of a large mushroom. Finally, the oblong house, where the ridge beam is supported by several forked piles, is found both in simple forms, for example in Chaco, and with complicated architecture. Houses in British Columbia, throughout Oceania and Indonesia are made of wood with a double-pitched roof and overhanging gable. The oblong houses of equatorial Africa have their walls made of bark, while the Muong of Indochina prefer basketwork. Rammed earth walls often call for a roof terrace. This is the case among the Hopi of North America, where the sandstone blocks are cemented with clay. Access to the house takes place through the roof, using ladders whose removal is a means protection. The roof terrace allows the construction of one or more recessed floors. We go from one terrace to another, from one house to another, via the terraces. The principle is the same as in Arab architecture, and nothing resembles a Moroccan town with terraced houses more than a North American pueblo. When studying housing, we will not omit the possibility of a double morphology. A type of dwelling is not exclusive to a specific area. All of Northern Asia lives in two ways: in a conical tent, part of the year, in a round hut the rest of the time. It will seem normal, in certain cases, for clay houses to be built on stilts. This depends not only on the soil, sandy or clayey, but at least as much on the technique. Sometimes also, poor adaptation to external conditions comes from the fact that man remains attached to a method which had its reason for existence, but which a change of existence or a migration has made inadequate. Old methods can also be adapted to new purposes. In Oceania, the space between the pillars serves as a pig stable and constructions on stilts are excellent granaries. A certain number of large tombs actually represent hay cabins, similar to those that we still see in our mountains. From Indochina to France, these chalets are placed on pebbles which should prevent rats from climbing. A detail of this order can belong to a considerable body of geographical and historical facts. The exhaustive study of the different types of houses encountered on a certain route will make it possible to note the limits of a specific civilization, but we must beware of the slightest a priori. All of South Africa parks in circles, the houses forming a circle around the hearth. It is the kraal, but there are people who, in South Africa, no longer park in circles, sometimes do not park at all. It should therefore not be said that all Bantus know the kraal, nor that the kraal is specifically Bantu. Functional and morphological study. To study the house, proceed as an architect. If possible, have local carpenters draw up reduction models of the different types of construction. For each type, you will need at least 3 models, showing the foundation, the elevation, the roof. The main thing is to study the relationships between the different parts. The choice of location is often determined by magical or religious reasons. The land is sloping, or it must be flattened, earthworks prepared, etc. Study of foundation rites. often very important. Materials. Earthworks. Who builds? In some societies, the carpenter is regularly the brother-in-law, wife's brother, of the owner. In Fiji, in Melanesia, in Polynesia, we find real guilds of carpenters. Note each moment, each detail, each gesture of construction. Making construction technology and the ideology of this technology. Is the construction collective or individual? Note everything relating to the fasteners, tenons, knots, plugs, nails, rafters, stanchions. Balance of timber. The ridge beam forms an awning or does not protrude. The shape of the roofs may be more typical than the shape of the house itself. A house with circular walls can have a square roof, but putting a round roof on a square house, as the Bamum of Cameroon do, calls for solving a difficult problem. A house may well be built for a limited period, for example the Eskimo ice house. We will therefore not pay exclusive attention to the greater or lesser solidity of the materials. Certain houses, dried in the ground, can last a very long time. But we will note the concern for different shelters according to the different moments of existence, according to age, the time of year. Thus, adolescent homes are common. Almost every black family has its house and, on the other hand, its farm in the fields. Very often, the entire population lives the entire cultivation period far from the village, in the fields. The type of property in Roman law is represented by landed property, and particularly by built property. But in almost all African laws, the house is considered a type of movable property. In countries where the normal grouping is the undivided family, or extended family, it will sometimes be necessary to call a group of dwellings house. Let's take a Norwegian farm. It has a building for each purpose: father's house, son's house, forge shelter, stable, pigsty, cowshed, barn, kitchen, attics, tool shed. It all forms a house. This is the case of the Maori house, of the Sudanese house. The plan of the house will indicate its orientation, often very important. The Bitsilio house plays the role of a sundial 56. Who lives in each corner, location of everyone, of everything, space reserved for the host. The detailed study of the furniture, mode of use, beliefs concerning each object, will be accompanied by a scale plan. The kitchen, the hearth, and the fire. How does smoke escape? The chimney does not appear until quite late. Beliefs and uses concerning domestic fire. Relations of the house with the garden, with the fields, fencing systems. Stone surrounding walls are rare. Fences, hedges, etc. Home maintenance. Do we recreate it at fixed times? Who and when? If applicable, location of the dead. Destruction of the house, for example in the event of death. The study of decoration involves the study of all the details of the house. We will ask the owner for an explanation of each decoration. Such an investigation will often reveal, with the use of coats of arms, the presence of an aristocracy. Destination of buildings. Alongside houses for private use, we will particularly study houses of public order, in particular men's houses, if necessary, the houses of secret societies, which may not be distinct from temples. All Papuan villages are divided into 2 phratries and each of these phratries has its men's house. Elsewhere, the construction of a men's house is an act as important as the erection of a royal palace. It can be the sign of the emancipation of those who build it, provoke a war, sacrifices, or the construction of other houses. Houses of the patriarch, his wives, his daughters, his married sons, adolescents. House for menstruating women. Attics, workshops, etc. It is at the end of this study that the investigator will be able to carry out technological geography. Once the different types of housing have been statistically established, it will be necessary to identify the notion of the architectural canon. But here, as with any social phenomenon, we will distinguish the canon, that is to say the rule, the ideal, from the observed average. The urban area. The house does not normally have an existence in itself, except in countries where housing is essentially dispersed, but the case is rare. The study of the dwelling would not be complete without a study of the village, or the town, if necessary. This question, too often studied in purely geographical terms, arises for me at least as much in statistical and technical terms. The village is very often fortified, or built on a military site. The location of the Ligurian village, the Kabyle village and the Maori village, the Bitsilio village, is the same. The town, built on a spur from where the inhabitants dominate the region, is generally accessible only from one side. This is the position of the ancient Apata. It is not necessary that a village never changed its location. Gallic towns were alternately on the plain or on the summits, fortified or not fortified. Study the temporary camps, the caves of refuge, the wells, all collective services. The location of the garbage pile may be determined for religious reasons. Use of garbage. We will then study the position of the village from a geographical point of view, in relation to crops, means of transport, roads, and bridges. The study of the city is a major question of the history of civilization. Some towns are fortified, alongside towns without defenses. The fortified city could in this case correspond to an imperial or royal city. Thus the king's city stands out clearly in mossy country and as far as the Guinea coast. Transport industries 57. Transportation industries are much more developed than is commonly believed. Technologically, the world was populated by means of transport, just as the Sahara and Arabia are only habitable for camel breeders. Certain parts of South America are only accessible to Indians. Knowing how to use boats. However, there are societies that are still very poor in this area. Australians only have small nets for any means of transport, while all of northern Asia has chests, often large. Means of communication. We will first observe the land arrangements, tracks, paths, roads. Mark the indigenous names on a map. The use of the plain will be of great use here in savanna or desert countries. Sometimes, even in the forest, tracks appear, seen from an airplane. Relations between villages can exist over very long distances. Intertribal relations are not rare. Note, if applicable, the trail protection technique, characteristic of all of Indochina, the existence of chicanes, fortifications, chevaux de frise. Sometimes also, protection is ensured by religious prohibitions, by taboos. Bridges appear even more frequent than roads, rope bridges, liana bridges in Africa and America, suspension bridges throughout Asia, Oceania, and South America. The Apaches of North America transported their horses from one side of the canyon to the other using a ferry system. Portage. On all these slopes, where man, or more generally woman, was the first beast of burden. The man holds the spear and the butcher. If he carried the charge, he could not defend his wife. How do we wear? Using what instruments? The processes of load distribution on the body must be observed carefully. One of the reasons for the relationship of Asia and part of Oceania with America is the bandage. Tibetan caravans go down to Nepal, go up to the Himalayas and come back down to India by carrying everything on the head, using a headband passing over the forehead. Carrying on the head. Carrying by shoulder pole. Carried on the groin. Study the walk of the porter each time, especially in hilly country. Next come the vehicles. The first means of transport on land were undoubtedly of the cart type, two trailed poles whose ends meet, carry the load at the center of gravity. Under its name travois, Old French travois, the burden is still observed in North America. The sled is probably, if not prehistoric, at least as old as current North Asian civilization. The Eskimo sled remains the best. The wheelbarrow, which implies the wheel, is very old throughout Asia. In the Chinese wheelbarrow, the wheel was inside the tub. Mason and Powell's theory on the origin of the chariot seems correct. It supposes a cart pulled by two horses and to which a wheel is added at the center of gravity. Very remarkable thing, the Indians have a sense of the disc, moreover, they know the dray, but they never put a travois on wheels. We can therefore assume that when they arrived in America, they knew about the travois and the wheel, but had not had the idea of putting one on top of the other. The use of animals for transport, saddle animals, pack animals, draft animals, has greatly modified the conditions. Here the same questions will arise as for transport on the back of men: how do we transport, what do we transport, etc. The reindeer must have been a beast of burden at a fairly early date, but elsewhere than in America. The Eskimo followed the wild reindeer, they did not domesticate it. Even those of them living alongside the North American Indians who own domestic reindeer have not been able to tame the animal. The Eskimos nonetheless belong to a reindeer civilization. 58. Beasts of burden exist almost everywhere. Depending on the region we will find the llama, the yak, the horse. The South American llama, which produces the vicuna, belongs to the same family as the Tibetan llama. The arrival of the horse in North America transformed the entire country. 59. For everything relating to draft animals, study harnessing and harnessing. The most advanced carriages of antiquity were the Asian carriages, and among these, the Mongolian carriages. The history of the chariot and the wheel is one of the most important there is. By observing the way in which we transport, we will not forget to mention the care given to the animals. Water transport. Water has never been an obstacle, water is a means of transport. Rivers have never constituted an obstacle to trade, but an ease. What do we transport on? Lake, river, lagoon, and especially the sea, each require an appropriate mode of transport. The most primitive form of transport by water is undoubtedly that which constitutes driftwood. In all the lagoons of the Guinea coast, the natives support themselves on the water by holding onto pieces of wood. Several trunks joined together will make a raft, in the simple form that the natives of the Amazon still know. The Maricopa Indians only use two parallel trunks connected by transverse sticks, which they move using long poles. Bunches of reeds or rushes tied together in the shape of a cigar are called balsas. Like the raft, balsa floats by virtue of its specific weight, but it is not waterproof. Tasmanians themselves knew it. It is still in use in Chad and on the lakes of South America. From the skin serving as a float, skin boats developed: kayak and umiak of the Eskimo, a round boat from Ireland, the latter made of an ox skin stretched over a carcass made of hemispherical branches. Bark canoes, Canada, Guyana, are so light that they can be carried when it is necessary to cross cataracts. But the most widespread of all primitive boats is undoubtedly the canoe made from a simple tree trunk hollowed out using an adze and fire. It dates back to the Swiss Neolithic and is common to Africa, the two Americas and Oceania. The construction of this boat is only possible when adequate wood is available. In Oceania, the natives had both single-sided canoes with edges raised by planks, and double canoes, separable or durable. The Melanesians travel their rivers in simple canoes made from a hollowed-out log that they move with a paddle, but for the sea they have a boat equipped with an outrigger parallel to the boat. The outrigger canoe characterizes Polynesia and Indonesia, from where this type spread to Madagascar. The large oceanic boats measure more than 30 meters long. The double canoes of Fiji took 100 passengers and several tons of cargo. The Polynesians are admirable navigators. Their original homeland would be located somewhere in southern Asia. Over time, they spread across the entire Pacific and as far as Easter Island. The study of the boat can only be undertaken by a sailor. He will study the planking, the stern, the bow. The keel is a recent invention, dating barely from the 8th century AD. The invention of the stern rudder is necessarily recent since it presupposes the existence of the keel. It was the Normans who made this evolution between the 9th and the 1st century AD. The invention of the stern rudder changed the entire art of navigation. The study of the decoration of the boat will always yield interesting results. The boat is an animated being, the boat sees, the boat smells. Very often he has a 60 eye, sometimes a neck, often teeth, hence the name of the Norwegian drakars, dragons it bites. Melanesian, Polynesian, Papuan boats have teeth. The boat is a machine driven by a motor, using a specific transmission mode. The simplest mode of transmission will be the pole, paddles, sculling or oars. Study the synchronism of paddlers or rowers, the songs of paddlers, note all the beliefs, all the rites concerning paddling. It is curious to observe that the American Indians, who live in contact with the Eskimo, never learned from them the use of the oars that the Eskimo women wield on their large umiaks. Sailing was a great invention. The triangular sail, initially without a mast, is known throughout the Pacific, while the Chinese junk has a quadrangular sail, generally made of mats. Note all the attachment systems, all the knots, the sails. How do we orient ourselves? Marked by the stars. Do the natives know how to take stock? Do they have maps? Etc. Life on boats, boathouses. 5. Aesthetic. Return to the table of contents. Aesthetic phenomena form one of the largest parts of social and not simply individual human activity. A thing is beautiful, an act is beautiful, a verse is beautiful, when it is recognized as beautiful by the mass of people of taste. This is called part grammar. All aesthetic phenomena are to some degree social phenomena. It is very difficult to distinguish aesthetic phenomena from technical phenomena. For a specific reason, a technique is always a series of traditional acts, a series, that is to say an organic sequence intended to produce an effect which is not only a sui generis effect, as in religion, but a physical effect. However, very often, the aesthetic work also consists of an object. The distinction between techniques and the arts, especially when it comes to creative arts, is therefore only a distinction of collective psychology. In one case, the object has been manufactured and is thought of in relation to its physical purpose, in the other case, it was manufactured and is designed in relation to the search for aesthetic sensation. The stranger will know the distinction by first asking the actor or author. There is technique in art and there is technical architecture, but the aesthetic object is recognized by the presence of a more complicated notion than the sole notion of utility. As soon as plasticity appears, we see notions of balance emerge, and therefore notions of rhythm, and as soon as rhythm appears, art appears. Socially and individually, man is a rhythmic animal. The notion of utility characterizes the notion of technique, the relative notion of absence of utility characterizes the notion of aesthetics. The aesthetic fact is always represented in people's thinking in a form of play, of added value, of luxury. Where to find aesthetics? Firstly, in all the techniques and especially in the higher techniques, the clothing is an ornament even more than a protection, the house is an aesthetic creation, the boat is often very decorated. In all the populations that interest us, decoration is part of the technique, to which are also added religious elements, representations, and religious balances. Aesthetics contribute to effectiveness, as well as rites. The number of purely secular objects would be quite restricted. Conversely, there is always an element of art and a technical element in any object of worship. One of the best criteria for distinguishing the aesthetic part in an object, in an act, is the Aristotelian distinction, the notion of theoria. The aesthetic object is an object that we can contemplate. There is in fact aesthetic an element of contemplation, of satisfaction outside of immediate need, a sensual but disinterested joy. We find in all these societies a faculty of disinterestedness, of pure sensitivity, and even of a sense of nature. Aesthetics can be very developed, aesthetics of games, aesthetics of dance, aesthetics of the activity itself. Part of rhythm consists of the representation of the activity itself. To study aesthetic phenomena is, above all, to study one side of the object and an activity. We can therefore measure the aesthetic activity, the aesthetic part, in each object. 61. We have defined the technical phenomenon as consisting of acts contributing to a physically or chemically determined goal. We will define the aesthetic phenomenon by the presence of the notion of beauty. it is impossible to obtain a non-subjective definition of beauty. It will therefore be necessary to list all the games, all the activities that create a pleasure corresponding to beauty, from a dye to a painting. Another formula will allow us to define beauty through the notion of pleasure and joy, joy for joy's sake, sometimes sought with crazy intensity. Enthusiasm and catharsis. Among the Zuni of Central America there are parties which end in purges and general vomiting. Yet another definition is that of rhythm, as studied by Wundt and with him all of Folker Psychology 62. Boas, in his Primitive Art 63, connects all art to rhythm, because where there is rhythm, generally there is aesthetics, where there are tones, variations of touches and intensities, there is generally aesthetics. Prose is only beautiful when it is to some degree rhythmic and to some degree sung. Differences in tones, keys, sensitivities, all this is rhythm, all this is art. Finally, in most ethnographic societies there is an important phenomenon, which is the mixing of the arts. Most of the arts are designed at the same time by men who are total men. A decoration is always made in relation to the thing decorated. The importance of the aesthetic phenomenon in all societies that preceded us is considerable. Our societies are in significant regression compared to previous civilizations from this point of view. A beautiful observation is that of Robertson Smith on the sad character of post-Japhaic religions and the joy of paganism 64. A second form of study of aesthetics will consist of studying precisely in the society observed the distribution of this notion of beauty, which is not found in all classes of society in the same way, but applies to different objects. Aesthetics always includes a notion of sensory pleasure. There is no beauty without sensory pleasure. A great Australian corroboree is called the one who unties the belly. We must therefore observe in any aesthetic phenomenon the problem of mixing the arts. In a corroboree, there is everything, including painting, painting of people, painting of things. This being said, it will be appropriate to study each art, each system of art, each mixture of arts, from all possible points of view and first of all from the psychophysiological point of view, from the point of view of the sensation of colors 65. We will then observe the contrasts, the harmonics and the disharmonics, the rhythms and the relationships between the different rhythms, the representations and the relationships between rhythms and representations, difficult study, but interesting for the graphic arts, much more complicated when it comes to sound arts. It will be necessary to analyze the finer points of sensation in society. Some individuals are very fine, others remain very crude. Then study all the emotions, emotion of the author, the actor, the listener, the spectator. And also the mixing of everything with the general principles of psychophysiology. Study the creative faculties, the mysteries of intuition and creation ex nihilo. How was a song found? We generally know to whom it was revealed, where, under what conditions, if there was a modification of an old verse or an old song. Also note the sociological side of aesthetic phenomena, the role of festivals in public life. It is the notion of fair, of joy, of games. All this coexists in the aesthetic phenomenon, in an often inextricable mixture. Religious importance of aesthetic phenomena, related to religious phenomena. From this, theory of collective representations of art. Here we will encounter the great theory, to which I expressly attach myself, the doctrine of Proust on the common origins of religion and art, religious origin of art, artistic origin of religion 66. Thus defined and delimited the aesthetic phenomena, we will finally study their ethnographic aspect, that is to say the history of artistic civilization. A large part of our history of civilization is made up of the history of art, simply because it especially interests us. The cartography of the visual arts presents itself as an absolute necessity, part of typography. It is not sufficiently studied. However, the shape of certain objects characterizes a society, such as the spout pot, invented by the Celts. It is the set of typological contacts that makes it possible to trace sets of civilizations, or successive layers and filiations of civilizations. but at the same time we must look for what distinguishes an era or a society. Study of common elements, study of divergent or singular elements must go hand in hand. The figure of the art of a society must be drawn up in its entirety, with its own characteristics. An individual portrait must be made. This established, we will study each aesthetic phenomenon and first of all the objects. The study of aesthetics will consist largely in the simple collection of objects. We will collect everything, including what is easy to collect and especially jewelry. Jewelry, even very primitive, is art, and ornament is art. We will also study all ceremonial things, embroidery, feather decorations, etc. A large number of arts are ceremonial arts, where the effect of wealth and value is particularly sought after. There are joys in materials and there are joys in the use of these materials. Jade is one of the most beautiful materials there is. Clothing is almost always ceremonial clothing. Luxury printing plays a big role in the concept of art. Then will come sculpture and painting. Sculpture includes something completely different from what we mean by it. We have a definition of the sculpture in the round which assimilates it to a statue, but a decorated stake, a decorated pipe, is in the round. On the other hand, it is not the material alone that is the object of art. It is not because an object is made of marble that it is an object of art. You will have to study everything you can on site, if not the object itself. Send a photo or a stamping, redrawn from the photo, for example for body paintings. You will have to take all the everyday objects, one by one, and ask the informant if they are beautiful. The whistle is an object of art throughout America. Almost always, the art object hides a meaning, a given shape offers a symbol. It will be up to the investigator to find the exact meaning of the symbol. We study symbolism from the notion of pure symbol of the mathematical type, but what characterizes the symbol is the means of thinking one form of thing into another thing. It's about thinking about the thing that the art object means. There is a whole language here that needs to be deciphered. Finally, many art objects have religious value, why? And an economic value, why? We will carefully study all the circumstances surrounding each object, each artistic event, where, who, when, like what, for whom, for what. An art object, by definition, is an object recognized as such by a group. It will therefore be necessary to analyze the sensations of the individual who uses this object. In this survey even more than in any other, the European observer will be wary of his personal impressions. The total of the form has to be analyzed by the native with his visual sense. After the analysis of the whole, we will move on to the analysis, always by the native, of each motif, of each system of motifs. And once we have studied the details of the different subjects of which the object is composed, we will move on to the study of the type, that is to say the whole of the object. An aesthetic object is always a whole, it therefore has a general form, it has a type. And when several objects offer the same type, we can say that the type is a generalized type more or less in a given industry of a given society. Here we enter the typology, from which we can study the relationships between the arts and societies. All aesthetic phenomena are divided into two groups, pure artistic phenomena and games. All aesthetic phenomena are game phenomena, but not all games are necessarily aesthetic phenomena. In the artistic phenomenon, to the notion of entertainment, of relatively disinterested pleasure, is added the sensation of beauty. We can still quite clearly distinguish the arts from games by the serious character of the former. Pleasant activity of play, serious activity of art. Games are part of the aesthetic, they are a means of creating selfless joy, they are traditional acts, generally done collectively. The division of the arts proposed by Wundt distinguishes between plastic arts, which include music and dance, and ideal arts, where in the author and in the spectators, an idea presides. But I only see here the expression of our current pedantry in matters of art. The Japanese see no difference between paint and makeup. Game 67. Games are traditional activities aimed at sensory pleasure, to some aesthetic degree. Games are often at the origin of professions, and many elevated, ritual or natural activities, first tried in the surplus activity that constitutes games. They are distributed between ages, sexes, generations, times, spaces. An investigation into games will begin with a psychophysiological study of the activity of the game, action of the game, fatigue, dice, tent of the game, pleasure of the game. Relationships between the body and the mind in the game. It will be necessary to study everything which, here, relates to psychophysiology, and also to psychosociology. Are the people with whom I play from my family or not? In games of skill, all body techniques still come into play. Kulin divides games into rituals and non-rituals, games of chance and games that are not random, games of bodily skill and games of manual skill. Missing from this classification is the notion of agonistics, the notion of the questions posed to the game, which seems to me to be of primary importance. The games are agonistic or not, they pit two camps or two individuals against each other or not. These distinctions will overlap: ritual and non-ritual games, manual games and oral games, a manual game, an oral game, which may or may not be ritual. The games will still be divided into public or private, the latter always including a minimum of advertising. Manual games can be divided very well into issues of skill, games of chance or not, divinatory games or not, and in games of chance strictly speaking, which are almost always games of skill. Another classification will distinguish the games according to the players, sex, age, profession, social classes. Such a game is still played in such a season, in such a place. Many games are night games. The games often take place in the public square, a sacred location. Some activate the entire population. For each game, we will study the mixture of art and play, religion and play, drama and play, manual and oral. Another division overlaps with the previous ones. Many games are imitations of useful activities, but in this notion of mimicry we must still distinguish what is true mimicry, oral or manual. Some very simple games have the sole purpose of relaxing laughter, an effect of surprise. Others can be much more complicated, such as dramatic games. A drama is always a mimicry, which can go very far. I will classify here living animals treated as toys under the influence of child cruelty. Still other games head towards the heights of intelligence, calculation games, sticks, knuckle bones. Primitive forms of the chessboard were noted in Northwest America by Tyler. John Ketts are a great American game. In all this questions of divination and even cosmology intervene, alongside games of pure and simple skill, such as mora, or riddles. We can further classify games by their consequences, by the element of divination and success that they contain. Very often the game allows luck to be determined. The address itself is a matter of luck. Spinning top is a religious game in America. Finally, the individual game can be very serious, as we see among the Kanakas or the Papuans, where the future drum fighter repeats his game to himself for an entire season. Manual games. Manual games involve a maximum of body effort, a maximum of objects to be handled manually. They are very generally accompanied by oral games. We will not separate material games from manual games. The maximum number of toys is represented by North Asia and Far East Asia. The most widespread game, attested everywhere, is cat's cradle, or string game. It's one of the hardest games to describe. The investigator will have to learn how to do each figure, in order to be able to reproduce the movements later. We will use words and drawings. Cinema blurs the figures. For the drawing, we will mark each position of the wire at each moment, as well as the direction in which the wire will be moved to move from one position to the next. The literary description will be done using precise vocabulary. Everything that happens on the back of the hand will be called dorsal, everything that happens on the palm will be called palmar. Each finger therefore has a palmar face and a dorsal face. The movement which goes towards the little finger is called radial, that which comes towards the thumb is called lunar. Finally, the positions of the string in relation to the fingers can be proximal, that is to say near the palm, or distal, that is to say near the end of the finger 68. This nomenclature can be applied equally well to all studies of basketry, rope work, and esparto work. Material games are distinguished into permanent games and non-permanent games, children's games, and adult games. In the permanent games the dolls enter first, then all the material for musical games, tap dances, rattles, etc., games with weapons, games with bats, all the devil's games, all the diabolos, ball games, common throughout America, then the stone games, hopscotch, the children of Paris who play hopscotch go to heaven. Ball games, played by adults, are generally rituals, games of skill, games of strength, often collective. They correspond to a social expression of prestige by designating the side which will achieve victory. It's about winning, being the strongest, the champion. An element of divination is mixed in all this. The winning party has the gods on its side, the gods have played with it, as in war they fought with it. In a ball game, we will note the location, the terms of the battle 69. Most of the great temples of Central America are ball game sanctuaries, most of the great rituals correspond to ball game games. Games of skill such as Polovkakagni or kite flying also offer a ritual character 70. The history of the royal family of Siam is linked to the history of the kite. Justing and kite racing characterize the entire Pacific and Indian Ocean. The cup and ball existed in the Magdalenian era, it is found today among the Eskimos. Disc game that you have to pierce while it rolls, and which symbolizes the solar disk. Manual games still include athletic, individual and team games, such as tug of war, the game of hoop and hoop. Polo comes to us from Persia and derives from the game of chess, while water polo is said to be a Malay invention. Oral games. I will be very brief on oral games, which we will find when talking about literature. Oral games include all the riddles, rhymes, and all the puns, including scatological jokes and obscenity fights. All this is at the origin of literature. Songs, that is to say literature, accompany almost all dance games. The existence of a category games of chance is only valid for our civilizations. We have invented new categories of the mind. Everywhere else, the game of chance is a game of chance and a game of skill, knucklebones, dice, mancala game, throughout Africa 71. The arts 72. The arts are distinguished from games by the exclusive search for beauty that they imply. However, the distinction between games and the arts proper should not be considered absolutely rigid. To study the arts, we will proceed as we did for the techniques, starting from the body. All arts can be divided into plastic or musical. The first are defined by the use of the body or a temporary or permanent object, they therefore include all the arts of the body, ornamental, adornment, including painting and sculpture, because we sculpt our body by deforming it, by tattooing it. A piece of jewelry is intended to be worn. Ornamentation is much more developed in these societies than in ours. After the decoration of everyday objects, comes decoration for decoration's sake, the ideal art, but which is only a very small part of art. The musical arts include poetry and drama, as Plato conceived them. A division that seems more logical to me would proceed differently. I would start from one of the musical arts, which is dance. Dance is very close to games, progression would be imperceptible, and dance is at the origin of all the arts. Certain peoples, Fuegians, Australians, know very little of the arts, but all their artistic effort flourishes in dance. Australians have an important artistic life, they have operas, the corroboree, which include actors, sets, poetry, drama. We are far too inclined to believe that our divisions are inevitabilities of the human spirit. The categories of the human mind will change again, and what seems well established in minds will one day be completely abandoned. Plastic arts. I will start with the plastic arts, which offer the merit for us of coming immediately after the techniques. Not all techniques are arts, but the plastic arts are techniques. The distinction in the work of the worker is weak, difficult to find. It is a distinction of point of view, which the native will explain. We will therefore consider all the plastic arts to be more aesthetic techniques than just the techniques. All art is rhythmic, but there are not only rhythms in art. The plasticity of an art is defined by the creation of an object, temporary or permanent. A large mound, a large tumulus, is a work of art. The tattoos of the Marxans are works of art. Elsewhere, people paint their faces or bodies for a specific ceremony. The feather ornaments of Mato Grosso are made for 2 or 3 days only. We will therefore begin the study of the plastic arts by collecting all art objects, including the most humble, paper dolls, bladder lanterns, etc. A tree can be carved on all its sides. In this regard, the worker had a sense of volumes and relationships. A fork handle for cannibals is sculpture, a beautiful model of American whistle is sculpture. For the study of the plastic arts, we will use a division established, as for techniques, based on the body. The first plastic art is that of the individual who works on his body, dancing, walking, rhythmic gestures, etc. Like the techniques, the plastic arts are divided into general plastic arts and special plastic arts. The general techniques of plastic art first include dyeing with its derivative form, painting. Dyeing and painting lead to the drawing, which allows the distribution of tones on the different parts of the field to be decorated. A purely graphic design is rarely intended to give an aesthetic effect. It can nevertheless achieve this, thanks to the division of paper, for example. Let us also not forget the rhythm of the drawing, which is a rhythm of spots. We will study all the materials for dyeing, painting and drawing: chalk, charcoal, ochre. Take a sample of the raw material at its different times of use. What color mixtures are made, using which components? Repeat the same work on the varnishes and erasers, noting the native name. How is the paint fixed? Beginnings of the pen, the pencil, the brush. The special plastic arts are divided according to the things to be created or decorated, exactly like the industries. They constitute a set of techniques contributing to the creation of a specific object, for specific needs. Here finally comes the notion of need, of aesthetic need in particular. The starting point is body decoration. The first decorated object is the human body, and more especially the male body. Direct ornamentation of the body can be called cosmetics. Man has always sought to add something beautiful to society, to incorporate it into himself. We will reserve the name indirect ornament or adornment for mobile objects. Next comes the ornamentation of everyday, movable, and immovable objects. Finally, pure ornamentation, or ideal arts, sculpture, architecture, painting, engraving. Cosmetics 73. It includes beauty added to the body and can consist of what to outsiders appears to be a disfigurement. For anything that is a work of art on the body, we will take a photo and a drawing, preferably dimensioned. In societies that practice cranial deformations, such as among the Mangbattu of the Belgian Congo, deformed skulls are reported. The observer will distinguish between public and private cosmetics, permanent and temporary, between total or partial decorations of the body. These divisions do not necessarily overlap. We will proceed on the one hand by inventory, observing all the rules which allow the establishment of a good inventory. Where, who, when, like what, on whom, for what, how. Note the aesthetic of each object. The natives find it beautiful. Why? On the other hand, we will endeavor to highlight the symbol of each decoration. All dance decorations must be studied one by one. Direct decoration of the body and added ornaments, such as masks. For temporary decorations, all materials will be collected: oils, urine, soap, sputum, blood used to glue or decorate, by studying each partial effect and the whole. Tattoos, body paintings can indicate the clan, the family, the individual. Sometimes also, they indicate a serious moment, dramatic ceremony, funeral, initiation, War. Who has the right to wear a particular decoration or coat of arms? When it comes to permanent decorations, we first find scars and deformities. The tattoo is a sign, a symbol, in particular of rank or birth and even of nationality. Populations that deform the ear do so to mark each member of the group with a uniform sign. The same questions will arise here as for temporary decorations. In addition, we will always study the symbol and the religious, initiatory, legal value of the brand. There is a right and obligation to tattoos and scars, no one can escape them with impunity. Study each deformation individually, distinguishing by sex, age, clan. Indicate the degree of depth of the deformation, it reaches the epidermis, the dermis, stamping, molding. Study deformations that affect the bones, deformation of the fingers, removal of the little finger, toes. Skull deformation, common, of the ear. Flattening of the nose, refinement of the nose. Take photos of skulls, casts, search for ancient skulls. Very often the populations which practice cranial deformation are populations with cradles. The search for fat in women, steatopygia, characterizes the entire Turkish world and part of the Black world. Breast amputation, for example among the Amazons. Deformation affecting the hair system, the growth of hair and pubic hair can be linked to vegetation. The type of hairstyle is determined by fashion and also by the rank, clan, family, age, social position of the individual. How do you shave your head? How do you fix your hair? Mixing the hat and the hair, braiding with beads 74. Finally, study of hair removal. The openings of the body are dangerous points that must be protected, deformities of the eyes, eyelashes, and eyebrows, eye discolorations, temporary or permanent, the evil eye. Deformations of the mouth, the labored with the plateau as a maximum. Holes drilled in the tongue, for example among the Mayan high priests of ancient Mexico. The removal of incisors in Australia is sometimes linked to a cult of water, one must not bite the water, sometimes also to a cult of the word, the extracted tooth is crushed, then sent to the future mother-in-law, who must swallow it. From that moment on, son-in-law and mother-in-law can no longer speak to each other. Ear deformities, separation or rapprochement, extension of the lobe, piercing of the lobe. Nose deformities, perforation of the nasal septum, permanent or not. Deformation of the sexual organs, the scar must make the organ beautiful and clean, it is also a tribal mark, infibulation, sewing, subincision, encapsulation for male organs. Circumcision is a tattoo, it is above all an aesthetic operation. For women, sewing of the labia, excision of the clitoris, elongation of the clitoris, elongation of the slit. Deformation of the scrotum, anus. All the scarring and deformations deserve the name tattoo 75. Tattoos are permanent deformations, since they require injections that are generally indelible. The Marquesan tattoo is obtained using an indelible paint introduced under the skin by a needle. Polynesian tattoos unite fields using sufficiently broad strokes. In Africa, tattooing simply aims to produce beads arranged according to a preliminary design. Tattooing persists in our societies, formerly used by the troops, today by isolated young people, sailors, colonials, and also among the criminal strata of the population. We will distinguish between general tattoo and special tattoos, always placed with precision. Each essential point of the body is supposed to have eyes, to have a view of the outside world. A large number of tattoos are done on places where blood can be seen beating, on the ankles, neck, wrists. A beautiful Maori is a living picture of a consummate and traditional art. Note the drawing in detail, note the symbolism of each drawing and the intended effect. All these primitive forms of writing must be studied individually. If the symbol is known and understood, it is already writing. Said. We move from cosmetics to ornamentation of the body, to the addition of ornaments to the body. The notion of adornment corresponds to a search for artificial beauty, so to speak, constant and full of symbols. The language of flowers in Polynesia and Melanesia is very complete. Part of the time is spent in the search for adornment, such as the hair braiding ceremony among the Marandanam, Papuans from the mouth of the fly, in Dutch New Guinea. The position of women in terms of adornment has evolved considerably. The Australian woman is little dated, the man very well adorned. History of Chinese women's adornment, in the city, at court, in the countryside. Clothing is above all an adornment more than a protection. Absences of clothing must be noted in the same way. Clothing will vary considerably depending on age, sex, and ceremonies. Always proceed by inventory, neglecting no detail. What is the desired effect of wearing the garment? This is generally a sign of wealth. It has a value, often monetary. The American Northwest has blankets, all of which are locked in boxes, property of the clan and the individual whose series of insignia they constitute. Very often, people carry everything they can. Why are the Hausa people of Nigeria so covered? It will still be necessary to distinguish between possession and exposure. All the clothes, all the jewelry, worn do not necessarily belong to the person who wears them. Notion of paraphernals, of additional dowry, always individual property. The adornment must be studied as a whole and in each detail taken in isolation. Normally added to clothing are dyeing, embroidery, designs. Let us not forget that gauze fabrics, known from time immemorial in Asia, were only introduced to Europe after the Crusades. Gauze comes from Gaza. The adornment is generally placed at critical points of the body, on the openings of the body, insertion of labrets in the lips, rings in the earlobe, in the nasal septum, all knots worn on the joints, all bracelets, all necklaces, some of which must cause deformation of the neck. History of head decoration. The hat is a protection or a decoration. Sound jewelry, cowbells, bells. We can also classify jewelry according to their material. Ars plumaria in South America, bone jewelry, ivory jewelry, wild boar tooth rings in Indochina and Polynesia. Jewelry made of shells and teeth. Finally, all goldsmithing often imitates bone, shell, ivory, etc. jewelry in metal. Finally, the mask 76 is only an immense ornament whose wearing is accompanied by a complete disguise. The masked individual is someone other than himself. We can see all the progress of the mask from very elementary forms in Australia, where the widow accumulates plaster on her head in considerable proportions, her absolute mourning only ending with the loss of the hair and of this fixed mask. The mask dates from the Solutrean. It developed greatly, particularly in Tibet, from where it spread to Malaysia. Masks can be of all kinds. A very strong paint, possibly detachable, is the start of a mask. Clay and kaolin masks. The masks of the Bismarck Archipelago, in northern Melanesia, represent the entire history of the clan and the individual wearing the mask. Some masks aim to conceal the entire individual. Throughout Melanesia, the masked individual completely disappears beneath his mask. Among certain populations, the mask is fundamental in the ritual. Each individual wears his mask, which indicates his position in the clan. The arrival of the masks in a ceremony corresponds to the arrival of the entire clan, including the personified ancestors. Cats in a ritual among the Hopi and Zuni of Central America. All humanity knows masks. The Fuegians themselves have very beautiful masks. Very often, the mask does not represent a man, but a genius, sometimes even a specific mask. Among the Marandanam, a great ceremony represents the sea. The men arrive wearing feathers which they wave to simulate the movement of the waves. Each mask must be studied individually. When the masks form masquerade, the relationships of the masks to each other, in drama, in religion, symbol of each, myth, story, relationships with the name, with the first name. The mask is at the origin of the notion of person 77. The mask can reincarnate the ancestor, embody the auxiliary spirit. Many are burned after being worn only once. The mask is a sculpture in the round. The dimensions can be considerable. the decoration very complicated. For each mask it will be necessary to study the entire ritual and technique of its manufacture, its painting, its sculpture, its drawing, the art of wearing the mask. There are double and triple masks, masks with flaps. Generally, the mask is part of the coat of arms. The great Chinese dragon is a mask, and also a coat of arms. Some of our masks are coats of arms. The Gorgon corresponds to a coat of arms. In the art of the mask there is a search for permanent and medium expression. During the representation, the individual moves, but the mask remains immobile. It is an adornment, but already independent of the person. Ornamental of everyday movable and immovable objects. The set of decorated movable objects varies in the extreme. Certain populations, American Northwest, part of Polynesia, part of Melanesia, decorate everything, others decorate almost nothing, or decorate poorly. But aesthetics can be found in the very absence of decoration. However, overall, it seems that it is in our Western societies that the non-decoration of furniture objects is increasing. The decoration is attested from the Aurignacian. To undertake an in-depth study of this decoration, we will begin with an inventory of decorated movable objects, following the rules common to all inventories: for whom, for what, place of each object in the house, added aesthetic value, collective value, economic value, individual value of the decorated object. It evokes a memory, it has a magical value, a greater or lesser effectiveness, he is or is not animated, he has or does not have one eye, etc. During this study, we will always distinguish between an object and the aesthetic value of this object, and in this aesthetic value, we will distinguish the elements, shape, decoration, material, from all of these elements, or type. Whole and parts, their relationships, this is the type. The set of types of instruments, aesthetic objects, in use in a specific society at a specific time, constitutes the style. Elements, themes, patterns, shapes, types and style. Style corresponds to the entire aesthetic character in which a society, at a given moment, wishes to live. 78. Determining this moment is difficult to establish because here the notion of generations comes into play. We know that fashions change according to generations, but we do not know where generations begin, where they end. Things thus take on a style, borrow a style, then abandon it, even in primitive societies. Please note that there are not necessarily direct relationships between style and civilization. The extent of a style does not necessarily correspond to the extent of a civilization. It is an indication, it is not necessarily proof. Nothing is more dangerous than these inferences. After the collection will come the individual study of each object. We will endeavor to never start from general notions, imitation of nature, copying or stylization, geometry. All of this must be studied from the native's point of view, without ever having recourse to general principles. Explanations and hypotheses may come at the end of the work, but it will always be necessary to start from the individual study of each object. Different ways of classifying objects can be considered. According to the drawing, painting, sculpture technique, or depending on the decorated material: wood, stone, basketry, fabrics, metals, feathers. The most basic art of plastics is obviously graphic drawing, which, even when it concerns a volume, is always reducible to a plan drawing. After graphic drawing comes engraving, then painting, and isolated sculpture, that is to say in the round. But each object will be able to offer these different arts at the same time. Everything happens at the same time. Arts and techniques have connections between them, nothing should be isolated. Embroidery can appear on pottery, cord ceramics, the use of the roulette, the knife, a seal, in the decoration must be mentioned. We can further distinguish the arts according to the techniques they enrich: art of pottery, basketry, esparto work, weaving, decoration of the framework. We will limit ourselves here to saying a few words about drawing, the most elementary art. Every art, every type, every element of a type, is necessarily reduced to a projection and a drawing, or to a single drawing. In the shape of a pot, there is a graphic design capable of representation. We can always, from any form, extract a drawing. However, a drawing is always made up of several elements, even when it only has one line. In every drawing it is an expression or an impression, expression in the person who draws, who expresses himself, impression in the person who receives the shock, in the spectator. We must study the two moments. The stab decided the incision, the successive incisions produced an impression. On the other hand, drawing is an abstraction of painting. Any painting can be reduced to a drawing. Two colors, one next to the other, are limited by a line. Here we must make a distinction between the elements of the drawing. A drawing is made up of a certain number of lines which contribute to the establishment of a pattern. The unity of the pattern is in reality the unity of the design. We will say that the decoration is anthropomorphic, or theriomorphic, or floral. But the difficulty of interpretation is that the design means what people want it to mean, whether it is geometric, or whether it imitates the natural order. A large geometric decoration is the swastika 79, attested from the lowest Neolithic period and which sometimes represents the sun, sometimes the sky, sometimes a starfish. The spiral requires a technique, it requires a string compass, but we know of Australian spirals drawn without any spiral technique. So history and nature of each drawing, of each element of the drawing, if applicable, describe its journey. The motif of the dragon with its hanging tongue is found on both shores of the Pacific, China and the American Northwest. Pure human representation is rare, it generally appears very stylized. In fact, things are both stylized and naturalized. We will therefore be wary of any interpretation that is not that of the natives. A drawing generally does not appear isolated, in the same way a graphic pattern includes graphic and decorative phrases. Concept of art as sentence: the artist not only says, but orders things. Decorative phrases can be multiplied on an object and distributed in a different way depending on the parts of the object. We will distinguish in any decorated object between the fonda decoration, mental or the fundamental decorations, which generally occupy the largest fields of the object, and the frame, between the field and the limits of the field, friezes, frames, borders. The field is inside the field. Never study an aesthetic element without mentioning the relationship of this element to the whole, without seeing the table arrangement of the different elements. The decoration of the main field, all the motifs which are found in the different frames of the field, are all enhancements. They are there to accentuate the thing, cf. the English word enhance, aiding. The decoration includes, in addition to the design, the highlight, and the colors, opposite or complementary relations of the drawing with the material on which it is drawn. The design is engraved with a line or in depth, using a roulette or a punch. But drawing and painting do not alone form the aesthetic character of the object, there is also its form, always in relation to the material. The form involves a search for balance, the object must stand upright, a pot will need a foot, and an aesthetic search. It must still adapt to use, certain technical elements alter the shape, the handle of a pot, the tripod, the spout, etc. Given the general shape of an object, its decoration will vary depending on the dimensions of the object. A small pot can be repeated in a large one. It will therefore be necessary to study all the relationships between the elements of the shape of an object and the volumes of this object. The whole will give the series, that is to say everything which, within a typical form, presents variations, from the small to the very large pot. An object has a graphic shape and a voluminous shape. The relationship of these graphic forms to these voluminous forms constitutes its type. Inside each type, we will collect all the series of the object. The collection of types of a specific population gives the notion of its style and its aesthetic singularity. When an element is not dominant, but singular, arbitrarily chosen, it becomes typical of this society or even of a group of societies, example the three-fingered hand among the Maori. The set of aesthetic elements that characterize a society constitutes the style of this society. The study of these rhythms and these balances which make up a style, the study of small objects which carry a large number of designs, of large objects which carry a small number of designs, all this constitutes the study of an art or an artistic province. Once this art has been analyzed, we can study its distribution, for example the study of interlacing. Unlike our arts, painting, the societies that interest us, are not isolated, most of the time, from the object they decorate. There is generally a conglomeration of arts accumulated on the same object, the time factor does not count. The design is fixed on the object, it is we who invented art for art's sake and who took the design away from what it decorated. And yet, we drew very early on the sand, on the rocks, on all kinds of things that could, strictly speaking, be considered as paper. Decoration of American Northwest wooden tableware, decoration on skin, decoration of the tent, the house, exterior and interior. It will be necessary to measure each object, give an exact photograph of it and also give a photograph of the whole, so that we can accurately represent the characteristics of the plastic arts, the whole of which forms what we call art. The investigator will not leave, but he may come back, as a beautician. In its general assessment, we will include an appreciation of all the visual arts in relation to other social activities, what place do they occupy, what are their relationships with the rest. Instead of talking about the magico-religious character of Negro art, we will mention the relationships that a particular art of a particular black society has with magic and with religion. A shield is emblazoned with the coat of arms. Which coat of arms? Ideal arts. In our usual divisions, the plastic arts include the non-ideal arts, which we have just studied, and the ideal arts, but in truth, all arts are ideal. By inventing paper, our ancestors detached the paint from the walls which support it, but this separation did not make the painting more ideal. It is not because a pattern is found on a common object that it is common, it is just as ideal as the paper on which a design has been drawn. The four ideal arts are, drawing, painting, sculpture, architecture. The notion of ideal art, of art which is only the representation of the ideas and feelings of authors and spectators, is a modern notion. One of its extreme forms, the doctrine of art for art's sake, is a 19th-century phenomenon. In literature it was inaugurated by Théophile Gautier, Baudelaire, and their successors in France, and before Baudelaire, by the great English Romantics. There is no ideal art, but on the other hand, art has lost its religious symbolic decorative value. Ideal art is a certain conception of art. We can take this study indifferently from one end or the other, starting with architecture, which is total art, and ending with sculpture, painting, drawing, or start with drawing and end with architecture. It is easier to start with drawing and painting. We do not know exactly to what extent all societies really sculpted, nor architected, nor especially really designed, although in the arrangement of a clearing for an initiation in Australia, the architecture is already clearly present. We have already seen that technically, paint derives from stain and primers. Painting must, on the other hand, be studied at the same time as drawing. We will rarely find decorations which are simply drawn, without being painted at the same time. In the case of drawing, we will first study the relationship of any decoration with a pictography. This is the fundamental question of symbolism. A large chewinga, a large sacred bull roar, from the Australian Arunta, recounts through its decoration all the deeds of the ancestor it embodies. Questions of pictography, but also technical questions, sense of perspective on the engraved bamboos of New Caledonia, sense of balance. In painting, we will study the mode of representation of spiritual or natural objects. A rose decorating a vase is the rose. We will further study the question of ownership of colors. In Tonga, colors are the property of the king, hence taboos on many colors. Painting and drawing, when done with a knife, are called engraving. There are very old woodcuts, and paintings on stone, all modern. There are also tree engravings, and here we approach the sculpture. We see how sculpture is closely linked to painting and engraving. A sculpted pole is in the round by definition. Spearheads, arrowheads, door lintels, kriss handles are sculpted, the thickness, the sinuosities of the blade, its sculpture. The study of pipes, which is currently being extended to all of South America, is giving remarkable results. Certain objects are naturally sculpted, gourds, calabashes, large pottery. In certain populations, there are tools that are always sculpted, the seat, the headrest. It is not necessary for a figure to be isolated and treated as a figure to constitute a figure in the round. Throughout Northeast Asia, huts are entirely decorated with dolls, which constitute a sculptural ensemble. Sculpture is attested from the Upper Paleolithic, the bison of Val du Roc. Last comes architecture, which governs all the arts. All art is fundamentally an architectural art, every artist is an architect. A house in the American Northwest is decorated to the extreme. There are guilds of architects and carpenters throughout South America, Polynesia, Melanesia 81. We will mainly study how the architect proposes. Difference between public house and private houses. The men's house is an important element in all social life. It is very decorated and very significant, since we can see the entire social organization inscribed there. Terraced architecture and search for artistic effect in sculpture. The cliff dwellers of Central America have remarkable architecture. Musical arts. In all the pages that follow, we will observe phenomena which emerge more and more from matter. We no longer study only things held in the hand, or visible things, but above all states of consciousness. There are, however, objects in musical art, for example the entire apparatus of drama, just as there are economic objects, money, legal objects, a badge of rank, religious objects, many of which are objects plastics. The musical arts are all still very close to the plastic. For the dancer, dance is a body technique which involves an aesthetic movement. In all the arts there is a notion of sensory harmony. The notion of musical arts, which is generally abandoned today, is nevertheless the fundamental notion of art of the Greeks as evidenced by the Phaedrus and the Republic. We find two elements in the musical arts, a sensory element corresponding to the notions of rhythm, balance, contrasts and harmony, and an ideal element, an element of theoria. The dancer sees herself dancing and experiences joy. The simplest of musical arts has an element of imagination and creation. Some children have the instinct to dance, they feel like they are dancing. Music offers superiority over the other arts, it contains a freshness, a rapture, an excitement of enthusiasm, a true ecstasy, of which Plato, and after him, Nietzsche and Rhodes spoke. The musical arts include dance, music and singing, poetry, drama, literature. These arts are interrelated and linked to various institutions. The drama is almost always musical, danced and imbued with poetry. Finally, very generally, it involves individual decoration, architecture, and painting efforts. Here the plastic notion of the actor and his decoration comes into play. Nothing is more important in art than art education, nothing is more a work of education and practice than an art. Relations of the musical arts with the other arts and with all other social activities. The forms of social life are partly common to art and the musical arts. Rhetoric, mythology, theater penetrate the entire life of a society. Finally, importance of rhythm, work derives from rhythm even more than the rhythm of work. 82. Man is a rhythmic animal. Among the rhythmic animals, which are rare, we can cite the dancing bird, an Australian bird which rhythms its dance and which figures it. Relations between all the arts, the technique of the voice, and, more generally, all the techniques of the body. Study the distribution of art objects and the artistic calendar. Great weeks of religion and art, seasons of art and games, for example in Hawaii, end of year and New Year celebrations throughout the Asian world, particularly throughout Thai and Muang. The peasants ruin themselves and go into debt to be able to appear with dignity at these festivals. The work of art, the musical work, occupy a much greater place in exotic societies than in our country. These arts offer social, artistic, psychological, and even physiological importance. An Arunta who loses his Korobori loses his soul and his reason for living, he lets himself die. Dance 83. The dance is always sung, often mimed to music. Danced mime has been a great vehicle of civilization. Acrobats were able to bring elements of civilization, in the same way as a particular religion or art. Diderot defines dance as music of body movements for the movements of the eyes. Almost always sung, always mimed, dance is also a rhythm of the body or a part of the body. Ballet is the only survival in our societies, but ballet is silent, it is a simple pantomime. In the societies that interest us, ballet corresponds more to a danced and sung opera. The mimicry, very expressive, is always known symbolically or not to the spectators, who participate in the drama. A study of dance will necessarily begin with a study of the body technique it involves, a psychophysical study of rhythm. Some Australian dances regularly end with the dancer's exhaustion. Dance often has close relationships with acrobatics. It is everywhere an effort to be something other than what we are. In any work on dance, we will distinguish the protagonist, the choir, which dances, and the spectators, animated by the rhythm. All this leads to states of ecstasy in the protagonists, sometimes also in the chorus, where the individual comes out of himself. These multiple ecstasies can extend to all spectators, men and women. Phenomena of this order are frequent throughout the black world, among the Malagasy and the Malays. The study procedures will include the analysis of each dance, using ordinary inventory procedures: who dances, where, when, why, with whom, etc. The two-row dance where the sexes compete exists in the black world. Circle dancing is common in America, Africa, and Europe. Dance must be described in relation to all the dancers, at all times. Each dance must be broken down into all its elements: dance itself, chorus and spectators, music, the mime who commands everything, and the effect obtained on the spectators. Note the details, the silences, the stillnesses. The dance is often a masquerade, the important dancers are masked. The distinction between dances of mimicry and dances of feeling appears insufficient. We will rather distinguish the dances by their object. The dance represents a legend or a tale, tragic or comic. Example on the sculptures of Angkor, the actor who represents a god. A dance is anthropomorphic, theriomorphic, etc. We will further distinguish the dances by their function: funeral dances, totemic dances, legal dances. Example, bride's dance, they accompany fights, a hunting party, war dances, play or work dances. We will also distinguish according to the indications of the dancers, who are generally quasi-professionals with great prestige, often grouped in troops. You will need to ask them the history of their dance. It was revealed to them in a dream by an ancestor or by a totemic spirit. The mode of teaching. You wouldn't find a rhythm from the American Northwest that isn't danceable. The dancer is generally animated by a spirit, he only dances moved by a superior force. Very often, dancing is property, once given in, we no longer dance it. Music and singing 84. Music is defined as a phenomenon of transport, a wonderful walk in the world of sounds and chords. Musical sense appears to be distributed very unevenly across societies. Rhythms, melodies, polyphonies vary in considerable proportions, from one society to another and also within the same society between sexes, ages, classes, noble music and vulgar music, military music, music church, cinema music. Music is a system. Therefore, variable distribution of musicality within a society, however with extreme homogeneity throughout. Observation methods. We will first study the instruments. The instrument, where it exists, is a stopping point and a fulcrum of the music. So everything that we draw from the study of the instrument will present a certain objectivity, on the condition that the instrument has been observed held in the hand by the artist, tonometric, rhythmic study, in the field. It will also be necessary to question the musicians, if possible live with them. In some societies, there will be choirs that include the entire congregation. There is a theory of music wherever there is a panpipe. We distinguish the length of the pipes and we appreciate the absolute pitch of the sounds, the intervals. Thirnwald, on the island of Bougainville, observed economic justs, potlatches beginning with justs on Pan's flute, the two orchestras tune their flutes before beginning. Our European music is a case of music, it is not music. We must therefore abandon the notion that the major scale is the typical scale and abandon the notion that there exist scales radically heterogeneous to ours. Our range is only a choice among possible ranges, which have common and differentiated characteristics. Our major range is a case among other ranges, among other fashions, old or exotic. These kids are all defective, notes are still missing. We must therefore eliminate the notion of an ideal range. On the other hand, music consists of a melody and a rhythm. But there is no melody without rhythm and perhaps no rhythm without melody. Relationships between rhythm and melody, between long and short, strong and weak, bass and treble, it is not decided either in the language or in the music. European rhythms are among the least rich. Our ideal is a certain rhythmic monotony, while non-European music normally has varied rhythms at very short intervals. If these rhythms are varied, it is because they perhaps correspond to dances, they punctuate a mime dance which includes varied figures, the rhythm changing with each gesture of the mime. At other times, the indefinite repetition of the same phrase accompanies physical effort, example Paddler's Song. And also abbreviations even in relation to this rhythm, abrupt syncopations, immediate stops. But the work song is at the origin neither of song nor of work. As Bucher claims, work singing is simply a particular form of singing. Marching songs are quite rare, work songs frequent, particularly among women. In all the other songs, we will find considerable rhythmic variations which alter both the emotion of the song, and the song itself, abrupt abbreviations and also elongations. This is what we call the poetic license left to the librettist. The whole world knows unison and doesn't even know the upper octave from the lower octave, or the fifth, very well. In a choir, the chords and polyphonies vary greatly, but the melody generally remains fairly well characterized. It should also be noted that music extends to many other areas than just us. In tone languages, a certain singing is always obligatory, it is the phonetics of the language, the tone is worth whole syllables. Our languages are languages that have deposited their music. In most cases, it is a question of melodizing and rhythmizing a language, there is much more constant musicality than with us. So a lot of things that we don't think are sung are actually sung. After having studied each music, it will then be necessary to study its variations, individual variations ex tempore, and systematic variations, collective variations. In Australia, entire populations are capable of learning a musical drama. It involves bringing together song, drama, action, of a considerable crowd. After these precise studies we will only be able to address a fundamental question, but which must only be studied after preliminary observations, the question of the origin of different music. Nothing is more impermeable than the music of one society for another society, the music of one age to another age. However, nothing is easier to borrow than music or art. It will be necessary to study cases of non-borrowing as well as cases of borrowing. There is neither natural nor supernatural evolution. Invention in each society takes place according to determined modes, which change with places, generations. Questions concerning invention are generally poorly asked. We always have the impression of individual invention, that's the only way we think of it, because, with us, the inventor is supposed to be a powerful individual who created everything. But invention, outside of our societies, is not generally known or understood as being the work of an individual, it is revealed. On the other hand, borrowings and contributions to a given music must be conceived in the following way: we start from the music of the place and we bring what we can and what it accepts. There is no doubt that man originally sang as much as spoke. A great error in psychology is to have separated singing from speaking. There is an enormous mass of songs at the origin, but which only appears in the dance in terms of rhythm, or by the instrument in terms of melody. It is the instrument that has made it possible for us to eliminate false harmonics in singing. It is the instrument which detached the notes from each other. The break was necessary as soon as there was an instrument. Even in matters of rhythm, the pause of the stick on the drum isolates the rhythm and isolates the force, however brief and weak the time and force may be. The instrument is the means that music has had to detach itself from itself. Not only have the rhythm and melody been detached, but the scale of sounds. From the moment we had to tune the instruments in relation to each other and not just the voices, we were obliged to arrive at what we call a normal pitch. The whole tonality was fixed by the fact that we had to get there technically, and especially in relation to the singing and the melody. On the other hand, it was necessary to tune the instrument and voice. That's the whole point of the tuning fork. The distribution of musical instruments poses one of the most important problems for ethnography as a whole. The great vina and the instruments related to it extend rigorously over the entire area that has known the civilization of India. The mouth organ is found wherever Chinese and Indo-Chinese civilization has penetrated. The bell comes from Tibet or northern India. Wherever there is an orchestra, it will be necessary to study each instrument, and its relationships with all the other instruments, the relationship with singing, dancing, mime. Never forget the choir. Singing is fundamental. The very shape of the instrument is interesting, the instrument remaining the same. Study of the tubes and their length, study of the slots in the wooden drum, the methods of attaching the skin of the drums. Once the elements of musical instruments and the entire action of people in music have been studied, we must observe how it all works. Carefully note during recordings which passages of dance and mime correspond to each moment of the score. These are not simple melodies, but real problems of harmony. Always time it. To make a collection of songs and music, the following principles should be observed: study musical occasions, religious songs, magic songs, shamanistic ceremonies, divination ceremonies, work songs, nursing songs, marching songs, war songs, peace songs, the dances, the calls, the greetings, pornographic songs, rivalry songs, games. Study of chants, etc. For us, singing is the isolated song. But this is a rare phenomenon outside of our societies. There are isolated dances with singing, but the song that one hums to oneself is rare. The song composed without any element of dance or mime is ignored in Australia. Distinguish art music from popular music, children's music from adults' music, music which accompanies certain ceremonies and which ones. Poetry and literature are usually classified very far from music, in an empire where I personally do not see them at all. The ideal of poetry is sung poetry, and poetry is ideal to the extent that it is musical. The classic distinction is between prose, poetry, and poetry. But in reality it all started with musical drama, including comedy. We are the ones who divided and decomposed all of this. The drama 85. Drama exists everywhere. One of the few things we know with certainty about the Tasmanians, now extinct, is the importance of ceremonies corresponding to Australian corroboree among them. Drama exists among the Fuegians, among the Pygmies. Every ritual is essentially dramatic, we see it clearly among Australians. The masquerade is attested to us from the Aurignacian, that is to say from the Middle Paleolithic, with dances. It corresponds to a representation of the myth. The maximum dramatic art will be found in religion. Drama offers a large dose of religion and also poetry. It corresponds to the search for a different world to which we attach a certain belief. Let us add that everyone participates in the drama. In an Australian corroboree, men, women, children dance, sing, everyone is both actor and spectator. The work that goes into a musical drama is endless. It will be necessary to study the relationships that drama offers with mime, the general composition plan. Typically the subject is revealed to the author, who has witnessed a dance of the spirits. Invention is the repetition of a vision. We will note the learning processes, the transmission, either directly or from one tribe to another. It will be necessary to study the dramatic brotherhoods, the jugglers. Let us not forget that an entire population, part of Afghanistan, was able to make a living from boating puppets throughout Africa and throughout Asia. Almost everywhere, men have managed to objectify their own tragedies. We will study everything that corresponds to each character, everything that matches all the characters. Establish the complete libretto of the drama. Today we distinguish between drama, tragedy, and comedy. It took all the energy of German Romanticism to put things back in place. This distinction between drama, tragedy, and comedy is a purely literary distinction. The Greek tetralogy included 3 heroic tragedies culminating in sacrifices and a comedy, the whole tragedy and comedy forming the drama. We are the ones who isolated all of this. The reactions that man is susceptible to in life are of 2 types, reaction of exaltation, reaction of laughter and relaxation. What is common to all the effects of art is relaxation, and in particular relaxation due to a series of expectations which have transported you elsewhere, to a scene which is not yours, where, even as you participate in the action, you know that it is in a different way than you would have participated in the same action, in everyday life. We will therefore distinguish in the drama everything which provokes exaltation and everything which is ridicule. The spectator actor will achieve good catharsis provided that he has escaped from the world of men, that he has lived for a moment in the company of heroes and gods. The drama thus involves a process of sacralization of the secular, of heroization of the banal. It also involves a process of ridiculing big things. Importance of obscenity. Poetry 86. Poetry exists from the moment there is singing over words, where the text is necessarily rhythmic and corresponds to verses. Oral literature obeys rules different from those observed in written literature. It has different privileges, because we normally look for rhythm and composition. Poetry made to be read is less perfect than poetry composed to be recited. Generally form character of poetry. These are not simply sentences intended by their rhythm to produce an effect on the audience, they are formulas designed for repetition. We seek to concentrate attention. The formula is sometimes poor, but it is imbued with a considerable number of other elements. It sometimes contains the myth of a dramatic representation. A poem very often corresponds to a section. It is the theme on which we will dance. The Malay pantown and the Japanese haikai are much more complicated than our sonnet. When listening to a story, we will pay attention to the moment when the reciter pronounces these formulas generally sung, in a song which can be very weak. We must look for poetry where we do not find it, we must look for it everywhere. There are rhythmic codes, raid code in Indochina, law of the 12 tables. Transmission through rhythm and formula is the only guarantee of perpetuity of oral literature. Collective poetry is binding on everyone. In Africa, we will find highly developed epic poetry. The griots of Niger can recite 10 or 15,000 verses. Poetry of the herald, poetry of the feasts, the king drinks. All the ceremonies are marked with poetry. The herald often speaks in verse, he gives rhythm to his prose. Proverbs, sayings of law, are rhythmic. In Indochina, alternating songs of girls and boys 87. Throughout Polynesia, poetry is divided into popular and scholarly, poetry of the court and high castes and poetry of the people, which sometimes come together. The technical maxims of poetry are given by the Malay and Malagasy Ensemble 88. To mark the rhythm, we will take the Latin notation of long and short, marking the intensity by the use of an acute accent. Distinguish the feet and mark the caesura. Record the melody whenever possible. The presence of rhythm generates repetition. The primitive form of verse is the repetition of the same verse. but repetition can offer variations through alliteration and assonance. A regular assonance at the end of the line is a rhyme. Concept of groups of verses, stanzas, and antistrophes. Always note the instrument on which such poetry is sung. Alongside alliterations, assonances, balances of sound, it will also be necessary to note the semantic balances. Balances of sounds are fundamental, for example in Semitic poetry. There are clearly rules of proportion in Semitic poetry. The effect of poetry is not only physical, but also moral and religious. The different parts of the Greek choir are sung in specific languages. Modes are typical musical phrases that follow a specific order. Hebrew chanting in the Bible consists of 32 modes. Poetry varies according to the musical mode. This notion of modes applies to poetry as well as to music. All this can be explained clearly by bards, heralds, professional poets. We will have to study the poets, the inventors. The poem is usually revealed by spirits. Very often, poetic language differs from everyday language. The Australian Arunta sing verses in an archaic language, or in a language different from their own. Note poetic licenses. You can change the length of words, the intensity of syllables, cut syllables, or add them. Study metric formulas. For the convenience of the investigation, we can distinguish epic poetry, lyric poetry, dramatic poetry. But more generally we will find a constant mixture of all genres. Prose 89. Literature as we understand it is written literature, but in societies that are ethnographic, literature is made to be repeated. However, the more you repeat a story to a child, the more he enjoys it. On the other hand, this literature generally has an extra literary meaning. It is not devoid of meaning like ours. The tale is not intended only for the gain of the writer nor for the amusement of the public. It is intended to a large extent to say something. In a legal hearing, the adventure of the spider or the hyena can serve as a legal precedent. Let us not forget that in France, the novel dates from Madame de Lafayette and only really developed in the 18th century. The greater part of literature is versified. The formulas themselves are generally versified. The epic is very often linked to the cult of ancestors. All of the family gestures will create an epic tale. The ideal of a Quakiutl princely family is to seize the coat of arms of another princely family. Likewise the cycle of Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. The interest in literature is therefore an interest of a different nature from ours. The recital is always half religious, half epic. Among the Cherokee Indians, tales are told in winter. I charmed you, the night seemed shorter. Among the Pueblo, myths are told at night, and this, it is said, makes the stars move forward. Notion of literature as a pious work, for the edification of listeners. As soon as there is an effort to say well and not just to say, there is a literary effort. When literary effort continues and is generally adopted in literary circles, there is a style. Exactly as we can define a pictorial or musical style, we can define a literary style by all the efforts that characterize good words. We generally do not realize the importance of oral literature or its preservation qualities. The prose is very widespread. In Australia, it includes all tales and myths directly linked to ritual or geographical incidents. The language of etiquette in North America is very developed. In Australia, people change their voices to speak in front of the council. Study of the resources of memory and the literary causes of memory. There are professional storytellers throughout Sudan, throughout Berberia, throughout South Africa. A set of tales forms a kind of novel, a cycle. Certain tales are grouped in relation to certain cycles and present a certain extension that can be plotted on the map. This distribution of tales can serve as a starting point for historical research. The tale is distinguished from the myth by the lesser belief attached to it. Reciting a myth is a religious act that is only accomplished under certain conditions. Reciting a story is much less serious and may only aim to entertain the listeners. The transition from tales to myths, from myths to tales, is constant. We sacralize the most ridiculous events, we ironize the most serious events. The simplest is to classify by cycles. For an inventory of literature, we will refer to professional storytellers, who are known as such and easy to find. The classification will be carried out in any order: court adventures, war tales, love tales, tales that we recite to men, to women, to children. Tales of love are fewer, tales of profession, more numerous than one might think. Adult tales for children. We will not look for the original text, because one does not exist. The storyteller improvises and his part can go far, for example in the Arabian Nights, but we will endeavor to collect all the variations of the same theme, adding all possible comments. A tale is a story that consists of several themes. Each of these themes must be studied in itself. The most literary side will be the arrangement of the themes in relation to each other. It is therefore necessary to divide the tale into a series of scenes which form a small drama: introduction, different themes, their arrangement, the closure. The analysis of specific features makes it possible to tell the story of a theme or even a tale. The tale of the flying carpet comes from the country of carpets, that is to say from northern Iran, where it spreads in Europe on one side, in Polynesia, and as far as North America on the other side. The tale of the magic carpet can be found in all countries that have mats and carpets. Tales present moral and legal authority, they serve as precedent. The anecdote differs from the tale in that it is more prosaic and less historical. A very difficult literature to grade is that of currencies. It is very important throughout the black world, where mottos play a leading role. Each individual, each family, has its motto, which can be featured on its weapons. Study of the figurative representations of each tale, of each theme. The label still includes an enormous literature of heralds in Melanesia, drum fighting of the Eskimo. Indian America attaches great importance to etiquette, towards the gods, towards men. The maximum number of labels will be found in caste countries, Japan, Samoa. Study of syllogism, mode of proof. Study of metaphor 90. The rhetoric is universal, made of repetitions, of allusions to a myth, to a tale, to a traditional custom. The Mahabharata, the Nordic saga correspond to a sum of human wisdom. The Gospels present allusions and clichés on every page. 6. Economic phenomena. Return to the table of contents. Of all moral phenomena, economic phenomena are those which remain most involved in matter. We usually classify them in material phenomena, alongside techniques, but these are not just material phenomena, they are collective representations which dictate the attitude of the members of a society towards matter. By definition, an economic phenomenon is a social phenomenon, which governs a set of activities concerning more or less necessary objects, but all commonly called goods. The economic side of these facts distinguishes them from a purely technical act. It is a service that we pay for, it is a good that changes hands. Why do we qualify economic phenomena as political? Because they are general in a specific society, in a specific polis, in a specific city, as opposed to the simple economy. Until the 16th century, economics and political economy were almost identical, but from that time on, economics was opposed to luxury and both economics and luxury became subjects of study. According to Bucher, economic life in the world goes through three stages: closed domestic economy, open domestic economy, social economy. In fact, the closed domestic economy as Bucher conceives it corresponds to the economy of an individual family. The medieval house is for this author the type of the closed economy, but he forgets that a medieval chatelaine already has her servants and her serfs, who feed her. Furthermore, in the case of the noble family, there is noble expenditure, that is to say without counting. Among the Australians, we find a system of total benefits. The ideal, for an Australian clan, consists of receiving another clan to whom everything is offered, maximum individuation during part of the year, maximum openness during another part of the year. This is the Australian economy. Stammeiler 91 defines the economic phenomenon as a phenomenon of masses becoming equal among themselves by law. But there cannot be transmission without society being to some degree present to sanction the transmission. For Giddings 92, economic phenomena result from the conflict of legal phenomena and technical phenomena. No doubt, but it is a question of the products of technology and not of technology alone. In fact, all these authors forget the economic phenomenon itself. We will stick to the definition of Simond, for whom the economic phenomenon is distinguished by the presence of a market in general and always by the notion of value. 93. Economic goods and services are those whose value is fixed by a specific social mass. Where there is no notion of value, there is no economic phenomenon. This definition of the economic phenomenon has the advantage of eliminating the notion of need and utility. Without doubt, a market is made up of the needs and utilities of the merchant mass, but these needs are not determined in themselves, because it is enough to live and one can live badly. They are determined by the masses themselves, by their tastes and not by their needs. The elasticity of human needs is such that any logic is powerless to set their limits. The very notion of need is a notion relating to a specific social state. At a specific time, when the social state changes, needs change. To the extent that these notions of needs and utilities function, they do not do so in a rational, elementary, intellectualist manner, as they are usually described. They function in a rigorously statistical manner. I am referring here to the great Austrian school of political economy and its theory of marginal utility. Marginal utility is defined statistically, by the state of the market and by the state of civilization. In all cases the notion of value for the individual comes into play. These are mass phenomena. It clearly appears that it is not the notions of utility and purpose which are the fundamental notions of economic phenomena. On the other hand, phenomena that we believe to be specifically economic, such as the division of labor, are not. The division of labor is not an exclusively economic phenomenon, it is a legal phenomenon, often metaphysical and religious, and always moral. The main division of labor that we see in most cases is that which distributes tasks between genders and ages. However, in certain societies, only women can be potters, elsewhere, only men can be weavers. No rationalism here. Finally, the organization of the profession, the very organization of work, if it indeed constitutes an economic phenomenon, is above all, in fact, a technical phenomenon. There cannot be division of labor without a defined social state, without an assignment of tasks by the company itself. Economic phenomena are defined to a certain extent by the presence of the notion of value, just as aesthetic phenomena are defined by the presence of the notion of beauty, moral phenomena by the presence of the notion of moral good. Economic value is a case, which should not be tried to understand from the philosophy of values. Strictly speaking, we can speak of a hierarchy of economic values, but there is no need to speculate on value judgments. Economic reasoning is a recent reasoning. Homo economicus already exists in Aristotle, but it really only dates from the Fable of the Bees, by Mandeville. The great English and Dutch works, in particular the studies of Gresham, had prepared Mandeville's theory. The economic category is a modern category. Modern man is on the market all the time. We are tending towards the complete end of the domestic economy closed by the primacy of the chromatistic factors of the accumulation of capital and the distribution of credit, by the development of mass mechanical production which requires considerable capital, by the very reduction from agriculture to economic forms. On the other hand, we think on a national scale and on an international scale of values. The problem of distribution, which was formerly carried out within the clan and the family according to determined rules, is now resolved on the public market. The question of the precedence of communism over individualism does not arise. Father Schmidt cites an Australian cantilena which, according to him, proves that the entire Australian cycle is individualistic. The mother sings to her child, "You will be rich, you will be strong, you will be great, you will be the master." But Father Schmidt does not quote the entire text, which says, "You will be rich, give to your mother, give to your father, give to your brothers, give to everyone." This is the opposite of individualism. In reality, everything happens as if each individual, each social group was in a state of continual endosmosis and exosmosis with respect to all the others. Societies can, strictly speaking, be defined by communism or by individualism, more precisely by the degree of individualism and communism that they present. There is always one and the other, it is their dosage that needs to be determined. We can strictly define the economic category in the mind of a society as being the set of values and institutions concerning these values, recognized by society. We will thus say that rural property around Paris belongs to a capitalist economic regime. These are large farms, which require a large financial investment. These farms are operated by employees and not by the owner. But the technique is that of industrial work and the organization is also industrial. In primitive societies, the economy is dispersed in all other activities. We do not find the individuality of our acquisitive society. It is therefore through one means, in their relationships with other phenomena, that economic phenomena must be studied. To study the economy of a specific society, we will successively study each value and each institution concerning these values. In a large number of cases, we pay to dance a particular dance. Dancing is an economic value whose nature, method of payment, etc. must be noted. The use of the inventory method will encounter obstacles here, because the natives will always be tempted to translate the value into money. Prices depend on currency, money should therefore be a standard of value and as such present relative permanence, but generally this is not the case. In many regions, we will find at least the memory of indigenous currencies, cowrie shells or iron coins in Africa. In Melanesian countries, the notion of currency is very clear. Almost everywhere else, we will find objects that function as currency. Even when there is no money stricto sensu, the economic phenomenon is assessed quantitatively. The investigator will therefore use the numerical inventory method. He will enter each house and ask the price of each object, each activity, each service. The institution of the market wherever it exists will be of great help in its inventory. Variations in market value should be carefully noted. We will see the bard, the poet, the dancer paid. There is therefore a notion of reward, of salary. It will still be necessary to observe the relationships between these values produced or to be produced, and the technical ensemble. Relationships with techniques, with technomorphology, location of industries. A specific industry can only be located in a specific place, given a specific technique, hence exchanges and prerogatives. Finally, we will study the relationship between the market and meeting places, roads, and transport routes. All this can be observed quantitatively, number of things produced in such a place, by such people. Portage facilities, presence of a navigable river, for example, portage capacity, on the back of a man, by pack animals, determine the commercial value of a country. We will observe the livestock, the hunting territory and its abundance, fishing districts, all the attics. A very important notion is that of surplus, of the display of wealth, of display, studied in Trowbridge and by Malinowski. Observation will be done day by day, noting the season, festivals, market, etc. A certain form of economy consists of unbridled exploitation, common in archaic type societies. The ideal here is to exhaust the soil. But the destruction of forests is often an obligation for the natives who know no other fertilizer than ashes and are therefore required to periodically move their cultivation lands. Other forms of the economy are international. The Arunta trade from tribe to tribe as far as the Gulf of Carpentaria. The journeys of rock crystal and amber date back to the Upper Paleolithic. Trade is therefore very early international, sometimes over long distances. Finally, commerce is based on exchanges or services. Each time, it will be necessary to study the parties involved, family against family, generation against generation, etc. Production. Who produces? Inventory, by industry and by season, by sex, age, class, caste, clan, village, large local group, village, urban, interurban economy. We will distinguish the forms of production by the nature of the work, which is carried out jointly or individually. There are times when work can only be collective. Clearing requires the presence of all workers. By studying the moments of work, we will distinguish between chore, joint work, family work, isolated work. The division of labor is essentially social. If there is an apparent division, it translates into a privilege, hunting, the privilege of the nobility. Is the boss working or not working? Work of the serf, of the slave. The division into hunters, fishermen, farmers is often carried out for reasons which are above all of a technomorphological nature. The whole of New Zealand is divided into hunters and fishermen. Division of work by professions, sometimes with special organization of professions. Carpenters form a caste in Fiji. 94, blacksmiths are everywhere grouped into castes. There are specialties by family. The secrets of the trade are passed down from father to son, or from uncle to nephew. Witchcraft is a profession. General regime of production, special regimes according to industries, economic classes, castes. Slavery and serfdom. Then come the forms of production. Their small number characterizes what we incorrectly call primitives. Generally, the primitive knows how to make a large number of objects for his personal use. Craftsmanship and financial capital must be observed according to the forms of property. They are essentially legal phenomena. The question of manufacturing will arise in a few places. Private production and public production. Question of ownership and use, distinct from ownership. The beginnings of higher forms of industry are clearly present in Sudan, also in Indochina. Among the Mole, Muslim, European and Chinese influences may have played an important role here. Transformation of Senegal through peanut cultivation. Distribution and consumption. There is nothing more false than the notion of barter. All of Adam Smith's speculation starts from an error by Cook about the Polynesians who came on board and offered the Europeans an exchange, not of objects, but of gifts. The notion of barter was born in the 18th and 19th centuries of our utilitarianism. Originally was a system that I will call the total benefits system. When an Australian Kurnai is in the same camp as his in-laws, he does not have the right to eat any of the game he brings back. His in-laws take everything. Their right is absolute. Reciprocity is total. This is what we call communism, but it is practiced between individuals. From the beginning, commercium goes hand in hand with savoir-vivre. Marriage follows commerce and commerce follows marriage. Obligatory present, fictitious gift, what we call legal theft is in reality communism with an individual, social and family basis. The fundamental error consists of opposing communism and individualism. On the other hand, these exchanges take place along ways that are not ours. The value of the item varies during the exchange. This could be translated into the notion of interest, but no. The Kwakiutl of America use copper plates as their currency, which are exchanged during major ceremonies that they call potlatch. The value of this shield depends on the number of potlatches in which it appeared, because the shield is inseparable from the ceremony which is in some way incorporated into it. We observe the same facts in Trobriand, where noble commerce, Kula, coexists with vulgar commerce where products of equal value are exchanged. In the Kula, as a clan's talismans change hands, they increase in value, because the value remains attached to the family. Something of this mindset remains in our design of the crown jewels. It is this economy with unequal distributions that I tried to describe in my work on the gift 95, but this work focuses on the religious and moral value of the objects transmitted, while what interests us here is all the systems of gifts, all the systems of potlatches. The primitive form of all these necessary exchanges, neither voluntary nor purely economic, is what I call total service. In our Western societies, the contract is rigorously determined by the object, by the date and by the execution of the contract. I buy a loaf of bread, my relationship with the baker begins and ends there. On the contrary, in all societies without markets, Exchange takes place between related people, in a more or less permanent, sometimes absolute and total way, benefits vis-a-vis his parents-in-law, for example. The total benefit is generally of equal value. A owes everything to B, who himself owes everything to C. I owe everything to my in-laws, but my sons-in-law owe me everything. It is comparable to the economy of the barracks where the soldier is paid for everything, but no longer belongs to himself. This is called primitive communism. In exact expression, it is a total reciprocity. Throughout Melanesia, the man who wants a boat has it built by his sister's husbands, but he builds the boat of his wife's brothers, because in front of his wife he owes them everything. Total reciprocity no longer exists in our customs except in marriage, between spouses. Generally, things are equal: rights of the father-in-law, rights of the brother-in-law, right to everything, right to this part. Ultimately, a system of reciprocity will correspond exactly to what we call communism, but it will always be something strictly individual, the set of individual positions constituting the system of total reciprocities. The form of these exchanges always assumes that they are voluntary, obligatory, but voluntary. It is conceived in the form of the present, not in the form of barter, nor of payment, and yet, it is a payment. The worker who comes to weed or thresh the grain must be fed during the entire time of weeding or threshing. In these societies, working together is both necessary, obligatory, and yet voluntary. There is no means of constraint, the individual is free. These institutions are very strong throughout the black world. The entire economic life of a South African thonga is dominated by the payment of the dowry, the lobola. Benefits are equal, complete, reciprocal, but not always between the same individuals. This is what I call alternating reciprocity. I can do for the children what my children cannot do for me. An old French proverb says that a father can feed 10 children cannot feed a father, but I owe to my children what my father gave me. It does not have to be the same person who gives and returns, as long as the final circle is complete. It is alternative and indirect reciprocity, on which our civilizations still operate, although they have some, because in a given society, the total assets are necessarily equal to the total debits. In addition to this relative equality and total benefits of complete equality, these societies experience other benefits with agonistic values, with rivalries. I am rich, therefore I must spend more than you. You invite me to dinner, you receive me as best you can, I am bound to make you an even more sumptuous dinner. Unequal total benefits, or potlatch, as the institution is called in the American Northwest, correspond to a system of rivalries between people bound by reciprocity. This regular maximum of indirect reciprocity can go very far, to the point of destroying wealth. It involves destroying values, for example during funeral ceremonies, not only so that the dead can take these values into the other world, but also to demonstrate the wealth of their group. The notion of displaying wealth leads to maxima, for example in meetings of gypsies who burn 1,000-franc notes for simple ostentation. 96. The destruction of wealth does not mean that these are anti-economic phenomena. Pure spending is not an anti-economic phenomenon, it is simply the opposite of the private economy. The ideal of a Kwakiutl chief is to emerge ruined from his potlatch. He is also sure that we will give him back double. We must therefore study all these exchanges with unequal values, because inequality is still an economic phenomenon. These institutions result in considerable events, including relative market forms. They result in complete circuits. Boas attended potlatches among the Kwakiutl at an expense of $20,000. Then comes the market. Market debut is an important phenomenon. Some societies ignore it, e.g. the Celts, or consider it an inferior institution. But almost everywhere, we find at least the elements. The blacks divide into people to march every 3, 4, or 7 days. Each time there is a market, we will study the different localities where it is held. The market is often mobile. The law of the market, the peace of the market, the rights, the permanence of the market. Who frequents it? How do we negotiate, contract, what are the guarantees? Is the market held in or outside the city? Are prices fixed in advance? Concept of fair price. Prices can become fixed and the value of the currency can alter. In a large number of cases, international trade takes place between societies belonging to different levels of civilization, for example the Malays trading with other Indonesian tribes. Silent trade 97 is often due to the distrust of one of the weaker parties, which refuses foreigners access to its territory. Certain tribes are made up almost exclusively of merchants, Hausa, Dioula from West Africa hawk, often very long distances. These merchant tribes often provided sedentary people with military dynasties, for example the Hausa in Chad, the Greeks in Cyrenaica. International trade can take place over very long distances, for example in Australia, where trade is generally carried out through women. The primitive forms of commerce are strongly imbued with magical elements. We exchange precious objects, rare commodities. Cash. The adjustment of the two economic regimes of production and consumption is done through the notion of value. When there is no simple legal adjustment, as in the total benefit, the value is measured by currency 98. Money is a more common phenomenon than you might think. Even in Australia, certain rock crystals, held to be extremely valuable, can serve as a measure of value in some sense. We must therefore study all these beginnings of money, which generally correspond to raw materials or precious objects, quartz, amber, nephrite. The inhabitants of Atokpame, in Togo, know a god of exchange. As soon as there is money, in fact, there is exchange, a dynamic and psychological element intervenes. Social relations are always, by definition, dynamic. They are only static by convention, because they bring people of different sexes and ages together, they generate a certain dynamism. Currency exists throughout North America. Among the Iroquois, wampum is a work of beads that is lent, but which must be returned increased by 1 rank, because the fact of the exchange increases its value. The Eskimo, all of Melanesia, part of Polynesia, know money. The Maori practice the cult of jade. Money can come in extremely diverse forms: precious stones, polished stone axes, buckskin plagues, paper money like in China, etc. Certain rare feather ornaments can be used as money. All the crystals, all the precious stones, the cowrie shells, spread throughout Africa and which come from the Indian Ocean, finally all forms of metals. Elliott Smith and Perry believed they could prove that the entire megalithic civilization was a civilization of gold prospectors. 99. Brass, in wire, in plates, in bracelets, iron in knives, in spearheads, in spades, are very widespread throughout Africa. Some mats, in Samoa for example, serve as units of currency. Very often these mats are emblazoned, they are piled up like shares in a stock company. Throughout the American Northwest, the unit of currency is a hedge. Even now, the federal state pays in cover the compensation it must pay to the expropriated Indians. One of the most curious currencies is the salt currency, eminently fungible. The salt plate is current throughout Africa, from Guinea to Abyssinia and the Nile Valley. Tobacco currency, alcohol and palm wine, beer unit. Currency counted by head of cattle. From the moment there is a legal price scale, there is a system of currencies which forms a currency. The fair price is the statistically determined price, we cannot infer it from anything. This hierarchy of prices constitutes something fixed in the midst of mobile things. Finally, from the moment when European nations intervene, the problem of economic clash appears, the problem of acculturation or colonization. 7. Legal phenomena. Return to the table of contents. We understand by law, in ethnology, what the Anglo-Saxons call social anthropology, that is to say, in fact, our legal and moral sociology. The role of morality increases as society becomes more secular. In our society, morality plays a more important role than law. The law remains unconscious among us, only becoming conscious at moments of conflict, for example, the marriage contract. We observe the opposite in primitive societies, where the individual finds himself in a continual state of benefits and counter-performances. The custom, here, extends to the smallest acts of famine life. A certain constant attitude of right is characteristic of these people, who are in no way in the state of nature in which the first Europeans imagined, notably the Polynesians. In societies that fall under ethnography, all legal phenomena are moral phenomena, without exception, which does not mean that all moral phenomena are necessarily legal, stricto sensu. On the other hand, separating legal phenomena from religious phenomena or economic phenomena leads to an absurdity. By social organization, we generally mean political organization, but this only forms one of the parts of the law, not the deepest. Law includes all customs and laws. As such, it constitutes the framework of society. It is the precipitate of a people. Port Alice, what defines a group of men is neither its religion, nor its techniques, nor anything other than its law. All other phenomena, including religious phenomena, whatever is said about national religions, all other phenomena are extensible outside the limits of society. But what defines us cannot be extended beyond our borders. Therefore, the phenomenon of law is the specific phenomenon of a society. No doubt legal phenomena have traveled, like all other elements of civilization, but in a different way. They travel in leaps and bounds. The law is still characterized by its character of intimacy and widely felt community. There is no guarantee, throughout the Roman Empire, except for the cives Romanus, other men are only the object of the law of nations, that is to say, of the indulgence of the emperor. The law is generally given a very marked religious character. The word responsibility, in French legal vocabulary, only dates from the Revolution. Previously this term only existed in theology. Incrimination and indictment were confused. The different parts of the law can be more or less sacred. Rome knew the law of the pontiffs. The teaching of law among the Maori is done in secret. Essentially public, the law nevertheless remains, in one respect, very intimate. True lawyers possess the secrets of law. The distinction between legal and economic phenomena often presents great difficulties. How can we distinguish, in joint work, what is legal and what is economic? In Melanesia, the man who wants to own a new boat turns to his brothers-in-law, who owe him this raft, an economic regime, but which essentially includes legal facts. The son-in-law, vis-a-vis his mother-in-law, finds himself everywhere obliged to perform multiple economic services. In fact, the economic phenomenon is, in general, a legal phenomenon. The difference lies in the presence, for the economic phenomenon, of the notion of value, for the legal phenomenon, of the notion of moral good. It is not by their obligatory nature that we will be able to distinguish legal and moral phenomena from religious phenomena, which have the same obligatory character. Initiation is both a legal event and a religious event. It is to create the young man materially, morally, religiously, to possibly give him access to women and property. It is by the substance of the obligations that we can distinguish between law and religion. In one case, it concerns sacred things and not just the individual. In the other case, it concerns social, moral, legal things. The sanction itself is conceived as a right, a duty. Vendetta is a moral obligation. We have a moral obligation to punish. This notion of right and duty is precise in indigenous practices, which all contain the notion of moral good and evil, a notion which allows us to recognize the phenomenon of law. The law is what good people say, manu. This notion of good and evil applies to the relationships of the individual with his fellow human beings. Without this art of moral life, no common life is possible, whether it is group life or subgroups, clans, families, sexes, classes, etc. But how can we distinguish law from morality in the societies that interest us? The set of moral and legal ideas corresponds to the system of these collective expectations. The law is the means of organizing the system of collective expectations, of ensuring respect for individuals, their value, their groups, their hierarchy. Legal phenomena are organized moral phenomena. This is still the case in our law. Civil liability and criminal liability are strictly determined. The formula, "no one is supposed to ignore the law," corresponds to the system of collective expectations. Basically, when we ignore the law, it is generally because we are in the wrong. There is a latent conscience and knowledge in all custom and in all morality, I add, in all law, because not everything can be expressed. Hence the enormous superiority of so-called customary rights over written rights. The cases set a precedent. However, the notion of precedent and usage is fundamental in law. We only know the presence of morality and religion through the presence of the notion of moral obligation and, secondarily, through the presence of the offense and the notion of sanction. There is moral obligation when there is moral sanction. When there is diffuse sanction, there is a legal obligation when there is a precise term of the obligation and a precise term of the infliction and the penalty. There is always morality in the law. There is always the notion of moral obligation in the law as in morality. The obligation is simply firmer and more legal in the case of law. We have another way of detecting the phenomenon of law and morality. All laws are supposed to be good by definition. On the other hand, conformity to the laws is good. It is necessary for social life. Everything that conforms is good. Everything that is antagonistic to this conformity is evil. We will therefore recognize the moral and legal phenomenon by the presence of the notion of good and evil, previously defined and always sanctioned. There is no evil if neither your conscience nor that of others says that there is evil. Once again, we will have to refer to the assessments of the natives and forget our Western judgments. What the natives say is moral, what they say is good, what they say is right. Right. The observer will find himself in the presence of rights completely different from ours. A first difficulty, which results from the customary nature of the law, can be overcome by the practice of Old French law or English law. Certain laws, however, were written very anciently, the oldest being the Code of Hammurabi, composed at the beginning of the 7th millennium and found in Susa. There is no doubt that the laws of Manu were written when Athens still had only a few tables and when Rome had no systematic code. Customary law is not necessarily opposed to written law. In all rights, there is always customary law. In France, enormous sections of law are still only customary law. It is through a simple fiction that we claim to deduce everything from a rationally constituted thing. The customs, when they exist, are expressed exactly like our legal adages. The customary model is the adat of the Dutch Indies. The drafting of customs is underway in West Africa. Although customary law is not written, it is nonetheless formulated, in a set of proverbs, legal statements, etiquette formulas, often in verse, which are found for example in the moral of a fable, in a myth. The entire Mahabharata and Ramayana, the great epics of India, constitute a book of law. We can cite in a court of law the Mahabharata or the Ramayana. You will therefore have to look for the law everywhere. The right can still be recorded orally, in certain cases. The sentences of the first king of Tahiti have been published. We should therefore not believe that oral and customary means cannot achieve a strictly articulated law. We will find jurists everywhere, heralds and lawyers, aware of everyone's difficulties regarding all the properties of the place, also aware of genealogies. The law can be observed in the palaver sessions, which are attended by the whole village, the whole of society, and where the statements of law take on great importance. Sometimes the administration of law takes place within the secret society, but the pronouncement of the sentence is public. There are therefore people who are custodians of the law, jurists and genealogists, who can be observed saying the law. On the other hand, sentences are pronounced publicly, except when it involves punishment to be imposed secretly. So there is a way to measure the right, and that is the feelings of the people. Customary law, in these conditions, functions normally, with perfect awareness and relatively imperfect formulation, because it was not sought intentionally. The custom always presents a somewhat diffuse character. She only becomes aware of herself in specific cases. There is therefore in time, as in number and in space, a diffuse character of law, even more diffuse of custom. The observer must first of all record the reactions of the mass. From these reactions, he will find the right, very easily in matters of criminal law. Customary law offers yet another character, it is not only public, it is also private. The distinction between public law and private law, which our codes observe, is a recent distinction. Private vengeance was allowed until the last capitular, private war was permitted in the Middle Ages from noble to noble, because two lords of high and low justice were between them like two states. There is therefore a constant mixture of public law and private law. Individual revenge exists alongside public punishment, a general case in Africa. Customary rights are a mixture, in some way, of public law and private law, of unformulated law and also of formulated law. The only rights really absent are international rights. But the mixture of private and public, of moral sanction and legal sanction, is normal. There is still much to say about the difficulty of legal studies. Many of our classifications cannot be of any use here. Not only is the legislation to be observed customary, not only does the law only appear at specific times, not only is it distributed differently, but it has other relationships with morality and other functions than those we know about it. Reports that we consider private are public and vice versa, moral phenomena for us are legal elsewhere and vice versa, for example the relationships between parents and children. Another difficulty will come from the plurality of rights. Each clan has its right, each tribe, in a society made up of several tribes, has its right. Men's rights are not women's rights. Finally, there is complete inequality depending on the owners and a variety of rights depending on the object of the possession. We knew something like this before the revolution. Inequality according to social positions, total inequality according to age, variety according to the appropriate things. The house is generally considered movable property and not real property. So plurality of rights and variety of rights, exceptio personae, exceptio rei, exceptio conditionis. The law may still vary over time, under the influence of external phenomena, such as the arrival of money. Customary law is supposed to be rigorously fixed, immobile, but it is a general fiction of all rights, including customary law. In fact, it is through customary law that the changes that end up being recorded in the code are made. There is a fairly slow adjustment of social conditions. It is a fundamental problem of civilization and colonization. Observation methods. The first method to use will be that of cases. The observer will make a statistical inventory of all the cases judged in the archives of the circle since their founding. He will thus only apply the method of the Pandex, noting, in connection with each case, each legal statement invoked. It is necessary to note all possible cases, because the law always applies globally. A lawyer must know all the law. The biographical method will be of great use here, where we will make an individual list all the properties he has had, their mode of acquisition, their dismemberment, those he gave to his sons upon marriage of each of them, etc. This method will overlap with the previous one where only disputed cases will appear. There are non-contentious cases which nonetheless arise from the law. Finally, whenever possible, we will resort to direct observation of the law. No difficulty in black countries, where the holding of legal assemblies is almost always public. The chief administers justice surrounded by his court, assisted by his heralds. Professional legal experts, particularly heralds, will be of great assistance here. The diviners, the ordeal givers, can be usefully questioned. There are still circles of high dignitaries, elders of the Society of Men or the Secret Society. The ideal will be to find the indigenous lawyer, trained in our methods, nevertheless capable of interpreting his own law. There is at least one case 100. The lawyer, in these cases, is often also a legislator, because between those who say the law and those who apply it there is no difference, a difference which, even among us, remains quite theoretical. With a little luck, we will be able to obtain the recitation of these sets of formulas, sayings, proverbs, which are crucial. In certain cases there are real indigenous codes. For example, in Madagascar, everyone Berber knows their canoeum, a type of written legislative convention. All the myths, all the tales, all the epics will still be needed. During the hero's adventures, legal facts will appear. The big difficulty will be to isolate relatively pure rights, because very generally, we will be dealing with composite societies, where the segmentation of the society is such that certain parts are independent of each other. A society is made up of itself, subgroups and individuals. Our plan for the study of legal phenomena will therefore be established as follows. Political and social organization, the state. Domestic, political family or political domestic organization, clans, large family, family. Marriage. Property rights. Contract law. Criminal law and procedure. Social organization. And politics 101. A society, as we saw above, corresponds to a specific group of men, generally living on a specific soil, around a specific constitution. Political society is defined, once and for all, by the number of we. There are us and there are others. The notion of subgroups immediately appears. Political and social organization coordinates subgroups and individuals. It is still like this with us. A first difficulty consists of defining. We will avoid the word people, or tribe. Tribe is preferable, a tribe defined by the defense of its people, by a fact of private international law. We are all in solidarity with the last French person who is abroad. In many cases we will see the existence of composite societies. In a composite society, there is always an inferior element, or two. These are called national minorities. Other difficulties will arise due to the name, the nomenclatures, the notion of federation. There were 3 other Athens in Athens, an Ionian city, a Thracian city, a Pelasgian city. In the same way Rome included Greek, Latin, Etruscan elements. It will therefore be necessary to draw up the history of the different societies which make up society and whose origins may differ completely. The divine Pelasgians were in Athens before the Thracians and before the Ionians. It will be necessary to draw up the history of the clans, the history of the royal family. Once the different elements of society have been isolated, we will study each element successively. Very few societies are reduced to a single tribe. The count will not stop there. A tribe includes several clans, each clan includes several subclans, several phratries. Thus will appear the different forms of the political organization which coordinates all of this. Thus will also appear the society of men, the society of the military, secret societies, castes, corporations. The table must be drawn up historically, supported if possible by statistical and cartographic documents. Primary forms of social organization. Monarchy. Chiefdoms. Democracy. The political organization generally corresponds to either a monarchy or a democracy. But, on the one hand, the king is never omnipotent. He is subject to a certain control, if only the control of his close relatives. On the other hand, democratic power offers a certain concentration, which means that kingships are as unstable as democracies are stable. There are often several royal famines for the same throne, in Tahiti for example. Monarchy 102. A study of the monarchy will begin with a detailed study of the king's family. The royal family does not necessarily have the same legal constitution as other domestic groups. In many societies, incest is regular between the king and queen. The king marries his sister in order to keep the purity of the blood. The king and queen are the origin of things. At the origin there is the incest of earth and sky which must be reproduced. So, genealogical study of the royal family, and detailed history of each king. Within the family or royal clan, the king is always chosen. There is never primogeniture and never a fatal line. Royal work is often divided between 2 or more individuals, king of day and king of night, kings of fire and water, kings of war and peace. Among the Hova, the prime minister was regularly the husband of the queen. A study of the figure of the king will focus on the name of his ancestors, on his totem, example, the panther in the entire black world, on his royal insignia, on the palladia, including the secret palladia. Etiquette and taboos, the king's isolation marks his celestial nature. We will note what his food consists of, the beliefs concerning his words, his soul, the customs concerning his possible death, if he is weak or unlucky, if he becomes too old. Interregnum, cult of royal ancestors, etc. We will note what are the rights of the king over his family, over his ministers. Do his envoys carry a recat, a sign of their message? Rights of the king over his subjects, does he have the right of life and death? Tax rights. Role of the king in criminal law, in civil law, oaths by the king, ordeals where the king is invoked. Place of the king in international law, in matters of war and peace, for example. Your rights in matters of private law, benefits he receives, benefits he owes. The king, being treasurer of the tribe, the clan, the nation, is, as such, bound by specific obligations. Rights over the king can be exercised, in matters of potlatch for example. He can be required to provide medical and magical services. The King of France cures scrofula, 103. The responsibility of the king can go as far as his death in the event of a persistent bad harvest, or in the case of his decrepitude, which corresponds in beliefs to a weakening of the country, as is the case throughout the black world. The organization of the court, often very precise, in certain cases represents the state as if by a map. 104. We will study the rights, duties, and privileges of each person. What are hereditary functions? Detailed historical study of each. Princes, ministers, priests, griots, heralds, bards, slaves, men and women, guards. Each member of the royal family will be the subject of a detailed investigation. Chronicle of each king. We will also make an inventory of the king's treasures, the king's flocks, the king's hunts. The courtyard will be studied more easily during a general movement where the place and role of each person will appear. The label will clearly explain the entire organization it symbolizes. Chiefdoms. Between monarchy and democracy, extreme forms of all political organization, we will find leaders everywhere. Chiefs may or may not belong to the royal family, but in relation to their people they are in much the same position as kings. If the leader commands, it is by virtue of a particular essence that emanates from him. Among the Bitsilio, all the true chiefs are called Hovas, which does not mean that they all come from Imarina, that they are all priests, but the tribe cannot do without priests. God is leader. Our ideas about nobility are very weak. There is no perfectly democratic population. In ancient Germania, the nobility was regular, it even existed in Iceland, which would be the model of democracies, even in the Swiss cantons. Among the Celts as well as in the Scottish clan, the chief is an eponym, he is both military leader and civil leader, head of the family, head of the clan, and he embodies the ancestor. The nobles form the imperial hierarchy. There was therefore confusion almost everywhere between the administrative nobility and the racial nobility. Here the big question of administrative tenure and land tenure arises. An English Lord of Justice is Lord of by his function, but only by his function, and his nobility is not transferable to his children. In the past, the loss of noble property led to the loss of the title. The Duke of Bordeaux was owed to Bordeaux. A land tenure, on the other hand, is a tenure by birth. The Duke of Norfolk is Earl Marshal of the court. The nobility constantly evolves between a minimum and a maximum. The difference between a small Breton nobleman living in his manor and a wealthy peasant was very small. Here all the questions arise concerning feudalism. Certain hierarchies are entirely of a royal order, such as the cabecers of Dahomey 105. The nobles are delegates of the prince, it is the administrative chiefdom, it is also the origin of a part of our nobility, in particular of all the nobility, of dress. Alongside administrative chiefdoms there are also purely military chiefdoms. The king of war is not always king in times of peace. We will study all the benefits to which a specific title of nobility gives right, all tenures in quality, the noble is a crown bearer. Democracy. It is very rare that there are monarchies without any democratic element, it is equally rare to find a pure democracy. The leaders exercise their authority in a palaver where they find themselves in the presence of the masses. Among the Germans and the Celts, a legend has it that there were only democracies. Absolute error, there are nobles everywhere. Throughout the Indo-European world, there has never been absolute democracy. Democracy is not generally the work of a state, it is the work of a large part of the segments of the state, segments based on clans, or tribes, but in each of these segments, there is noble families, or noble functions to some degree. Everywhere, we find at least the society of men, and within the society of men, the society of the ancients. The existence of pure democracies is a myth that was established in the 16th century in the Federation of Swiss cantons. The legend of William Tell was only formed in the 16th century, relating events from the 13th century. In every democracy there is a chiefdom, a nobility. The Mongol organization has been called an organization of hordes, thus ignoring that around the prince of the horde are grouped the 12 banners and the 12 princes of the 12 Mongol states, but the entire troop being mounted, we cannot distinguish the infantryman from the horseman, hence the impression of an absence of hierarchy. Generally, democracy is reduced to clan democracy. The basic and structural element is then a segmented element, a democratic state comprising a certain fraternity, a certain amorphism. All Negro villages, all Indonesian villages, all Malagasy villages, all of India, know a kind of municipal council, society of men or council of elders. Maine found there a trait of the Irish Commune 106. This is how, in fact, the Scottish, Irish, Welsh clan and the entire Indo-European family function. The elders form the administration of the tribe and clan, they are grouped into age sections and noble sections, which often overlap. All the American prairie Indians, after the introduction of the horse, instituted rules which are still called, from a French expression, counting blows. The one who is hit in the melee considers himself beaten and promotion in the tribe depends on the blows dealt. This institution probably dates back to the first French-Canadian trappers. Almost everywhere, we will therefore find a hierarchy within the clan, within the tribe, this hierarchy excluding neither democracy nor the tribe. Let us now look at the main characteristics of democracy. There is political organization whenever there is a political body, whenever individuals exercise a function recognized by the community. Almost everywhere, we will find a minimum of organization which can be temporary, like the Clan Council in Australia and the Andaman Islands. Clan Council or Tribal Council meetings are accompanied by a certain pageantry. Etiquette is regular. In Australia we speak a language other than everyday language during assemblies. The notion of parliament is a fundamental notion. Everywhere there is a place where we must speak to each other in peace, there is the right to speak, the right not to vote, but to agree or disagree. We find something analogous in the conferences of the wars of religion. We too often confuse assemblies of this order with all popular assemblies. The Council of Elders meets separately, but at the end of its session, it explains to the troops what has been decided. The people, it is true, are present. A clan council in Scotland is held on the day of the clan festival and games. It is this presence of the mass which gives this pure democratic aspect to the clan, but it is an organized mass, arranged by families, by clans and sub-clans, by places. After the dissolution, each family regains its independence. The democratic form of the state is accompanied by a particular mode of administration of justice. Private justice is administered within the family. In the case of collective justice, the clan can in certain cases carry out an investigation in all the families of the clan, except in the family of the chief. Clan assemblies, tribal assemblies, are often brought together to resolve quarrels. All Australian tribal assemblies begin with a series of regular combats, duels without killing, arms are brought to the council, because the free man recognizes himself by bearing arms. We recognize the republic, says Aristotle, by the fact that the people have not laid down their arms. In this regard, a Sioux clan behaves like the tribes of Israel in the Bible. The rights of convocation and hospitality are still characteristic of the democratic state. Hostess, the enemy, opposes hosps, the host. The rules of hospitality are fundamental rules. The rules for summoning the tribe are very developed in Australia, and also very developed in North America. They are the basis of alliance rights and communal meals. The corporation was essentially a society which organized communal meals. Secondary forms of social organization. Society of men. Secret societies. Castes. Classes 107. The secondary forms of the exercise of power are as important as the primary forms. The only difference is that, by their very definition, secondary forms are sectioned. The most important form of the political social division of labor is the sexual division, which excludes women from politics. The Society of Men administers part of public affairs. Society of Men. To describe the Society of Men, we will assume by hypothesis that it has nothing in common with secret societies. The Society of Men is generally manifested in the Melanesian world and in the Polynesian world by the presence of a house, the House of Men, and by the existence of specific sanctuaries. Africa generally has two kinds of meeting places. Sacred groves play an important role in this regard. The Papuan world has a men's house per phratry. Very often, the men's house is a sign not only of the existence of a society, but also of its independence, sometimes even a challenge. We will therefore distinguish whether there is one house of men per phratry, per location, or if there are several. The House of Men is generally divided by clans, each clan having its cells in addition to sanctuaries. In Fiji, the men's house reaches considerable dimensions. In the organization of human society, a division by age can overlap with other divisions. Its internal organization can regulate the conditions of marriage, initiation, rank in the army, and the position of the head of the family. It can dominate the entire military and civil organization of the state. It is within the Society of Men that we will find true political forms. Let us not forget that corporations were the means of emancipation of municipalities. Human society is normally divided according to the system of age classes. The elders govern, the others obey with the prospect of governing later. Among the Arunta of Australia, initiation lasts about 30 years, it is only at the end of this time that the man is in possession of all his grades. The organization is often rigid. Initiation is the fundamental fact, with the achievement of ranks. Very often, the adolescent leaves his family to enter the Society of Men. In particular, he is not initiated by his father nor by his paternal uncles, but by his maternal uncles and future stepfathers. It is with them that he lives, it is in their House of Men that he will be initiated. The institution of pages is a survival of this state of affairs. Fosterage corresponds to the obligation to be raised by one's future father-in-law. Ranks are achieved slowly, after tests of all kinds, ritual and military. They can also get lost, their loss corresponding to a sort of retirement. Human society often plays a considerable judicial role. Very frequently, it is the essential holder of criminal law, executions being able to be secret. Its religious functions are also very important, whether it is divided into clans, or divided into brotherhoods, the brotherhoods themselves being able to be clans or former clans. Alongside its secret sessions, the Society of Men manifests itself publicly on certain occasions, notably by banishing women from the village for its ceremonies, or on the contrary by only making short public appearances. We will observe everything that relates to the language of human society, its relationship with ordinary language, etc. The Society of Men, even in Australia, can exercise real legislative power. It is there that customs are modified, new ones introduced, old ones abandoned. In certain cases, the Society of Men corresponds to groups of corporations. For example, in Fiji, the Corporation of Carpenters, the Corporation of Blacksmiths in Central Africa. Women's societies, which are very widespread, are much less well known. In a large number of cases, women form colleges. There was talk in Dahomey of convents of priestesses. Secret societies. The secret society is secret by its operation, but its function is public, its action is always to some degree public. Its members belong to various clans and ranks within society cut across clan divisions. The conjurers are conjurers for life, this is a minimum in the secret society. Very often, the secret society is a brotherhood extracted either from clans, classes, or even corporations. The brotherhood is secret, extremely secret, in everything that is not public. The arrivals of masks belonging to the brotherhood are public. The question will arise of the legality or illegality of the secret society. The way we too generally interpret the secret society as hostile to the state is a mistake. We always imagine secret societies from the point of view of our society. They are in fact partly conspiracy societies, but which play a regular function. A secret society in Dahomey, in Mr. Hazume's book 108, appears to us as a small society of private plots, but the author himself recognizes that all secret societies are linked to the great myth of the hunter, revealer of the hunt. On the other hand, secrecy is only relative, we are secret from others. For whom, for what, where, under what conditions are secrecy required, the investigation must focus on these different points. Here in Melanesian country is a so-called secret society, which in reality corresponds to the grouping of age classes in human society by clans and totems 109. Davy, in the Sworn Faith 110, describes similar facts for Northwest America. There are 10 secret societies and one is elected to this or that grade of this or that society depending on the clan to which one belongs. No one can access the higher grade without having passed all the lower grades. It is a succession of brotherhoods, recruited according to age, wealth, potlatches and clans. It will often be difficult to distinguish the secret society from the society of men, which may itself be made up of several secret societies with strongly hierarchical age groups. In very complicated societies like those of the American Northwest, a man normally has two lives, a winter life, a summer life. The summer society is grouped by clans and families, the winter society by brotherhoods and secret societies. But the brotherhoods themselves are classified by clan and age. There is still a system of first names corresponding exactly to the system of animals, gods, or ancestors that need to be reincarnated. Throughout Melanesia, clans are divided into age classes, there is no recruitment or election, but a son can lose the rank passed down by his father. It is not enough to belong to a particular clan to access a particular rank in the secret society. These grades are obtained by the ecstasies characterized in this rank in relation to the applicant's clan. If the candidate has not had his revelation, he cannot acquire the coveted rank. As for the 6 princes of the Kwakiutl family, they can only remain princes if they are cannibals. The secret society generally possesses considerable, terrible powers. From a civil point of view, it administers the interests of each of its members. There is an Arioi society in Tahiti, the only secret society that I really know of in Polynesia. The Arioi, that is to say the people who eat with the king, the counts, are in the king's pay, they eat from the king's hand, they carry out the king's orders. The military role of the secret society appears less important than that of the society of men, because it is in the society of men that ages are normally determined. In criminal law, the secret society plays an important role. Ascent in the secret society, from a lower grade to a higher grade, is always the occasion of great expense. One buys one's rank, the expenses, the profits are venal. The treasure of the secret society generally consists of a large number of religious objects. This circulus between grades and between brotherhoods is a considerable fact on which all Orphism is based. International character of secret societies. The secret society plays an important role in religious life, a public role and a secret role. Very often, the sentences decreed are inflicted by magic. Within society there is normally a brotherhood cult. Finally, the secret society has its own language, which remains secret to the uninitiated. These secondary forms of the organization of power are compatible with both democracy and monarchy. They are normally mixed. To a large extent, we can say that the secret forms are intended to determine the leaders. This is what we can already call the rule of committees. Castes and classes 111. When all these grades are acquired and they are hereditary, when, on the other hand, there is endogamy within this heredity, when we can only marry or proceed within a specific social group, we find ourselves in the presence of castes. The caste is a strictly endogamous class, itself divided into clans. It is generally believed that caste only exists in India, although we find it almost everywhere. We have the exact and complete list of Vedic clans up to the present day, but caste is also a Polynesian and Malay fact. The maximum, from a linguistic point of view, is represented by Samoa and by Japan, where you cannot speak about one thing to an interlocutor, based on what you are, without regulating your language as a consequence of these triple considerations. Only within a caste do you all use the same language. Generally, the caste has a special habitat in the village or in the city. She has her leaders. Throughout the black world, blacksmiths, goldsmiths, and griots are grouped into castes. Dioula traders form a caste in the societies where they are dispersed. The Muslims in Chad form a caste that is characterized at first glance by the use of horses, compared to the natives who remain pedestrians. Castes of weavers and carpenters in Fiji. Executioner caste in Western Europe. Class differs from caste only in the absence of heredity and endogamy. It is a simple social distinction, most often based on wealth. Each class has its appropriate language. We will study how the rise from a lower class to the upper class takes place, generally through wealth or political power. There are also obligations, distributions, regulated according to each class. These organizations are still very much alive throughout the Arab country. Most often, the observer will find himself in the presence of a tangle of classes, castes, chiefdoms, monarchical and democratic organization. It will be necessary here to study everything at once. We do not have the right to assign such a political organization to such and such a society without having studied this organization in depth, without having measured the exact place of democratic, monarchical, caste, etc. institutions. In what forms its legal system of public law. Organization. Domestic 112. All the societies of the French colonies are societies based on family, political and domestic bodies. Nowhere is the big family, nor very often even the clan, erased. The political unit is not the individual, but the family. The family, which in our Western countries only has a private role, in fact, or in law, is the true social unit. A political unit, the family forms the transition between political law and the strictly family law of these societies. In Germanic law, and it was like this until the end of the Carolingians, the prosecution of the murderer belongs to the family and not to the state. It is the family and not the state, which collects the composition. The murderer must repay the parents, must repay the mother of his victim. The parents of the victim have the right and even the duty to pursue the murderer. It is vendetta. Our penal system, our system of damages, corresponds to nothing for these societies. The general state of our knowledge on these questions is low. The proportion of well-known Australian companies does not exceed 1 in 50. Over entire regions, Guyana, a large part of Madagascar, we are in ignorance. In our Western society, the family is a state of affairs from which rights arise. Almost everywhere else, the family is a state of law from which certain facts flow. It took 50 years for Durkheim's thesis in this regard to become generally accepted. Where descent is only counted in the uterine line, kinship only exists through women. Elsewhere, descendants are only counted in the male line. In Roman law, the mother is only a parent of her children. By a legal fiction, She is considered the daughter of her husband, loco filii. It is not the states of fact, but the states of law that create the family. However, no family exists without at least the fiction of a state of affairs. The state of affairs is not determined as with us by the fact, it is determined by the fact of the thing. There are therefore still certain facts at the origin, notably the notion of descent. The family links a group of naturally or artificially consanguineous people, united by a series of mutual and reciprocal rights deriving from this belief in consanguinity, a belief which can be marked by the presence of a common name, a family name. In the Maori clan, as in the Scottish clan, the only individual who really has a name is the chief of the clan, but all members of the clan share, to some extent, in its nature. The name, in truth, is a recent phenomenon, dating from feudalism. We more frequently find a series of first names, property of the clan. These first names are inherited and often correspond to reincarnations. From the above, it follows that in most cases, if not in all, the observer will find himself in the presence of families constituted according to principles different from ours. We will find in the societies of the French colonies almost all possible forms of political domestic organization, often very mixed. We should therefore not look for a single organization in countries where the rule is not the unity of the state, but on the contrary its plurality. We will find primitive forms mixed with evolved forms. A Dioula trader from West Africa, throughout his travels, lives isolated and independent, but on his return to his village, he places his gold powder in the hands of the patriarch of the undivided family. It no longer belongs to him from the day he returns. Same facts in Tibetan law. The mixture of forms is a normal mixture. It is explained by the fundamental notion of the plurality of kinships. The inheritance system of ancient Roman law, under the terms of the Law of the 12 Tables, knows 3 orders of heirs. Know them: Heredes, the agnates, the Gentiles. Let's take a few examples. China is divided into 12 clans and all the members of a specific clan believe they are relatives. There are forms of considerable importance in India which are and which are not castes. It will therefore be necessary to distinguish the different amounts of kinship. Biographies and autobiographies will provide useful services here. The comparison of several biographies will give a certain number of first and last names. In fact, the real name is very often kept secret. We will more easily know the nickname, cognomen. The Roman nomenclature, nomen, clan name, prenomen, and cognomen can be used here. The first name is a personal and hereditary name. There is normally only one individual with a given first name within a given clan. Each group has its specific series of first names, while nicknames, attached to the first name, have become the strict property of the family within the clan. The simplest hypothesis is that which divides a society into 2 halves, into 2 moieties, within each of which the descendants are counted in a single line, male or female, the distinction between generations generating a second, the distinction between the sexes, a third division. In this hypothesis, if the descent is counted in the uterine line, a father belonging to generation 1 of group A will father a son who will belong to generation 2 of group B. The grandson will be an A3, belonging to the same phratry and, in the simplest case, to the same age group as his maternal grandfather 113. The big difficulty will be to distinguish alliance from kinship. The A's are all allied to the B's, but they are not all related to the B's. In some cases, they are not at all. To note this distinction, Morgan, then Rivers, distinguished between consanguinity and affinity. In a society where descendants are counted in the uterine line, my wife's parents are my allies and I am only the ally of my children. In a society where descendants are counted in the male line alone, my wife is only an ally of my children. On the one hand, kinship strictly speaking, consanguinity; on the other, simple alliance, or affinity. When descendants are only counted in the male line, the woman transmits nothing, no totem, no inheritance. When only filiation through women counts, the man is a sort of parasite of the descendants. The difficulty lies in combining the 2 descendants. Among the Waramunka, we solved the problem by deciding that women did not have souls, therefore that they did not reincarnate, that they did not transmit anything. In Swabian law, unlike Saxon law, the woman does not inherit and we do not inherit from her. Generally, both lines, male and female, are counted, but offer different importance. It is only in late Indo-European law and also in Polynesian law that the two lines are counted in exactly the same way. Still among the Latins, agnation alone counts. We would not be relatives of our mothers if our ancestors had not known the Germanic family. However, the division into two original phratries is only a hypothesis, the simplest. We will more often find ourselves in the presence of several clans distributed among several phratries or in the presence of large undivided families, uterine or male, each having at its head a leader who holds all his family in his hand, in Manu. The individual family, which plays such a big role in our societies, is much more erased here. Hence the existence of classificatory relationship, that is to say a kinship where the same term designates not a single individual, but an entire class of parents. Classificatory kinship only exists among us to designate cousins, uncles, or aunts. We distinguish between brothers and cousins. But in societies which observe a classificatory kinship, I call all the men of the same family and of the same generation as me brothers, I call all my wife's sisters women, that is to say all the daughters who belong to the same family and the same generation. Reciprocally, my wife calls all my brothers, my husbands. The members of two kinship classes are all in equal rank and of the same gender in relation to each other. Classificatory kinship describes symmetrical positions within a group, or in two groups that confront each other. Here comes all the discussions about group marriage. Classificatory kinship is often reciprocal. Grandson and grandfather call each other by the same name, father and son call each other by the same name. More precisely, there is only one term to designate the father-son. Cf. the German Onkel, from avunculus, little uncle, little ancestor. Kinship terms still vary depending on which sex is speaking and which sex is being spoken about. One cannot undertake a study of the family without having observed and described all possible legal positions in society. Classificatory kinship explains a certain number of frequent customs in so-called primitive societies. The taboo of the mother-in-law, which has survived down to us, can be explained very simply from the diagram above. An A2 can only marry a B2, the mother-in-law is a B1, she belongs to the prohibited generation of the permitted phratry. On the other hand, the son-in-law owes her his wife's blood, he is therefore in a state of perpetual debt to her. Another curious position is that of the uterine nephew in the case of male lineage. An A2 necessarily marries a B2, daughter of a B1, he therefore marries the daughter of his uterine uncle. In certain societies, the nephew must do what he can for his uterine uncle and future father-in-law. This goes as far as homosexual relations among the Kiwai Papuans or the Marindanum, where the child is raised entirely with his uterine uncle. Elsewhere, in Fiji, the uterine nephew, Vasu, has all the rights over his uterine uncle, he can strip him entirely. 114. In each case, we will endeavor to distinguish between de facto and legal kinship. This distinction will make it possible to resolve without difficulty the famous question of primitive promiscuity. In fact, there is no primitive promiscuity, but simply a right to familiarity. The cases where there is true promiscuity are cases of absolute sexual license, obligatory, but limited to certain very solemn holidays, to certain days of the year. In Australia and throughout Madagascar, the worst forms of incest are prescribed for these festivals, they are strictly prohibited throughout the rest of the year. The study of the family will be based on biographies and autobiographies. These biographies will allow the use of the genealogical method which, itself, will reveal the exact type of kinship nomenclature in the society studied. The genealogical method consists of collecting all the kinship terms used by a specific individual with regard to the different members of his family whose exact relationship with the informant is known. These terms, transferred to the genealogical tree of the family studied, will immediately reveal different classes of parents, the class of fathers will include all the brothers of the father, the class of brothers will include all the cousins on the paternal line or on the maternal line, etc. 115. The history of several individuals belonging to the same group will then make it possible to reconstruct the history of the group itself. In addition, we will thus obtain valuable information on property and its modes of transmission, on inheritances, etc. We will never leave marriage which, as we see from the above, far from founding the family, is most often only a consequence of it, it is an effect, it is not a cause. The individual family only becomes the legal family late in life, the clan, the large undivided family, are much more important. The place of the individual family has increased greatly in our country recently. The observation of political domestic groups will often represent the essential part of the observer's work. The important facts take place neither on the individual scale nor on the tribal scale, but above all on the scale of segments of which society is composed. In our Western countries, it would be difficult to cut off a province without seriously affecting the life of the entire society. But elsewhere, in certain politico-domestic regimes, immense masses can be cut off, society remains, an entire Malay clan can emigrate, the tribe remains, a large family leaves the clan remains. This segmental character also exists among us, but on the scale of the individual, it is individuals, not groups, who segment themselves. Our working hypothesis, which assumes a society divided into two amorphous exogamous clans, rules out the horde of Lewis Henry Morgan 116, which would characterize promiscuous kinship and marriage. Morgan believed in primitive promiscuity, without any distinction between people of the same generation. According to him, at this social stage, everyone could marry his sister, everyone had absolute rights to sexual relations with all his sisters, who were also his wives. In reality, Morgan generalized from a specific case, that of the Punalua kinship of the Hawaiian Islands, where one is only temporary possessor of his wife, who can be kidnapped by any of his brothers. The thesis of the precedence of exogamy over the clan, society being simply divided into two matrimonial classes, was again represented by Grebner. We have long believed that we were in the presence of societies divided into two amorphous exogamous clans, thus all the societies of southeastern Australia, we believed, were divided into hawks and ravens. Practically, we know today that no society exists which only knows two amorphous exogamous clans. The society which comes closest to this state of affairs is that of the Todas of Southeast India. However, if the Todas are indeed divided into two strictly exogamous groups, they represent one of the culminations of what must have been the Dravidian civilization. They speak a Dravidian language, it is therefore impossible to use the term primitive 117 here. Phratries. Each of these clans is always divided into at least 3 generations. This is the type of organization that we find most frequently in Australian societies as well as throughout North and South America and also in most of Africa. The entire Aztec ensemble functioned from phratry to phratry. Potlatches in North America take place from phratry to phratry even more than from clan to clan. Exogamy is even more regular within the phratry than within the clan. The phratry always remains exogamous. However, in Athens, it did not have this character, and its existence, therefore, was more difficult to detect. We therefore most often find ourselves in the presence of phratries divided into clans, subclans and undivided families. Within these divisions there is a legal relationship and a classificatory relationship which is a de facto relationship. Organization therefore always quite complicated. It was long believed that all Australian tribes were linked by a language of gestures, a secret language. There is in fact a gesture language developed in Australian tribes. But the first concern of an Australian traveller arriving in a new tribe is to say what its phratry is and, within it, what is its marital class. As soon as it is thus situated, it is entitled to class designations, which gives all Australian societies the appearance of the same family. All this can be conceived in a strictly and exclusively legal manner. Generally speaking, we will not speak of exogamy, but of degeneration, of the hierarchy of collective forms of the family, as opposed to the individual form which remains alone today. Clan. The clan can be described as a large family, equal to the different generations composing this clan and not to total equality of the clan. The notion of brotherhood is present in the clan, but above all the notion of the identity of the blood that flows and flows at different ages. This is the Germanic zip, which corresponds to the Sanskrit term sepa, the group which has the right to a house of assembly. Throughout the Indo-European world, this assembly house is the house of the large undivided family, and the zip is the large undivided family in Germanic law. The clan is designated by the notion of perfect consanguinity, everyone has the same blood, the same life. In Arabic, the term which designates the clan is also the one which translates as life, blood. There is the same nature among people who belong to the same clan. The expression of this community of life, of blood, of soul, is the name, Gentiles sunt inter esse, which iadem nomini sunt 118. All Fabii are people of the same blood, all Julius are fit to be Caesar. The clan is life, it is blood. The first sign of the clan is the name. Where there is a name, there is at least a family and very often a clan. We will find named clans and unnamed families. The clan supposes common blood, common life, common descent. It is still a generic name and not an individual name, the individual name is a recent invention. This generic name is generally expressed by a coat of arms. Coat of arms which can be completely elementary, consist of only a simple tattoo or take on enormous proportions. The entire American Northwest rigorously decorates everything with its coat of arms. The clan is also manifested by the belief in a common descent of man and a specific species of animals or plants, which forms totemism. However, we can find clans without totems, but not totems without clans. The totem link is a very general link, but not absolutely necessary. In some societies, phratry totems alone count. Totemism is marked by the kinship of substance between man and the revered species, the animal or the plants. It's the same life that flows. The links are links of worship 119. Name, coat of arms, totem, here are three almost ideological characteristics of the clan. The clan still manifests itself through legal ties. First of all, by a certain fraternity, a certain equality, between its members. Durkheim, it is true, perhaps did not distinguish enough between the generations in the clan, and exaggerated this amorphism a little. But finally, amorphism exists, within the same generation fraternity is absolute, all brothers are brothers, all fathers are fathers to some degree. Among the Sioux, everyone is arranged on both sides, by age groups and by subtotems. So relative brotherhood and relative equality of the whole clan, and even of the whole phratry, all the sons of the Sharif are Sharifs and are brothers. The clan often still has a common territory, it still has its sanctuary, common to all its members. The Berber clan is characterized by the presence of its party. The existence of rights, including property rights, that all members of the clan have in common leads to remarkable results. The clan is a place in which there is no public resolution of conflicts. Blood vengeance does not exist within the clan, since the clan is blood, it's an accident. The clan has the right of low and high justice over all its members, no outsider has the right to review its judgments. Blood vengeance is carried out from clan to clan, compositions are paid from clan to clan. This is what has been called, with a bad term, collective responsibility. In fact, what exists is two communities which can be in a state of war, which exercise their revenge and receive their compensation. There are still other characteristics of the clan, less necessary, but quite particular. Here we are in the presence of segmental societies, each clan has its independence, an independence marked by the possibility of entering the clan through all systems of artificial kinship, in particular through adoption. In a large number of cases, the clan includes a specific number of souls, a specific number of first names, and a number of animals that live with the clan. Finally, there is the question of eminent domain and individual rights. The clans, can be of various kinds. The primary clans, which correspond to the phratries, are more or less erased everywhere. Furthermore, certain clans have extremely determined local institutions, patrilocal or matrilocal clan. Depending on whether the descent is counted by the father or the mother, the clan will have male descent or uterine descent. Exogamy is quite general, and endogamous clans are the exception. An endogamous clan almost always corresponds to a caste, like royal families. Normally, the degree of kinship is an impossibility for marriage. The clan can still be local, or simply nominal, in this case grouping individuals dispersed in different towns where they are recognized by their surname. The great totemic clans are always to some degree nominal and not local. But there are also very important local clans, such as the Scottish clan. Elsewhere, a clan only includes a very small number of individuals, for example among the Arunta of Australia. The clan, which today seems unimportant in certain regions, may have played a considerable historical role. The doctrine that exogamy is a characteristic of the clan was supported by Fraser and Durkheim 120. In fact, exogamy is not necessarily clan exogamy, because very often, the clan has degenerated and is no longer just a simple kinship. The descent in the clan is generally counted in a single line, raising the problem of uterine descent and that of male descent. We call a clan with uterine descent a clan whose stock is formed by women, which does not mean that the women are masters of the clan, but that they are the means of propagation. Uterine descent does not mean predominance of women, but line and stock of the clan. A big mistake is to confuse matriarchy and uterine descent, when the person who commands in a family with uterine descent is normally the uterine uncle, the mother's brother. We recognize uterine descent by the important role of the uterine uncle, or the uterine nephew. Theorists of the late 19th century believed that the world began with uterine kinship. They believed that the primitive form of kinship was kinship through women. The question, which has been debated at length, is of purely theoretical interest. In practice, the main divisions are established based on sexes and generations. My father must not be of the same stock as my mother, and my mother must not belong to the same generation as me, otherwise I would have the right to be her husband. Therefore, in all societies, starting from the division into sexes, there is always both uterine and male descent, only the two descendants are not counted in the same way. The problem that has been debated for more than 30 years is non-existent. There can be heredity by women and heredity by men, but we do not inherit the same goods from both lines. In Ashanti country, the child inherits the blood of his mother, the spirit of his father. 121. More serious divisions may arise from distinctions between ages. The age classes overlap the differences between phratries or between clans. In a large number of cases, we will find ourselves in the presence of a society divided into a small number of clans spread over a more or less vast area. Under the rule of exogamy, in each place, one will find several clans represented, each clan striving to maintain a preponderant importance. These are questions of both public and private interest, fundamental. Clan-to-clan alliances are very often perpetual. It is understood that a clan A will normally look for its wives in a clan of the opposite phratry. Throughout the Iroquois set, a bear marries a wolf. When we find ourselves in the presence of a majority of bears and bear uterine offspring, we can speak of a uterine clan. Here the men monopolize the women in their homes. Elsewhere, uterine uncles are attached to their nephews and future sons-in-law. These rights over people translate into property rights. Such a property goes out with such a line. The main thing is property, it is blood vengeance. The question is whether the son abandons his mother to fight in his father's clan, or vice versa. The social state is still expressed during mourning, by the arrival of the mourners, who are in one case the uterine parents, in the other the male relatives. The entire uterus, the importance of which we did not suspect, can thus appear during funerals. It will still be necessary, in these nominal clans, to distinguish the large family from the clan. What matters is not the quantity of individuals, but the number of references to people, their calculation of kinship. Finally, very often, we will see the crossing of the two types of clans, leading to the crossing of two descendants. In the same society, Kroeber found himself in the presence of two kinds of clans, some transmitted by blood, others by the spirit. 122. Clans, on the other hand, can be articulated, divided into subclans, which subdivide themselves. This is what Hatton observed at the Torres Strait and which he described under the name of linked totems, chained and successional totems, hierarchy of clans and names and divisions of clans, corresponding to a hierarchy of the world, to a true cosmology. 123. These forms of classification are found in the Pueblo world, in the Sioux and Iroquois world. 124, in almost all of America. It seems that a similar cosmology existed in Mexico and Peru. The first mention of a totem is in Garcilaso de la Vega. We can therefore find ourselves in the presence of a series of totems, that is to say a series of subclans. Complicated series, where the subclans are often compared to the branches of a tree, it is a question of locating the bird on the tree. The division into subtotems can also result in reproducing the mythical animal of the group. Among the Zuni, right eye of the jaguar is normally placed behind right nostril and to the right of, left, on the ground. The members of the clan will draw the sacred jaguar. The same arrangement is found in the meetings of the Iroquois Council. The rank is very clear. The division into more or less numerous subclans can therefore go as far as locating the individual. Finally, a clan can disappear, for example when all its subclans have themselves risen to the dignity of clans. Exogamy always disappears much more difficult than the totem. Often the clan only survives through its name, which gives those who bear it a vague feeling of kinship. Elsewhere, it subsists in the form of a military organization. Comitia by centuries and comitia by tribes in Rome correspond in one case to the gentes, in the other to the army. The question of military organization comes into play here, with the society of men. The local clan is more often patrilocal than matrilocal. It quite often comes from one of these subclans, whose males will have remained grouped, excluding, so to speak, the uterine descendants. Exogamy is exclusively local here. You can have a paternal name and local affiliation, at the same time as a maternal name. The system of organization will appear clearly during the meetings of the elders, or the sessions of the men's house, where all the men meet in the house of their phratry. We can then say that Parliament sits permanently. The Roman Senate and the meeting of the gentes represented by the Patra correspond to these sessions. Members of the blood clan will be joined by slaves, freed or not, clients, captives, etc. Very often, the military organization of the tribe includes divisions by age ranks and clans. This was the case of the Polish army until the 15th century. Finally, the question of the relationship between the clan and the tribe arises. The family. 125. The large family or undivided family, joint family, is a concentration of the clan, or more precisely of the subclan. We did not start from the original couple, we started from more or less large masses, which were concentrated little by little. Evolution took place through the determination of concentric circles of kinship that were ever narrower and narrower. We must therefore not explain undivided kinship by a multiplication of the household, but on the contrary explain the conjugal family based on undivided kinship. The large family consists of a group of consanguines bearing the same name and living together in a specific territory. We obey the oldest man of the oldest generation. It is the younger brother and not the son who inherits. Also the king of Nepal who wanted to leave the kingdom to his son had to massacre all his brothers. This is what we used to call the peaceful community, the tacit community, whose members put everything in common under the direction of the patriarch. Sons are endowed by the community and not by their father. The patriarch is an administrator of property, generally inalienable. Main's description of the great family in his ancient Law 126 was a great moment in our studies. Main discovered the identity of the family in Punjab and Ireland. After him we note the existence of the large family in almost the entire Indo-European world. The Balkan Tzadruga is found in all the northern Celtic countries. In Rome, the group of agnates was very strong, which included all the descendants of the same male ancestor, including women, but not their sons. The characteristics of the big family are the same as those of the clan. We find the presence of a common name, the association of each generation within the family, and within each generation, absolute equality. All are brothers who belong to the same generation in relation to the ancestor, everyone is a son of the ancestor to some degree. This is evident in marriage, an aberrant but very strong form of which is sororal polygyny or fraternal polyandry 127. The most important trait in the undivided family is the notion of the common ancestor, of which the patriarch is the living representative. The large family is clearly distinguished here from the clan, within which the cult of ancestors is quite rare. Within the large family, heredity occurs by generation. Equality between people of each generation is absolute outside the authority of the patriarch. There is no sharing by strains, no representation of strains, there are only shares by head at the interior of each generation. Generally, at this stage, there is no longer any exogamy other than that of the large family. The joint ownership of property is general, the property remains invested in the heritage. To the extent that there is sharing, the sharing is equal. In reality, there is no inheritance within the family, it is perpetual, while individual famine is reformed with each generation. Within the large family, the patriarch distributes work in the fields, manages real estate and sometimes movable property. Sometimes we also see the presence of individual savings, more or less restricted. Equality among all does not mean reciprocity among all. What exists is not communism strictly speaking, but total reciprocity. The members of the group expect from the community not goods, but services. Finally, membership in the egalitarian group is relatively free. Family members can break their bond of agnation to form a new family. The presence of the large family is detected on the land by the existence of the large house enclosed by walls, or the long house. The general characteristics remaining the same, these large families can be in the male line or in the female line, or even observe the two descendants. In a large Malay family, married daughters stay there and receive a nocturnal visit from their husband. This is stealth marriage. We can therefore distinguish two kinds of large families: undivided paternal family, type of the Indo-European family, where the oldest agnate, the oldest of the males present of the stock, commands; undivided maternal family, example, part of the Germanic family. Depending on the case, real estate property rights will be transmitted through the male line or through the female line, movable property being more attached to the individual. But agnation does not necessarily exclude cognation. Male line descent does not exclude recognition of female line inheritance. In the undivided maternal family, the patriarch is the representative of the eldest woman of the oldest generation. In Madagascar, it is the prime minister, husband of the queen; elsewhere it is his brother, the oldest uterine uncle. But the calculation of maternal lineage does not mean that there is a matriarchal family, a family where women are in charge. This simply means that the hierarchy of men is recruited in the uterine line. We easily recognize the presence of the maternal family in the position of maternal uncles. The uterine uncle is the protector, normally the guardian. The position of the woman is still marked in the interior layout of the house. Inside the longhouse, each household has its own apartment. However, in the maternal family, the husband is not at home, sometimes even he only visits his wife at night, hiding. The property of children, in the maternal family, belongs to the maternal grandfather or uncle. The husband is a kind of tenant, often locum tenens, of his son. The husband is lieutenant of his son and also of his father-in-law. Polyandry is regular in certain societies with uterine descent. Among the Scythians and throughout the Numidic world, that is to say Libyan. It still exists in Tibet, where a woman has several brothers as husbands, each family comprising several women. Generally the administration of property is done by the elder brother of one of the women of the house and not by a husband. The paternal family does not present a very different picture, in the sense that in both cases, it is always the men who are the sword bearers. The role of the men does not differ, only their place changes. In the case of agnatic descent, it is the women who are outside the family, they are only the reproducers of children. The undivided agnatic family left, so to speak, only this kinship in Roman law, while the genos in Greece had to be something intermediate between the clan, the great family and the patriarchal family, with the predominance of the great family. This family of agnates was important especially in the Indo-Iranian group and throughout the Celtic group, while in original Germanic law, the undivided maternal family played a leading role. This large agnatic family still exists in certain societies in North America. In this case, the woman is not related to her children, she is simply their cognate, bought by the husband to have children. Hence an erroneous conception of marriage, where the wife is the slave of the husband. In the agnatic family, the woman is the owner only of her own property, of her paraphernals, but over these goods it has the most extensive rights. The error consists of: believe that there is only one right, applicable to all property and all owners, whoever they may be. On the contrary, plurality of rights is the rule. Inside the paternal family everything happens as in the maternal family, with sharing by head and not by stock, between individuals of the same generation. There is no communism, but direct or indirect reciprocity. Within the large paternal family, sororal polygyny can exist, that is to say the obligation of a general marriage of a family against a family of another clan or another phratry. This sororal polygyny corresponds to the polyandry of maternal families. The levirate is a survival of it. The large undivided family is still very clearly inscribed in Icelandic law by the enclosure, the Norman enclosure. The son has the right to establish a house in his father's land, but he does not have the right to sell this house. The enclosure is an enclosure made of stones or wood, the kraal is a clan, village, or large family kraal, never an individual family. In terms of livestock, the property is undivided, the livestock belongs to the group of agnates. Real estate property is undivided when it comes to the subsoil, it is not necessarily undivided when it comes to establishments on the surface, notably fields, or especially gardens. Generally, solidarity is absolute in criminal matters within the large family. In contract law, potlatches take place from large family to large family, more often than from individual family to individual family. These conceptions are still reflected in the traditions of hospitality. We finally arrive at the form of family which appears to us to be the oldest and which is in reality the most recent from a legal point of view, the conjugal family. It was Rome which recognized the existence in law of the individual family, while continuing to ignore female kinship. The de facto conjugal family exists everywhere, individuals always know who their real father is, who their real mother is, and still distinguish them after their death. Relationships of affection and others are ever closer between parents and true children. But the conjugal family, in law, is rarely recognized. In most cases we will note the de facto coexistence of the conjugal family and the large undivided family. The de facto conjugal family has existed since Australia. It is the family of law that undergoes these immense amplitudes of variations that we have just described. It will therefore be necessary to observe the family in fact and in fact. Among the Eskimo and in a large part of northern Asia, the organization varies according to the seasons. The individual family isolates itself in summer, for hunting. In winter, all members of the large family gather in the large common house. An Australian group normally consists of 3 or 4 households living under 3 or 4 shelters and moving as the hunting ground becomes exhausted. Large concentrations of clans, phratries, or tribes only take place at specific times of the year, for specific purposes. On the day of mourning, the individual family disappears completely, the females come to get some, the males take others. The wife can be held responsible for the death of the husband. Is the conjugal family on the paternal line or on the maternal line? In China, I have no relatives except my paternal ancestors. The wife worships the tablet of the husband's ancestors and not her own. Children are only relatives in the paternal line. Matriarchy, also an aberrant form, exists in India, particularly in the high castes of Brahmins. It is regular in Micronesia. In the conjugal family, we will study more particularly the role of the father. Does he have the right of life and death over his children? Infanticides, exposure. In all societies, the father has always tended to transmit his rights to his sons while retaining for them the rights they received from their mother. It is the story of all royal families, the story of all marriages. Almost everywhere, we will observe conflicts between agnatic descent and cognatic descent. The wedding. Marriage is the legal bond which unites two people for the purpose of founding a family, de facto or de jure, in principle a de jure family, but all degrees are possible between marriage proper and a state of affairs which results in the rule of law with regard to children. It is the sanction of a certain sexual morality. In the societies that occupy us, marriage is not the source of the family, it is only a moment, only an incident. We are the only ones living under the conjugal principle. The entire evolution of domestic law comes down to an evolution towards the conjugal family. Marriage starts from almost nothing to achieve almost everything. Uso capio in this matter was only abolished in the 20th century. We will neglect the problematic question of primitive promiscuity and we will endeavor to distinguish between the fact and the law. The idea of marriage practiced exclusively by very large groups, groups of brothers, groups of sisters, is a false idea. What exists is the possibility of sexual relations which can lead to states of affairs, but always occasional and strictly regulated, never to states of law. Group marriage only ever takes place between small groups limited by age and sex. In the most common case, me and my brothers have to marry our maternal uncle's daughters. The rule of law is prior to the state of fact. Lewis H. Morgan 128 believed he would find group marriage on a very large scale in Hawaii. He started from the Punalua kinship, where a man can give all the women of his generation the name woman, and where sexual relations are possible within a generation. From there, Morgan concluded that it was primitive promiscuity. In fact, sexual license is required in Hawaii for the entire first month of the year and during a very major holiday week. Outside of there, it is prohibited. On the other hand, in Hawaii there is no distinction between the word woman and the word sister. Finally, marriage entails for the king the obligation to marry his consanguineous sister. Incestuous in essence, the royal dynasty reproduces the image of heaven and earth, removing all questions of lineage and heredity. What constituted for Morgan the proof of group marriage therefore only corresponds to a sexual license limited to specific periods, and, on the other hand, to an incestuous marriage of the king. The entire regulation of marriage, and in particular the institution of matrimonial classes, aims to establish matrimonial prohibitions between generations. Almost all black societies have at least 4 marriage classes, corresponding to 2 generations in each phratry. In certain societies, the more complicated classification results in restricting the possibilities of marriage to very narrow groups, in order to ensure the reincarnation of a given ancestor in an absolutely certain manner. We can thus have up to 8 matrimonial classes. The institution of marriage classes is much more widespread than is usually believed. 129. We recognize the existence of such classes by the very particular position occupied by the mother-in-law and the joking relationships. 130. Classes are either opposed or shifted, to allow the existence of a gerontocracy, with older men reserving young girls for themselves. 131. An important question is whether or not the organization of these classes is linked to totemism. Very often, the 2 phratries have a totem name. 132. We will not absolutely oppose exogamy, i.e. prohibition of incest, and endogamy, family exogamy almost always corresponding to clan endogamy. We now only know the ban on marrying within our family. Infringement of the laws of exogamy. Incest is a public crime, it inspires horror, even if committed unintentionally. Oedipus. Sometimes, however, incest will be sought, because it alone allows absolute purity of blood. Royal family in Hawaii, pharaohs. Regarding polygamy and monogamy, absolute monogamy only exists in law. Sororal polygyny, in Tibet, fraternal polyandry, in Africa, are almost always explained by economic reasons. Polygyny is normal in regions where husband and wife cannot have sexual relations from birth until each child is weaned. The question of the permanence of marriage will retain the attention of the observer for longer. The bond that unites the spouses is a legal bond, but of what nature? Is it a contract of sale, pledge, rental? In marriages of choice, children are retained before their birth. In reality, these are phratry to phratry services. Generally, marriage establishes relationships between in-laws on both sides. There are curious inequalities of responsibilities and curious differences in public law and private law, the rights of man over woman not corresponding to the rights of woman over man. This question of the division of rights, parallel to the division of labor, reappears with regard to children. Wedding ceremonies. Marriage is a private act which does not change anything in the marital status of the spouses. The purpose of marriage rites is to avoid the inconveniences that may result from the cohabitation of two different beings. The bride's purchase price corresponds more precisely to a rental price. A man from one family is granted a wife belonging to another family and who will allow the man to ensure his descendants. The ceremony itself is a moment of crisis that must be overcome. In a number of cases, the defloration is ritual, carried out by the priest, in public, for example in Samoa. Elsewhere, there is simply transport of the bride to the groom. The engagement rites are then very long, example in South Africa. The wedding night is not necessarily the wedding night, there are often many trials. In Melanesia, girls strolling corresponds to what explorers once called regular prostitution. All this does not mean that there is no marriage ceremony. The fact of cohabitation, of a female presence alongside a male, of the birth of children, all this brings a change in the religious status of the spouses, whether the husband comes to live with his wife, or whether the wife is kidnapped by the husband. With regard to commitment, we will distinguish marriage classes: who has the cognobium, with whom. Contractual forms by intermediary parents are common in Australia. Davy sees this as the possible origin of all contracts. Description of betrothal, which can begin before the birth of the spouses. The taboos of engagement, the services that the man must provide to his future in-laws constitute the essential part of marriage in all societies that are ethnographic. This is the principle of the serfdom of the bridegroom. Jacob in Laban, Jacob served 10 years to obtain a contract that ensured him children. The trials of the candidate for royal daughter are considerable in all the sultanates of the black world. Bride taboos, from the mother-in-law, of the father-in-law 133. Marriage is a moment of engagement, often after the first sexual relations. Marriage by capture, or by combined kidnapping, is common. It already exists among the Kurnai of Australia. The Battle of the Groomsmen, which still takes place in many French countryside, is a survival. Custom of Valentines. These rites symbolize the passage from one family to another and the violence which necessarily accompanies this passage. Note the rituals for the kidnapping, the communion rituals, shared meals, alternative visits to the two families. All these rites aim to gradually bring the bride and groom face to face with each other. Then come the groom's taboos, the so-called stealth marriage, where the groom can only visit his wife by stealth. Finally, all the threshold rites, the rites of introduction to the ancestors. In Madagascar, the notion of contract is clear. Note the absence of dowry and avoid the use of this term. We will rather speak of pledges given by the husband to the woman's family, of a price for the woman's enjoyment. Religious phenomena are generally secondary. Note the conditions of place and time. We often marry the woman that fate has designated for you, who is predestined for you. Marital life. Is it durable or temporary? 134. Does it take place in the wife's family or that of the husband? Religious rules regarding menstruation, breastfeeding, hunting, war, prohibited actions within the household. It is rare for husband and wife to eat together. Position of women within the household, sexual division of labor, existence of male and female property. Here the woman is the complete owner, there, she has nothing. Avoid the idea of the woman as a beast of burden, slave to her husband, but distinguish true female slaves, or captives, from others. The study of the position occupied by the first wife raises the question of cohabitation, of jealousy between co-wives, infanticide, abortions, etc. Marriage must be studied statistically. Adultery, the institution of sagisby, is regular in black countries. Wife's loan, exchange, rental, regulation of adultery and temporary marriage, for example in the event of prolonged absence of the husband among the Dioula of Sudan. Right of the host, right of the prince, etc. Anticipated cases of infidelity. Solidarity between husband and wife from a criminal and civil point of view is often very weak. Relations of the husband with his in-laws and in particular with his brothers-in-law, cf. Bluebeard. Divorce. Who can dissolve the marital bond? Among blacks, it is more often the woman, among the Semites, man. In what cases? Repudiation is the usual form of divorce. Divorce generally coincides with the restitution of property given by the husband to his future in-laws. Statistical study of divorce cases. The biographical method will be useful here. Fate of children. Widowhood. The widowhood of the man is generally unimportant, that of the woman is much more serious, the woman often accused of the murder of her husband. The woman is the subject, even more than the object, of mourning. Cases of widow sacrifice, widow suicide, are not rare. Prohibitions weighing on the widow. In a large number of cases, the widow is dedicated to the deceased for the duration of the first burial, until the end of mourning. 135. Very often, the wife is an object of inheritance, the son inherits his father's wives, with the exception of his mother. The regular distinction between male and female property almost always prevents any right of inheritance of the husband to the wife's property, of the wife to her husband's property. Moral phenomena in marriage. Strictly legal phenomena are always surrounded by a halo of phenomena which are not rigorously sanctioned. This is what we call morality. In our society, morality is confused with law, especially in matters of marriage and sexual life, but modesty and morality are all things of convention. Acts that we consider unseemly, elsewhere are on the contrary ordered by custom. It is moral for a young girl from the Solomons to choose her lover. It is therefore essential to abandon at first glance any subjective explanation of a moral order. New Caledonia has very violent taboos against sisters. Almost everywhere, during his initiation, the young man is not allowed to be seen by women. He lives in the bush, flees when approached by women. In a large number of cases, it is forbidden to touch a woman, because it is important that masculine and feminine substances only come into contact when appropriate. This idea of substance was indicated by Durkheim. In contrast to these maxima, certain acts of license can go very far. Prostitution of priestesses in what we call the convents of Guinea, these priests possibly being male. The prostitution of hospitality is in reality a communion of hospitality. In some ceremonies, all the boys try out all the girls. 136. Prostitution, in the sense in which we understand this word, is very rare, doubtless of Semitic origin. Inverted relationships between women are exceptional, between men quite rare, except in New Guinea where they reach a maximum. Among the Marandanum, relationships of the uterine nephew with his uncle and future father-in-law. Phallic cults. Finally, the military associations, for example Epaminondas and the Seven against Thebes. The property. 137. The great distinction, which dominates our law, between personal rights and real rights is an arbitrary distinction, which other societies ignore to a large extent. Following Roman law, we have accomplished an enormous effort of synthesis and unification, but the law and particularly the right to property, jus utendi et abutendi, does not start from a single principle, it arrives there. In Roman law, the slave is still a residential mancipi, he is not a man, he is not a person. Everywhere, the observer will find himself faced with a pluralism of property rights, a large number of things which are not directly palpable being capable of ownership in the same way as tangible things, real property, and not fiction. I am the owner of the tree in which I have nestled my soul, and also the totem owns me. An Australian tribe may own a corroboree. On the other hand, women's property is not the same as men's property, ownership of movable property is not that of buildings, etc. Property of the king of the tribe, the clan, the village, the district, the undivided family can be superimposed on the same object. It will therefore be necessary to study things as they present themselves, without preconceived ideas, without wanting to reduce indigenous rights to the civil code, without using European terminology, never talk about rental, title, furniture or buildings. We will leave entirely aside the question of whether ownership is collective or individual. The terms we put on things are of no importance. We will find collective properties administered by a single individual, the patriarch. In an undivided family, there is no contradiction in the patriarch being only the administrator, here a sovereign administrator, there subject to close control. Almost everywhere there is a distinction between property and possession. Usufructio is a fairly common mode of ownership, found for example in Madagascar. The right of use is often distinguished from land law, the occupation of possession. It will be necessary to abandon, in terms of real rights, a large number of associations of ideas specific to our society, for example in terms of rental of things, services, etc. We will proceed by making an inventory of all the things capable of possession within the domain, having all possible explanations given to us by the elders. By the prudent, the observer will limit himself to describing what he sees, or what is reported to him, in the terms of the indigenous language, distinguishing states of law from states of fact. He will look for the legal titles or the notions which correspond to them but which are not always formulated in a conscious manner. In black countries, we will find almost everywhere a very lively sense of the notion of use, of prescription, comparable to the notions that found in Old French law. We will still use the method of specific cases. The history of a plot of land, or a piece of furniture, will allow the detailed study of the modes of acquisition, dismemberment, and transmission of the property, of possession or usufruct. The analysis of the law will be carried out by comparing the information thus obtained. We will note a very general indistinction between real rights and personal rights, rights and obligations being closely intertwined. The right to a dance, to a song, is more hereditary than the right to land. The notion of a legal thing, of a legal cause, is both very different in some ways, and quite close in others, to our conception. There is still a general indistinction between movable rights and real estate rights, buildings by nature being, as with us, the most important. Almost everywhere, the property offers a very strongly marked religious character. It is even protected by a system of taboos. The same sanctions prohibit the approach of sacred objects. Hence a certain rarity of theft. Relations of property rights with mourning, with the cult of ancestors, etc. We will refrain, we repeat, from absolutely opposing common property and individual property. Thus the game that the hunter kills does not belong to him. Such a noble part of the animal belongs by right to the head of the family, another to the hunter's mother-in-law, etc. Finally, property does not follow a theoretical line, it follows all the lines of the social structure, differing according to the objects to which it applies and according to the people, according to sex, age, marital class, etc. From the owner. Buildings. In our right, we are owners, with the soil, of the air, the light, and the subsoil. Throughout the Black world, these endowments are carefully distinguished. The owner of the soil is not necessarily the owner of the tree planted on that soil, the owner of the tree is not always the owner of the fruits. We must therefore study this cascade of eminent rights. Prior knowledge of Old French law or English law will be very useful here. In England, there is only one owner, it is the king. All tenures belong to the king, some are complete land tenures, tenures of the manor or lord, which include ownership of the soil and that of the subsoil, with intransmissibility of the soil as long as there are legitimate heirs. The mines are the property of the lord and not, as in France, a concession from the state. We will often encounter a form of ownership which is the invaidic lease, the lease for a very long period. The forms of property in Madagascar are very remarkable from this point of view. 138. Land law is the most developed right, even among nomads, who own their transhumance territories. Although strongly rooted in the ground, this right is subject to numerous dismemberments. Land law is above all a right of use which can be encumbered, for example throughout Guinea, with servitudes such as hunting, a privilege of the king and the nobles. The ownership of the land is distinct from the ownership of the surface. One can simply be the owner of the harvest from sowing to harvest, arva per annos mutant, says Tacitus of the Germans. Land ownership, on the other hand, is non-transferable, linked to the family, the clan, the tribe, much more than to the individual. It cannot leave the family to be transferred to a stranger. We observe survivals of a similar state of affairs in Norman law. The sale at repurchase and the right of pairing are still in force in Jersey. The observer will study with particular care the nature of the link which unites the owner group to the possessed object. In Ashanti country, it is the blood of women that circulates in the ground. 139. Throughout Sudan, we will find the institution of the master of the earth, representative of the first occupants. The property is linked to the myth of Mother Earth, the land where the ancestors reside who are masters of granting abundance or imposing famine. We will observe the feelings that each property arouses in its owner. 140, feeling of the chief towards his sanctuaries and towards his gods. Note all the rules which mean that a particular thing is transmitted to a particular individual, or is managed by a particular individual. Depending on the year, depending on the season, the right can vary from individual to collective due to its nature. The right to grazing is controlled by the rotation and fallow system. Property therefore varies not only according to the nature of the object and its owner, but also according to time. We will normally distinguish between collective family property, Hof, Curia, patriarchal property of the house, individual property of trees and orchards, Guard, the right of the tenant over his field while he cultivates this field, Acker, eminent property right over the district, temporary immediately, finally, the ownership of the commons, Wald, over which the right to grazing is exercised, an individual right that everyone possesses. The double morphology is the rule in the Black country, where the field is the property of the agnatic family, the garden individual property, the same land being able to be field or garden depending on the time of the year. 141. And servitude is not necessarily a dismemberment of property, it can originally be a manifestation of the superior right, for example, of the chief. On the other hand, there is normally an easement of passage of all funds for the benefit of all funds. The easements of the street, the garbage heap, the irrigation easements, very important, and the manure are general. Methods of acquiring property. In our societies, everything is for sale, but only since recently, around 150 years. Elsewhere, the normal mode of transmission of property is inheritance. In Ashanti country, as in all of Guinea, women inherit from women, men inherit from men. Land being strictly female property, there cannot be land sold outside the maternal family without a true detestatio sacrorum. The gods must allow the property to pass into another line. Lineage withdrawal is a frequent institution, but is generally found in the form of a ban on sales outside the family. Rental and sale are rare, donation often temporary, as a lieutenancy. In the Malagasy world, we still find allocations of property for public service, the share attributed to the conqueror, as in German law, the Hova soldier in non-Hova country has the right to a field on which he lives, hitra from the Sanskrit word kshatriya, which designates the warrior caste. The pledge, the mortgage, are taken from the individual, not from his property. A debtor will pledge his son, not his land. The family will buy back the pawned individual, because it is the true owner. The land dispossession which followed the arrival of Europeans in colonial territory is an essential phenomenon, which in many cases leads to a redistribution of property, with the appearance of land ownership where it was unknown, but the imposition of a new land regime without in-depth knowledge of the previous regime has serious disadvantages. Furniture. Furniture is much less numerous than buildings. In our society, furniture corresponds to a single form of ownership, always the same. It is not like this everywhere. The house can be the type of furniture and not of the building. The quality of the owner influences the nature of the property, and here we find the great division noted above between male and female property. In France, even now the bride's wardrobe is outside the community, even if it has not been specified as such by contract. There is nothing that resembles capital in the societies of interest to ethnography, except crops, tools and peripheral goods. The trunk is common to all of Asia and Northwest America. In this trunk are stored the masks, the magic sabers, the ceremonial clothes, in a word, the main pieces of furniture, and among the Quakiadl, taking a trunk resulted in the degradation of the owner, who lost face. We will very often note the presence of feudal rights, the right of the lord to the first sheaf, to the tithe. This state of affairs corresponds to property titles rather than obligations. On the same object the rights of the prince, the chief, the priests, the ancestors, the different members of the family, and finally the co-tribals can be exercised. Possession normally entails the obligation to share. Possession is shared possession, joint ownership of movables being the general rule. To own a specific object is also to be accountable for this object. The nature of the right will still vary depending on the nature of the thing owned. All of South Africa knows lobola, an almost infinite debt of the husband towards his in-laws, and which only ever concerns livestock. Hunting and fishing rights correspond to individual or collective consumption rights. The link between the owner and the owned object is characteristic of a certain type of ownership. Very often, the soul of the owner is fixed in the object, by the affixing of a mark, a coat of arms, or by magical relationships. We will study the right to the found object. It rarely remains in the hands of its inventor. The conditions of borrowing, the modalities of the right of use, and this curious institution, so widespread, which is the right of destruction legal, muru, potlatch. The compositions for the vendettas lead to the largest exchanges of goods, the head of the family being not absolute owner but simple treasurer of the family property. The position is the same for the clan chief, for the tribal chief. Money, which we will encounter frequently, is always to some degree individual. It circulates between clans and specific groups, corresponds to a title on the things it represents. 142. Finally, legal relationships are normally perpetual, the legal bond generally uniting not an individual to a thing or another person, but a family to a property or to another family. All classifying sons are required to pay the debts of all their classificatory fathers. Another property title is that which one has on the slave. Outside of European societies, the slave is an individual adopted by the family, whether in Black Africa or among the Iroquois, where an old man commonly adopted the murderer of his son. We will distinguish from slaves, strictly speaking, serfs and captives. In serfdom, an entire population finds itself dominated by a people of conquerors who have become owners of the land. The former occupants must then cultivate the land on behalf of their masters. This is the origin of colonization and sharecropping. We recognize such a situation by the slightest independence in the worship of the subject population, to its lack of coat of arms, sometimes to the absence of a soul, only the nobles having the right to a personal soul. Throughout the Nilotic world, we find this distinction noted by Roscoe between Bahima, conquering pastoralists who do not cultivate, and Bahira, conquered farmers, who work on behalf of their masters. 143. The great dynasties of sultanates established in Niger established an order of this kind. The relationships between masters and serfs must be studied from an individual point of view and from a collective point of view. Captives are prisoners of war or debt prisoners. Normally the war captive becomes what is called a house captive, incorporated into the family, who marries a woman who is also a captive. The captive is generally unsellable, but he has lost honor. This is the common form of slavery in Africa, where Semitic influence has not penetrated, and where white slave traders did not recruit personnel for the plantations of America. Finally, slavery as it is generally understood would not be a primitive institution. The purchase of an individual and its reduction into a thing is an effect of the Asian law of cities and great kingdoms, attested from the oldest Sumerian legal texts. Like prostitution, slavery would have its center between Egypt and China. 144. It will be noted that slaves are treated better in so-called primitive societies than in Egypt or ancient Greece. The rights of the slave were non-existent in Rome, where he was held as one thing, residential mancipi. In a black country, the slave has rights and obligations. Among the Mossi, if he manages to escape, he is free. The slave has the right to the fruits of his labor, to a nest egg, to food. He has a wife, the child born to the master, and a captive woman frees his mother. He has rights vis-a-vis third parties, he can inherit, be emancipated, adopted, etc. Contractual Law. 145. At the basis of the questions concerning the contract, we find the theory of H. Sumner Maine, adopted by Durkheim. The societies which preceded us are societies where the germ of the contract is not found in the consent of the parties, but in their marital status, where it is not only a question in the contract of things or services, but of the civil, political, or family status of the contracting parties. Contracts are made in their capacities and not in their will. The individual who does not render a potlatch is crushed under the weight of shame and loses its nobility. It is only in our society that contracts are made regardless of the qualities of the contractor, who must simply be capable of being obligated. To understand the original contractual rights, we will think of the situation of the minor in our law, or that, in the past, of the married woman who could not commit without marital authorization. On the other hand, we notice a very clear evolution from public and collective obligation towards private and individual obligation. Almost everywhere, not only the contractors, but all the individuals they represent are responsible for the commitment. The contracting chief is the treasurer and representative of his clan. Even today, the Scottish clan would find itself disgraced if it did not participate in the celebrations given by its leader. The contract, even entered into by individuals, tacitly binds communities according to their status. A common error is to believe that the contractual state is foreign to companies other than ours. In fact, it is impossible to conceive of rights which are entirely non-contractual. We make the opposite error and believe that all our acts are contractual, that marriage, for example, is a contract, whereas the marriage contract is mentioned in the margin of the marriage act itself. Marriage has all the aspects of the contract. It is not one, it is an act of public law as well as private law. Our contracts are made in relation to the thing or in relation to the service requested, without assuming any other link between the contracting parties. Elsewhere, normally, the contract entails an alliance. I contract with you, because I am in some way your ally. At the basis of any contract, there is an alliance by blood, threshold pact, marriage. The notion of alliance is still very clear in Semitic law. We know the theory of the covenant in the Bible. The word circumcision, which is imperfectly translated as sign, actually means seal. Circumcision is the seal of God. Those who bear the seal of God are people of the covenant. It is between them that there is a contract. The alliance within which the contract must be made corresponds to a fundamental notion of very ancient Roman law. On the other hand, a contract always has to be prestare, that is to say, to put in hand, to render, a thing or a service. In one case, the service will be total, I will owe you all the things I own and all the possible services, I am linked to you for life, it is the continuation of the alliance. In the other case, the benefit will be partial, you owe as much as I give. Much more widespread originally, the total benefit still exists in our country between spouses, unless otherwise specified in the marriage contract. To study obligations, we will refer to the definitions of Roman law. Paul's definition in the Digest, obligationem substantia non in eo consisti, ut alicid corpus nostrum vel aliquam servitudem nostrum faciat, sed ut alium nobis abstringat ad dandum alicid vel faciendum vel prestandum. 146. It will be noted that it is not just a question of a thing, it is a question of the obligation to deliver the thing. There is a great discovery of Roman law there. On the other hand, the formula of the Institutes of Justinian, 3:13, obligatio est juris vinculum, quo necessitate stringimur litigia solvendi rei secundum nostri civitatis jura, brings an enormous revolution. Secundum nostri civitatis jura, it is no longer the religious or military status, but civil status which determines the law, hence the possibility of having damage estimated by the judge, even if this damage is fatal. The theory of obligation developed in considerable proportions in Rome, we are not yet out of it. While the German Code and the Swiss Code devote 2 entire titles, each with more than 60 articles, to civil liability, we are reduced on this question to the jurisprudence of the Court of Cassation based entirely on Article 1384 of the Civil Code. Principles of observation. We will not look for any of the classic contracts of Western law in the companies studied, purchase, sale, rental, etc. For us, the purchase presupposes an irrevocable sale, elsewhere the rule will be repurchased sales. We know that even today under English law, family property is not subject to sale. Sales to the market, in public, are impossible in a society that ignores the market. However, the Celts would only have known about the market around the 3rd century BC. The Germans only around the 4th or 5th century AD. Many contracts, the rental of services for example, are unknown in the form in which we conceive them. The notion of employment is foreign to these questions, it was even in Rome. We must therefore not look for the contract where we put it, we must look for it where we do not have it. The contract, as we said above, is a case of the alliance. We will look for the contract in friendship. In marriage, marriage is a contract of alliance involving the concession of a wife or children. In hospitality, in Nordic countries, the hospitality contract entailed the right to women until very recently. A dance, a mask can be the subject of a contract. Personal contracts, such as the hospitality contract, are the essential of which real contracts only form the accessory. The contracts still offer a perpetual and collective character, they passed between tribes or clans, more often than between isolated individuals. It follows from this that the contract would most often amount to a treaty. This is the thesis that Mr. Davy developed in his Sworn Faith. Finally, in the contract there always appears the idea of the order to pay, pacify. This notion of peace which results from the execution of the contract, and from the pact which binds the contracting parties, that is to say the promise of peace in the execution of the contract, is a fundamental notion even in our morals. The notion of breach of contract is above all the notion of a public disturbance and not just a private one. To study contracts, we will use the case method, trying to study all contracts. Often difficult work, because a law applies globally, and not article by article. It will be necessary to describe the state of mind, the words, the gestures, the performances of each of the parties. A certain number of principles are common to all contracts. The contract always has as its object a thing or a cause, res, causa, and the contract always has a legitimate cause. But, unlike what we know, the contract can vary depending on the contracting parties. The contract takes place between families, between classes, between clans, the internal contract having the sole purpose of enabling the external contract. I am obliged to provide my boss with everything I can. In return, he spends everything he has on the war in which I am fighting for him. The public responsibility of the clan chief, for example among the Bitsilio, is unlimited, and also, the servility of the entire clan towards this leader. There is no way of doing otherwise. We cannot all be standard bearers, one will carry the flag, the others will follow. On the other hand, non-performance of the contract almost everywhere leads to criminal proceedings for the execution of the defaulter. We know the evolution of Roman law on this point. In most cases, not performing one's contract means taking control of oneself, the obligation always arising ex delicto, never ex pacto. Note the very general absence of the notion of fault, culpa, the general absence of quasi-crime. We are responsible whether or not there is intention to cause harm. The quasi-crime, committed without harmful intention, presupposes the acceptance of compensation in lieu of vendetta. Finally, contractual law has a customary character, which does not prevent the contract from being attested in any way. For example, we see the use of assize in Australia. Deriving from the status of the parties, the contract does not need to be written. I know what I owe to my clan leader and I know what he owes me. Within the family the contract is useless, each member being, by virtue of their state, in perpetual contract with all the others. Consequences of a given state, as such, certain obligations do not need to be formulated. This is what we still call today the moral state of the family, the moral state of marriage. There is no need for an explicit contract within the family where the contract is in the state of nature. Finally, the exchange of promises that are not accompanied by external formalities is not sanctioned. See the evolution of Roman law on this point. 147. We usually believe that the consent of both parties is the sufficient generating cause of the contract, that the contract can be concluded tacitly without even the beginning of execution providing proof of its existence. But this notion of a voluntary bond completely ignores the capacity of the contracting party. A child does not have the right to commit. Only contracts made publicly, on the stock exchange for example, are made orally with the minimum of formalities. Contracts will be distinguished into total service contracts and contracts where the service is only partial. The first appear in Australia, they are found in a good part of the Polynesian world, although very advanced, and throughout North America, the total performance translates into the fact, for two clans, of being in a state of perpetual contract. Each one owes everything to all the others of his clan and to all those of the clan opposite. The perpetual and collective character offered by such a contract makes it a real treaty, with the necessary display of wealth towards the other party. 148. The service extends to everything, to everyone, at all times. This is what we call largesse in hospitality. Such a contract can still be purely individual, with remarkable forms. Australia already knows the market, passed through the intermediary of women. It is the women who will exchange the most precious goods, and to do so cross the territory of other tribes. Armed men could cross these territories. More often, they prefer to send their wives who are the matrimonial class wives of the contractors and have sexual ties with them. In other cases, two men from different groups exchanged umbilical cords. They can contract, provided they never see each other. These prohibitions on intimacy pronounced against people with the closest ties are quite remarkable. Generally, maximum contracts are between brothers-in-law. This is the case, for example, in the Sioux world, where everything happens in these themes of total services. I initiate all my uterine nephews, or all my male nephews, or all my sons-in-law of matrimonial class. The contract here is linked to marriage, initiation, hospitality, post-marital rights, etc. Paying means making peace. We then see a curious notion appear, which is the notion of the disinterested circulation of wealth. Residential comes from ra, which gives pleasure. The interest here is aesthetic and culinary. We are witnessing a perpetual spawning. For each contract, we will note which contractors are individuals, communities, individuals representing a community, etc. The capacity varies depending on the subject of the contract. It is very rare for an individual to be able to contract in their personal name on their buildings. Terms of the contract: it is obligatory or not, transmissible or not, how. Nature, formality, and publicity of the contract. Formalism is the rule. The contract is completely solemn with terrible commitments in the potlatch, where the people of the clan commit themselves all together. We will also note the role of money and pledges. The gift is the normal form of commitment. The gift is a pledge against the one who receives. 149. We read in the digest, Dona naturaliter ad remunerandum, donations are naturally made in the hope that they will be rewarded. Ingratitude is still a cause for revocation of donation under French law. Finally, methods of acquiring contracts. Contracts are transferable by inheritance. My father dies, I inherit all his potlatches. Criminal Law 150. Criminal law has a dual purpose: study of violations of social duties, study of reactions to these offenses. 151. This is a case of sanctions theory. Society reacts against everything that offends it. As a group reaction, criminal law does not correspond to a social structure phenomenon, but to a functional phenomenon, the jury, a functional element opposing judges and prisons, structural elements. The crime will be defined as the violation of the law provoking this reaction, punishment, as the public reaction of society against these offenses. We will therefore find in the vendetta, or private war, which reflects this reaction, a mixture of public and private which is difficult to analyze. The incrimination is public, the application of punishment more often private. We will also notice a total absence of the element of will. Public crime often corresponds to a private fault, example in marital solidarity. Remarkable differences separate French law from primitive rights on this point. Neither the methods of incrimination, nor the methods of attributing fault, nor the methods of inflicting punishment are similar. Note the absence of constituted authority for the administration of punishment. The judges will be the elders of the clan, or the religious leaders. No one exercises this sole function. We will also note the general absence of a penal code, except in Madagascar, the absence of the notion of responsibility in the sense in which we understand it, the automatic nature of repression, with the culprit often punishing himself, the murderer kills himself or flees. Finally, the automatic nature of the repression, without the sentence having been pronounced, its application is triggered publicly. It is the work of the entire society, for example in the case of stoning. Principles of observation. First of all, we will try to find the lawyers and the authorities in matters of criminal procedure, fetishists, ordeal givers, etc. Here again, we will proceed by inventorying the cases. We will examine the judicial archives where the natives can be brought to explain their custom. It happens that the trial before the European authorities is the trial of the sanction inflicted by indigenous judges, most often a secret society, for an offense that remained unknown to the administration. 152. The study of palaver in black countries will be an excellent method of investigation. The study of proverbs, sayings, legends and tales will still provide useful examples of offenses and reactions to these offenses. Note the terms of application of penalties. The majority of crimes relating to magic, these penalties are often imposed by the secret society. Criminal law is a public law. The crimes are all of a religious nature and correspond to the violation of prohibitions. An assassination will be a violation of the blood taboo. Hence the religious nature of the corresponding punishment. Offenses, corresponding to concepts different from ours, are not the same as ours. Thus, the stepping over of a man by a woman, of a superior by an inferior, etc. is always a serious crime. Crimes committed against animals. On the king's crimes, see Fraser 153. There are still possibilities of transaction, of composition, between different rights. In the case of vendetta, for example, the murder of the criminal can be replaced by his adoption, the father of the dead adopting the murderer of his son and treating him as his own son. On the other hand, the mixture of public and private is constant. It is very clear, for example, in the judicial duel. Finally, at each moment, we will distinguish internal law from external law. The law applied within the family or clan is not the law which applies to a stranger. Offenses will be classified according to their seriousness from the indigenous point of view. The notion of fault, the search for intent to harm, are almost always absent. Only the objective, material element of the offense counts here. Crime committed within the group will be treated differently from crime committed outside. Here religious notions come into play, the crime being linked to beliefs concerning the spirits of the dead, to exogamy, etc. Theft is generally taxed much more harshly within the village. The crime will still vary depending on the criminal and the victim. There are crimes of etiquette, of magic, of simple infractions. A foreigner is suspect as such and normally considered a criminal. Private crimes, committed within the family, often carry no punishment. On the other hand, the notion of natural death remains unknown. Death is attributed to the responsibility of a sorcerer or an enemy. The widow is often held responsible for the death of her husband by his relatives. Punishment everywhere has a religious, automatic, violent, irrational character. It applies where we would not look for it, for example in the mutilation of the corpse of a man killed by lightning, lightning expressing heavenly anger. Very often, the sentence is not pronounced by the judge, but applied by the crowd even before the judgment is pronounced, stoning, lynching, etc. The crime being an offense against the gods, the punishment takes on the character of an expiatory offering. 154. Public punishment is essentially variable, both in its method of infliction, who inflicts it, where, when, against whom it is pronounced, etc., and in its nature. The death sentence can be replaced by banishment, barely less serious, or through monetary compensation. The fine appears as rare as the monetary compensation is regular. Compensation can still be replaced by the offer of a woman, from whom a child will be born in the offended group in whom the breath of the victim will be revived. Note the punishments inflicted on animals. In private punishment, or vendetta, we will study the avenger, the avenged, the victim and their relationships. Private punishment does not involve incrimination. At the origin of civil liability, we will find all possible compensation procedures. The combat with polite weapons that the application of private punishment often entails can degenerate into ordeal, but in this case, the infliction of the punishment is public. We will also study the procedures for remission of the sentence, the right to asylum, pardon, or forgetting, the time of probation imposed in the application of a specific sentence, etc. Responsibility is a late notion. First comes the pursuit of revenge, the desire to inflict punishment equal to that which one has suffered. The search for the real culprit only comes afterwards. It is the legal entity, family, or clan, to which the murderer belongs that counts. Therefore the first step is to determine the guilty clan or tribe. Divinatory processes are already used for this purpose by the Arunta of Australia, whereas torture is a recent custom, in the domain of procedure. On the other hand, if the liability, initially, is very weak in civil law, it is because it admits of being divided in equal parts, for example between brothers in the case of debt slavery in Sudan. In religious law, on the contrary, collective responsibility is very strong. It can go upwards, or weigh indefinitely on all the descendants of the culprit. Duels of the seconds are frequent. Finally, the application of criminal law is complicated by the fact that a society does not have a single law, but applies a superposition of rights. The law of the village chief is dominated by the law of the canton chief, himself inferior to the right of the king. The mixture of public and private is the rule everywhere in the application of punishment. A typical example of such a mixture is the case of the thief in ancient Roman law. Acting as a judicial body, the secret society will sometimes avenge one of its own, sometimes act under the influence of public opinion. Judicial organization and procedure. 155. The judicial organization studies the means made available by law to individuals to have their rights recognized and respected in court. The private-public mix is fundamental here. Etiquette plays an essential role in the entire judicial organization. The progress of the trial is controlled by the use of certain consecrated words, certain gestures. Formalism is absolute. At the Germanic trial, there was not an indifferent gesture, the one of the adversaries who, inadvertently, touched one of the aldermen during the debate, lost, by this fact alone, his trial. The U of Togo know an oath procedure which exactly reproduces the procedure of the Roman sacramentum. Generally, the debate presents itself in a different aspect than what we are used to. The question is not whether, in murdering, you acted intentionally or inadvertently. The question is whether your clan killed my son. We will preferably seek to know the murderer in order to kill his son. This is what we still find in Colomba. The search for truth and the search for intention do not occupy the foreground, which does not mean that we ignore them entirely. On the other hand, the determination is not reached by means of investigation as with us. A man dies because his wife poisoned him, or cheated on him. The test poison is administered to the widow. If she succumbs, it is because she was indeed guilty. But we are not investigating the exact conditions of the husband's death. This is still the principle which governs the application of the military code, the ancient Roman rule of decimation. The punishment is intended to frighten the guilty. The fate of the real culprit is much less important. The procedure will most often appear to be dominated by custom. We will refer to precedents, to always concrete principles. It will also offer very strong variations depending on the respective possibilities of the parties involved. The investigator will endeavor to proceed on a case-by-case basis, directly noting the facts observed. If one does not have prior knowledge of the principles of customary law, avoid indigenous lawyers. Their explanations would cause unnecessary confusion. We will distinguish completely public procedures from relatively private procedures. The public procedure will present a different aspect depending on whether we find ourselves among peoples with royalty, or among peoples with chiefdoms, or with a hierarchy of secret societies. But even where a royal organization exists, there remains, in addition to the clan or village organization, the ancient popular organization. 3 levels of judicial organization therefore overlap: people, leaders, and legal brotherhoods, the court. The entire black world knows the palaver, where the circle is formed by the entire people, or by the representatives of the entire people. The palaver sessions are always solemn. These organizations are entirely comparable to those which preceded the Greek and Latin organizations. It is the agora, it is the forum. Everything is made public. This assembly of the people, which we find in Africa, in Malaysia, in Annamite countries, etc., would make people believe in popular justice, but that does not mean that the people are there entirely, nor that they have power. 156. The judicial assembly is held in a sacred place, or which becomes sacred. Holding the assembly is accompanied by a sacrifice, which attracts the presence of the spirits. Everything relating to this sacred location will be studied. We will note the orientation, the division of the assembly by clans, by villages, by families, the presence or absence of women, divinatory rites, sacrifices, etc. The court meets on a given day, but the Malagasifo Kanalona works every day. Its arrival is solemn, it can be itinerant. We will study the adjournment of the trial, her arrival, court sessions which may or may not coincide with market days. Are there good days and bad days for administering justice? Observe the plaintiffs, the defenders, the accused, the herald, the judges, the assessors. If possible, have the speeches in the indigenous language taken into shorthand and translated verbatim. Study each person's eloquence carefully. Eloquence, throughout Polynesia and Melanesia, very often consists of talking a lot. The litigant who speaks the most and the fastest wins his case. Who dispenses justice? Throughout the entire in Togo, the king is only the head of the palaver, probably in imitation of the Portuguese, perhaps even before the Portuguese, of the Normans. Throughout the Ashanti ensemble, there are delegates of the king. the king is above all the head of this popular justice. 157. This was still the function of the Germanic king. We often observe a duplication of royal power, king of war and king of peace, king of the day and king of the night. Finally, the judicial organization may include real civil servants. A large part of Black Africa knows the priests who give the poison of trial, the special priests who preside over ordeals, the master of the earth, lawyers, heralds, ask about their fees and spices. Study the trial comments. Very often, as legal precedent, proverbs and legal adages are cited. Write down proverbs and adages. Private justice can be administered in public, within secret societies. The secret society renders its sentence. The public accomplishment of this is a legal act and not a simple assassination. Human society is often the executor of the sentence. In Melanesia, the sentence can even be carried out by a secret society within the society of men. It is therefore secret, but private public in an assembly that must be known and described. Vendetta, which is often carried out with co-jurors, constitutes a transaction between the political form of combat and its judicial form. Combat, it is still in this form that the legal debate takes place in our country. The word quarrel comes from querela, complaint. We will study the parties and their complaint. Two main possibilities are available here: constitution of a tribunal, or reaction without expectation, as described by Durkheim and Fauconnet, the offended going to war against the clan of the guilty party or immediately stoning them without discrimination. In Australia, no death is considered natural, the corpse is questioned by some form of divination and it is the dead person himself who is supposed to lead his parents in the direction of the guilty tribe. On this point, great differences separate African law or even Asian law from all the institutions of North America. The trial, in Northwest America, takes the form of a private quarrel. A fairly great peace normally reigns within the tribe, but conflicts break out from tribe to tribe, or from phratry to phratry. When a member of a tribe is wronged by an individual belonging to a clan of the opposing phratry, it is not only the clan or family of the offended person that is shaken, but the entire phratry. We will find here constantly mixed private punishment and public punishment, immediate punishment and deferred punishment. The judgment that comes after this debate, where there is judgment, consists of defining the loser. If I lose, it's because I'm guilty. The ordeal is confused with education and with punishment. The widow who succumbs to the poison of ordeal has murdered her husband. It is a mode of reasoning, not particularly mystical. Divinatory methods are still a process of testing. The complainant takes his runes, by which he seeks to enchant the judges, the people, and especially his opponent. 158. It dedicates the culprit to the infernal powers. This is the ritual of Latin devotio. The judgment and the infliction of punishment are very often confused. It's much more precise, much faster than with us. Where there is deliberation, we will seek to attend. In any case, observe the execution of the judgment, even civil. Once the sum fixed for the composition has been accepted, the matter is buried, the public authorities no longer have to intervene. In all this, the mixture of the civil and the criminal, the private and the public appears constant, very difficult to measure. Legal phenomena. 8. Phenomena. Moral. Return to the table of contents. All rights are moral phenomena, but morality is not entirely understood in Law 159. A clear, organic conscience, with precise reactions, the law corresponds to previously defined expectations of the entire community, including guilty parties and losers. Just like religious, aesthetic facts, etc., legal facts are enveloped in a diffuse, shapeless mass, related to law without being law strictly speaking. Around religion, there is magic, divination and especially popular superstitions. Around the law, there is morality. Law is not the same as morality, even among us. Studying law is not studying morality. Morality is the art of living in common, recognized by the presence of the notion of good. This presence of the notion of good, of duty, of fault, can be very clear in a large number of cases. Morality nonetheless remains something relatively diffuse. There are a large number of feelings and actions that are regularly predictable, expected, with useful reactions, but which are only formulated occasionally, and which are not applied with particular solemnity. In our society, morality is internal. We are face to face with our conscience, we question it, it proves us wrong, or, more often still, it proves us right. It is the examination of conscience. This interior character of morality exists very little in so-called primitive societies, where morality appears just as fixed, just as public, as our law. There are people who die from an insult they could not avenge. After their death, the children avenge the insult made to their ancestor. All of Malaysia, all of Malay and non-Malay Indochina, all of Madagascar, knows amok, experience collective panics, where the village locks itself up, prohibiting anyone from entering. This means either that an inhabitant of the village has committed a sin, or that others have sinned, or that we are expecting an attack. Some societies are essentially warlike. In the world of head hunting, Malaysia and part of Indochina, it is impossible for a young man to marry before bringing a human head to his future's parents. Elsewhere, other societies will be peaceful. 160. A good part of Polynesia observes the Muru, a vengeful expedition which reflects the right of control of uterine parents over the children of a woman from their clan, married into another clan. In the Admiralty Islands, the Manus explain the Ngang as follows: a woman from Group A will live, after her marriage, in a house from Group B, a house haunted by ghosts, from this group. She gives a child to these ghosts. Through their carelessness, they let the child who had become a man die. Feeling outraged, the men of Group A, the group of the dead man's mother, come to destroy the house and the cups made with the skulls of these ghosts who let one of their own die, the child of a woman from their group. 161. Most of the observation work here will consist of establishing moral and judicial statistics. Thirnwald was able to establish that in the Solomons, the number of violent deaths was equal to the number of natural deaths. 162. These statistics will relate, for example, to slavery, on the number of divorces, dismissals, separations. We will note the full attics, the empty attics, the attics emptied at the time of initiations or outings from mourning. We can still study the morality of a society by studying its literature and more especially its proverbs. The study of Sanskrit always begins with proverbs. The student who knows his proverbs knows a concrete language, has concrete morality and wisdom. Each proverb will call for a comment. 163. It will be necessary to note in full the stories concerning this proverb, the fables in which it is inserted. Frequent connections between proverbs and divinatory sayings, for example in the cult of the Fa, in Dahomey. 164. These proverbs are often in verse, they are linked to an epic or a lyric poem. Throughout Black Africa, people speak in proverbs. Morality is wisdom, Sophia. Studying these proverbs will lead to endless questions, tales, epics, dramas, comedies, form a limitless repertoire. Proverbs often relate to the relationships between the ages and the sexes, to the relationships between things and men. The observer will choose any principle of classification, simply striving to be as complete as possible. At the end of such an investigation, we will be able to define the moral tone of the society observed. Striving to remain in the atmosphere of this society, it is good to exercise vendetta, it is good to be able to offer a human head to his fiancée. The notion of moral righteousness and rectitude is clear in Polynesia, where the word taika is the same as in Bengali. Notions of morality are very often mixed with notions of happiness, virtue, luck, glory, or infamy. If I am lucky, it is because I am within my rights, and I am within my rights since I am lucky. These reasonings are reversible and in no way contradictory, they are methods of reasoning, which are equivalent to ours. We will note the moral differences between the environments, court morality, morality of the people. The morality of women is not that of men, the morality of the old is not the morality of the young, sexual morality is not general morality. All these different moralities are intertwined by ages, by generations, by clans, by phratries, by secret societies, by classes. All this can be studied in the collections of etiquette. Thus, characteristics of urbanity, culture, delicacy, gentleness may appear, or on the contrary, traits of violence and brutality. It is all the cases that will allow us to do a little collective ethology. 165. The observer will study simply moral reactions, without being criminal or civil, moral penalties. Quarantine is a severe punishment. Refusing an initiation can lead to disaster. Almost everywhere, losing face is equivalent to losing your life, because the person concerned lets himself die of despair. The notion of good and evil is generally very clear. Today we know how sensitive the child of our societies is to these notions, he has his own good and bad. The notion of justice, of moral law, is clear in the world where the very name of Maha, the great God, means law. We will also note all the linguistic taboos, these cases of respect or familiarity which also seem excessive to us. In the Sioux group, it is impossible to pronounce the name of any relative of his wife, the husband, when speaking of his father-in-law or mother-in-law, will use a periphrasis such as, those allies who live on the other side, over there. Finally, we will distinguish public morality from private morality, we will note the attachment to the land, the love of the country. Very often, the individual detached from his village dies. Homesickness used to be a regular case of reform in France. This study of morality will be the real basis of a good collective ethology. What we call morality is too often ethology. 9. Religious phenomena. Return to the table of contents. The entire course published here starts from the study of material phenomena and ends with the study of ideal phenomena. Also the chapter on law precedes that on religion. The law, into which things, people, and actions enter, res personae, actions, still contains material. The fundamental error of mentalist sociology is in fact to forget that in collective life there are things, there are material facts. Philosophy which takes mentality as a thing given in itself forgets that it is only given in relation to material phenomena. The law itself remains involved in the management of things and people. No doubt, in its moral aspect, it is already mental. If I am the owner of a house, it is because you recognize that I am the owner of it, a moral phenomenon, but there is the house. Furthermore, a large number of legal phenomena concern not only things, but the relationships of men with things. Thus in law, in morality, there subsists, with material gestures, an administration of movements, administration still present in religion, where however the mass of mental phenomena appears relatively pure, relatively, because a mentality is never pure, but finally, it is always a question of separating the soul from the body to the extent of the possible. This is why the study of religion comes last. Without doubt, the religious idea is always first expressed linguistically, then through rites, very often of a material nature. But finally, there is a tendency here towards purity. We will not dwell for long on the importance of religious phenomena. In most human societies, the observer will find himself in the presence of homo religiosus, the religious man. This is how the members of non-European societies characterize themselves. They themselves search on themselves. In our society, where religion is no longer just one category among others, homo religiosus has given way not to homo faber, but to homo economicus. It is not a question of doing, it is a question of get paid to do, or not to do. Homo economicus is also a recent creation, it dates from Mandeville and the fable of the bees, coming after Gresham and Pepys. Homo economicus comes to us from England. Compare, in France, the inhabitants of the cities to those of the countryside. The peasants worry about their cows, a sine qua non condition of their income, but they maintain concern for their cows as cows, while the dominant concern of city dwellers is economic, even in their aesthetic activity. Conversely, I evoke the memory of this Hopi, leader of the Brotherhood of Fire, whom I saw in Washington. This man, record holder for running, told me, "I can run like this because I never stop singing my fire song." He was convinced that an inner fire was burning within him. Similar facts have been observed in Australia. Such a belief does not exclude exact knowledge. Paleolithic man carefully chose the stones that he was going to cut into arrowheads. Modern primitives have precise knowledge of ethnobotany and ethnozoology. In all their gestures, there is a technical and scientific activity to which is added, where we do not include any, a religious activity. In their technical activity, they also include, it is true, a moral activity. It is to feed his children that man hunts, but the two aspects are distinct in his mind, and since he distinguishes them, we must isolate them. In any case, he does not combine any economic activity with his technical activity. This superposition of either economic value, religious value, or moral value, on a purely technical activity, is a great fact of human societies. It makes it possible to measure human activities. In this dosage will reside the essential work of the observer, who will strive above all to note the relationships of religion with all other social facts. He will do this without starting from the idea that those he observes are ignorant of the principle of contradiction, are animists or naturists, or that they know the genitive because they calculate their relationship in the masculine line. It is possible, but the observations will always count much more than the assessments of the observer. Some have denied the existence of the principle of contradiction among primitives. Rather, it seems that categories work in the human mind in a bizarre way. Where we Westerners see contradictions, others do not, that's all. Let us not forget that, until the 16th century, following Plato, it was believed that if man could see, it was because his eye had the ability to shine a ray of light on the things he saw. That light had an interior source. Until recently, official scientists refused Louis de Broglie's thesis, because it was impossible for physics to be both corpuscular and wave-like. Color theory has changed completely at least twice in the last 60 years. Many other concepts that we still consider contradictory may be reconciled in the future. In fact, the play of categories makes it possible to pose concepts, and everything comes back to the development of concepts 166. The notions of the primitives on which their minds work are, like ours, intended to form concepts of force. An Australian will not try to force an emu to hunt without holding a rock crystal in his mouth, a concept that we consider bad, but the Australian is sure to be right. He forced the emu, because he was holding his rock crystal. Aristotle was wrong to believe that his logical analysis of the Greek language could in itself constitute the analysis of a universal logic, but he was right in saying that judgment was intended to form concepts. Studying any society, as thoroughly as possible, will never allow anyone to conclude in a general way about human mentality, but the discovery of new concepts, new categories, nonetheless constitutes a valuable contribution to the history of human thought. Nowhere will you find a very primitive religion. The Australoid elements of the Fuegian languages seem certain. The anthropology of the Fuegians would also present Australoid characteristics. The question of the Pygmies appears very complex. The Pygmies of Malacca certainly do not present anything primitive. Those of Gabon and Ogooué pose a problem, because they offer an astonishing mixture of the primitive and the non-primitive. The Pygmies of Ituri dance real Australian corroboree. The Vedas speaks in Halese, which immediately rules out any idea of primitive. There remain those of the Andaman Islands, studied by Brown 167. The Pygmies would be much more advanced than the Australians, the latter remaining quite primitive. Although they range between the Aurignacian and the Neolithic, the Australians have polished stones, and their shattered stones offer a microlithic or Neolithic type. Tyler had thought he would find pre-Cheline material among the Tasmanians, but these were instruments currently being manufactured. Miss Bates' excavations in southwest Australia give precise results: Upper Paleolithic, almost Neolithic. Without doubt, we will find in these regions more elementary phenomena than in a large part of humanity, but the primitive character of these phenomena remains entirely relative. Australians are as old as Europeans in relation to the Pithecanthropus, all living men are as old as each other. So don't look for the primitive. Excavations carried out among the Todas of India, who were long believed to be the most primitive of men, revealed a very beautiful bronze. A civilization will be defined by its greater or lesser wealth of objects, tools, and ideas. A poor society remains on the small number of tools and ideas that are sufficient for it. Above all, do not ask the question on a theoretical level, do not seek to know whether the idea is prior to the right, or the right prior to the idea, animism prior to naturism, or the opposite. Is totemism a universal phenomenon? The fact seems probable, but everything can be deduced from it, certainly not. New problems and new concepts appeared little by little. We will ask if the individual takes precedence over the collective. But how can we conceive a society that is not made up of individuals, and how, on the other hand, can we imagine a man who does not speak at least one language, who does not have his own ideas, which he believes to be very original, and which are those of all those around him? On the contrary, the study of the relationships between the individual and the collective will hold the attention of the observer for a long time. In shamanism, for example, it will seek to determine whether the shaman knows in advance the animal he will find during his journey into the afterlife, the ancestor spirit who will choose it. An affirmative answer would mean that man is moved by rules which impose this and that totem on him. 168. In the same way that aesthetics is defined by the notion of beauty, that techniques are defined by technical efficiency, in the same way that economics is defined by the notion of value, law by the notion of goods, religious or magico-religious phenomena are defined by the notion of the sacred. In all the forces that we call mystical, we will say mana, there are a certain number which are so mana that they are sacred, they constitute religion stricto sensu, as opposed to the others which form religion lato sensu. My neighbor sneezes, I politely say to him, wish you, it is religion lato sensu. If I truly believe in the seriousness of the effect, in the danger presented by sneezing, which would express the departure of the soul, saying these words to him is equivalent to an insult, religion stricto sensu. The difference would be comparable to that which separates light from chiaroscuro. The notion of mana appears completely universal. The nkasi of the inhabitants of Angola, described by Dapper 169, does not differ in any way, nor does the Orenda of the American Indians. It was Codrington who pointed out the existence of the notion of mana among the Melanesians. But the word itself is a technical Polynesian word adopted by the Melanesians of Banks Island. Mana means authority, at the same time as a spiritual thing. 170, mana is the thing or the spirit which exercises power over the individual, but this spirit is considered somewhat material. An idea which seems contradictory to us, because we have arrived at the notion of contradiction between spirit and matter, but we must remember that the concept of matter has not always existed. The difficulties of observation appear considerable. They are firstly due to the customary nature of a very large number of religious facts. Entire ceremonies can take place before the eyes of a stranger, he will not see them. Father Dubois, in his book on the Batsilio 171, shows how, as soon as the native approaches his house, everything becomes religious, nothing inside the home is purely secular, everything occupies a fixed place, the father always sits at the back, on the right, the entire house is oriented. Likewise in the Chanichi hut, everything is rigorously classified. The observer should imagine people who live all year round as a Polish Jew lives on the Day of Atonement. There is no act that is religiously indifferent inside the house. The Roman house, with its penetralia, presented a fairly similar appearance. The simplest societies can be at the same time the most complicated. The importance of religious phenomena varies greatly from one society to another. Certain societies, which are very non-religious, may nonetheless have many religions. According to Festus, text undoubtedly borrowed from the Book of Pontiffs, Religiones Strumenta Erant, religions were knots of straw, they were taboos, and undoubtedly also the straw knots with which the pieces of the pons supplicius were tied, that is to say the bridge that the pontiffs had to maintain over the Tiber. Religio is linked to the same root as religare, to connect, and they were straw knots. Despite the customary character that religion presents, it is nonetheless what is most conscious in the minds of those who observe its practices, especially among the popular classes where a sense of the concrete counterbalances this sense. Abstract notions. Substantia, substance, does not differ etymologically from subsistentia, subsistence. The best method of observation will be the philological method, which will consist of gathering as many texts as possible. To do this, know the language well, in order to be able to note the nuances. In general, observers of primitive religions imagine that in societies other than theirs, there is no nuance, while everything is in nuances, that misunderstandings, innuendos, puns intervene at every moment. You are Petrus. Religion is the point on which the greatest differences will be noted depending on whether the investigation has been conducted extensively or intensively. 172. A method close to the philological method is that which consists of the in-depth study of figured documents. A study of symbolism can lead very far. 173. The investigator will preferably work without interrogation. When a native has sung in front of him, or recited a text, he will repeat this text, having each word and verse explained to him by the informant, asking for a complete exegesis of the text. It's very long. A myth contains legal facts, economic facts, technical facts. Let us not forget that the Iliad begins with the description of Achilles' shield. During a local ceremony, study all those present. The ideal would be to obtain from everyone the account of what they sing, what they play. If we ignore the language, the observations may be interesting, but they will remain fragmentary. But knowledge of the language alone will remain insufficient if the observer does not know how to recognize the rhythmic formulas, the verses, which are a mnemonic device. Once all this external material has been gathered, it will be necessary to find the magician who will deliver the collection of his formulas, with the necessary commentary. This work must be done, in preference to the foreign investigator, by the authorized indigenous technician. Only the indigenous point of view matters. Ultimately, the ideal would be to transform the natives not into informants, but into authors. Thus La Flecha, a pure Iroquois and member of the American Bureau of Ethnology for 40 years, was charged by the Osage Indians with publishing the entire Osage ritual. Hewitt, who revealed to us the notion of Orenda, is an Iroquois. 174. In matters of religion, more than in any other, only long intimacy will allow us to obtain some information. So the need for a long investigation is often very difficult for large tribes or large nations. The material recordings will call for as many comments as possible. Each of them will never be anything other than the pretext and the starting point for a psychological investigation. Thus, we will never collect a painting without asking the myth of this painting, without asking the essential technical and aesthetic questions. One of the effects of the religious phenomenon is that it always leads to an aesthetic phenomenon. The investigation will naturally be based on drawings, photos, films, etc. Do not fear repetitions, crossovers, overlaps. The same story will reappear in myths, in objects, in divination. But it is from this very repetition that the characteristic aspect of the society studied will slowly emerge. The spirit of a civilization composes a whole of functions. It is an integration different from the addition of the totality of the parts, only, multiple overlaps will allow the approach to this integration. The investigator will study each of the special religious groups, magicians, diviners, high dignitaries of human society, as well as the different religious classes. Among the Maori, people are divided into people of three baskets. The expression is found in Buddhism. At the top, the Werkara, the house of secrets, house of the Araki, of the aristocrats, those who know the secrets, the inferiors, the simple Tohunga, know less, and the people know even less. When we notice the presence of several initiation layers, all the layers must be studied. The Catechism appears to be one of the best written books in French, but it is not the whole of religion. It will be interesting to obtain the text of the Catechism, from the mouth of an initiate. It will be even more interesting to find the authors of the Catechism. On the other hand, the investigator may have witnessed by chance a specific ceremony of a specific clan. He will need to know if another ceremony took place in the neighboring clan, perhaps complementary to the first. The observer will be careful to be complete, to see all the actors, to know all the rites, all the myths. To do this, he will proceed by groups, by ages, by sexes, by classes, by private worship and public worship, by location. A good catalogue of sacred places will provide solid building blocks for further investigation. A religious calendar will be essential. Thus the cult of the Pleiades is very widespread in South tropical countries, where the ascension of the Pleiades marks the changes of season. Buddhism is divided into 2 seasons. Among the Eskimo, the winter religion differs from the summer religion. Only at the end of the investigation, when the general inventory has been drawn up, when all the texts, all the objects, all the cards describing the different ceremonies have been collected, the observer will be able to speak about religiosity, the soul, the gods, the relationship between each other, superstitions, contradictions, the absence or presence of religious feeling. One of the most beautiful phrases in terms of religion comes from the mouth of the penultimate of the Maori who inhabited the island of Chatham in the west of New Zealand. The Moriori were decimated by flus brought to them. To be able to better care for them, the governor of New Zealand brought the survivors back to the Big Island, where they could be resupplied more easily. The penultimate was a priest. "My compatriots are all dead," he said, "because we were all very tapu, and that once exiled, we could no longer observe our tapu." This is the state of mind of the martyr who allows himself to be tortured rather than renounce his faith. Religious phenomena can be divided into 3 groups: religion stricto sensu, religion lato sensu, with magic and divination, finally, superstitions. Religion stricto sensu is characterized by the presence of notions of the sacred itself and of obligations, exactly as legal phenomena are characterized. One is not a man before circumcision. The notion of obligation does not intervene in lato sensu religion, magic, and divination. You are not obliged to have the cards drawn, but you expect a certain number of rights. You know that the Queen of Hearts, the Jack of Clubs, each play a specific role. All this is fixed. Magic and divination can have their codes. Finally, like a great halo around these cores that form magic and religion, folklore and popular beliefs appear. There are popular beliefs even among Australians. This is what we call, by a term that is not always happy, superstitions. For example, carrying a potato with you so that the synovium makes a mistake and goes into the potato rather than into the knee. This popular magic is not that of magicians. We can divide differently, between rites and practices, myths and representations, finally, structures and organization. There is a religious organization everywhere, just as there is a legal organization. Divisions into age classes still come into play, in secret societies, in priests and non-priests, in clans, in totems. Whatever the case, in any group of social phenomena, we always find a group of men, who have their practices and their representations. The description is complete when the 3 orders have been observed exhaustively and the relationships between the 3 appear clearly. Finally, thanks to these divisions and by studying the organization of the group which performs this or that rite, we can determine the intensity and extension of each religion, tribal cults, national cults, when the society is made up of several tribes. Thus, in Sudan festivals take place in rotation. Similarly among the Pueblo, everything happens as in our countryside where fairs are passed down. Finally, international religion. We could also note the adaptation of Christianity to shamanistic religions and its adoption by the Shosbone and Sioux clans 175. The immediate spread resulted in massacres from the New Mexico border to beyond the Canadian border and into the Missouri Valley. Special cults can spread over considerable distances. Finally, we will distinguish private worship from public worship, and in private, strictly individual worship. Private worship is often as obligatory as any other religious phenomena. Strictly speaking, starting from visible, recordable external facts, we arrive at the study of mental and moral phenomena. Let us immediately add that, the most mental phenomenon of all, religion is not only mental, quite the contrary, since the obligatory nature of religious facts is marked above all in the observation of rights, positive and negative. The investigator will note these rights and ask for an explanation. His first job will therefore consist of recording obvious facts and social practices. Subsequently, he will endeavor to detect the relationships which, uniting different rights, correspond to cults. One of the most frequent errors consists in detaching religious practices from each other to study them in isolation, whereas all rites are members of a cult, just as all myths are members of a mythology. The existence of specific cults will become apparent through the study of different groups who, at different times of the year and in different places, perform specific rites. The two processes that will be used for observing worship will be the religious calendar. We will note the different rituals observed during the year, 176, and the history of each group of individuals. The biographies that the investigator will have requested from each of his informants will serve as useful benchmarks here. As far as possible, we will question not only old men and young people, but also women. The sociology of women offers an almost unexplored field of inquiry, despite the efforts in this direction of Malinowski and his students. All these religious phenomena are relatively obligatory, thus, a young boy will not be admitted to the adult class before initiation. But this obligatory nature does not lead to constant uniformity. Famines are more or less great, clans more or less segmented, therefore societies more or less obvious and more or less permanent. A first distinction will make it possible to separate public worship from private worship, such as family worship, or individual worship. There are many of them. Part of the lives of young people during the initiation rites is dedicated to them. However, we should not forget that a large number of essentially public cults, for example the cult of the king, are often at the same time extraordinarily secret. We do not know all the secrets of the Abomi court, nor those of the Chinese court, the oldest in the world. Furthermore, a large number of private worship services are strictly obligatory. The Hindus distinguished between domestic worship and public worship. The division followed here in fact reproduces a division of Sanskrit ritual codes, but considered private worship to be as obligatory as public worship. All Hindus must have their heads shaved, keeping only a single tuft of hair, under penalty of losing caste, of no longer being Hindu. Finally, certain cults are public-private, others are private-public. The ordinary Hindu is required to sacrifice every morning to his domestic fire, just as the Brahmin is obliged to offer a sacrifice every day to the public fire most important. The division is no less useful, which immediately puts the observer in the presence of the actors of the ritual. Public cults. The set of public cults of a tribe is made up of the sum of the cults observed by the different clans making up this tribe. Within this first division into public and private, we classify cults according to their more or less elementary character. The most elementary form of public worship seems to be totemism. Totemism 177. We are not going back to anything more elementary. Which does not mean that totemism is essentially elementary. The North American Indians have a very developed totemism, which, while reaching a great religious height, has nonetheless kept very elementary forms. In South America, investigators find new, highly evolved totems every day. We will not debate the question of whether all men began with totemism. It is impossible to prove that the Chellenes and especially the pre-Chelleans experienced such worship. From the Aurignacian onwards, its presence seems more probable, because the very numerous animal representations dating from this period certainly correspond to cults. The Australians would be Aurignacians and somewhat Neolithic, the Tasmanians were Aurignacians. Normally, totemism is not a cult of the entire tribe, but a cult of at least two phratries, generally of several phratries, or even of simple clans which are no longer classified into phratries. It is a segmental cult. We belong to the same tribe. I am wolf, you are bear. The cult of the tribe will include a cult of the wolf and a cult of the bear. Rome knew a clearly totemic cult. It was the cult of wolves and the mother wolf. An element of public worship, totemism remains segmental and relatively amorphous. The species is also consubstantial with each individual, just as we are all men. Within the phratry we are all wolves and equal as wolves. A certain tribe in Sudan observes a totemic cult of crocodiles. If a crocodile dies, a member of the clan will die, but we do not know who. Totemism can take very varied forms. Sometimes very complicated. Part of Rivers' documents on Melanesia, where the author believed in the absence of totemism, proves on the contrary the presence of this cult, totemism being linked to social organization on the one hand, and on the other hand to the shape of certain butterflies corresponding to the souls of initiates of different grades. Even in the case where the totemic cult appears as integrated into general cults, as for example among the Pueblo, the totemic cult retains aspects which seem very elementary to us. The question of the extension of totemism 178 will not stop us any further. It is impossible to prove whether societies in which we observe the absence of totemism did not know this cult in the past. Moreover, finding it will not prove that it was not introduced, in such and such a form, from such and such a place. After Fraser's investigation, the number of ethnographic societies that do not know totemism is decreasing every day. One of the rare large homogeneous groups where there are perhaps very few is the Eskimo, whose level of civilization corresponds to the Upper Paleolithic. All of North America knows totemism. South America seems strongly influenced by it, as does a large part of Africa. Delafoss's discussion of African totemism appears to be one of his rare errors, expressed in the form of an alliance. Totemism is not eliminated. The Pygmies are not unaware of this cult, according to Father Trillis 179. In Madagascar, no totemism among the Malagasy, but totemism among the Sokolaves who are very close to the Malagasy. We are certain of the presence of totemism among the Sakai and Semang of Malacca. The Andamans observe only one public worship, and it is the worship of two animals. For New Caledonia, we searched in vain for totemism for a long time. Mr. Lienhardt's documents provide us with proof of its existence. In Indochina, we know of a certain number of examples. In Polynesia, this cult only exists in Samoa and a few other places, but there is no reason to suppose that it did not exist in the past. The Polynesians would belong to the same level of civilization as the Neolithic European. They may, having reached this stage, have abandoned a certain number of practices. If the extension of totemism remains a secondary question, the study of the different forms that this cult can offer appears, on the contrary, very important. It indeed seems to allow the establishment of a certain number of areas of civilization. Thus, the quite remarkable presence of the bird totem in Melanesia, where it is the chief totem, would explain certain Polynesian totemism. The term manu that the totem bears in Melanesia corresponds to a Polynesian name which means bird and also kite. Totemism almost always presents itself in the form of prohibitions. The oldest documents we have on the question are those on Egyptian totemism 180. Herodotus notes the kinship of the people of the Nome with animals of a certain species. Elsewhere, the totem is revealed. All of North America and Northern Asia observe shamanistic uses, where everyone sets out in search of their totem, collective or individual search, it doesn't matter. North Americans know what their totem can be and will look for it. Now let's talk about totemism itself. Totemism is the cult of a species, generally animal, but there are aberrant totems, of an animal or plant species, homonymous to this group, that is to say bearing the same name. A group, a species, a name, and this name is a consanguineous name, that is to say that all the members of the clan or phratry believe themselves to be of the same nature as the totemic animals. For example, among the Cherokee Indians, in the bear phratry there is a subclan of the turtle. Belonging to this subclan, I possess all the virtues of the turtle, and all those of the bear. I am turtle bear. All clans of the bear phratry, in addition to their specific value, have the bear value. The totem is generally the object of worship. In the case of totem religion, it is necessarily the object of worship. There is no totem if there is not a cult corresponding to both a name and a clan. In the absence of a clan, the observer finds himself in the presence of a theriomorphic cult, a cult of animals. For example, the Jewish ban on pork does not mean that they practice pork worship, does not mean that the pig was a totem for them, or even the totem of their neighbors, while the cult of the she-wolf in Rome is a totemic cult, since a clan bears this name. This being said, the observer may find himself in the presence of tribal totems, although this is quite rare, of totems corresponding to age classes. In the Slavic world, the falcon was the insignia not of a clan, but of an age class, but the most frequent case will be that of phratry totems and clan. We will endeavor to set up the table of totems, tribal if applicable, of phratries, of clans. Throughout North America, very often clans are strictly numbered and pass in their order. Within the clan, numbers are given to each individual, exactly as in a mobilized regiment. We will only be able to close the list of totems after an exhaustive visit to the tribe. Next come the subtotems, family totems and even individual totems, which often form unbroken chains. Haddon, observing the same fact in New Guinea, spoke of chain totems, linked totems. We can thus, in certain cases, manage to reconstruct an entire cosmology from each individual. Among the Arunta of Australia, the thing is even more complicated. There is a totem for the living, a totem for its dead soul, and a totem for its germ to be reincarnated, each bearing a distinct name. Determined by myth, by place, and by cult. 181. Totemism can therefore go down to the individual, for example in Melanesia, where young people, as they progress through their initiation, conquer different forms of butterflies. In North America, individual totems are common. Radin tells us that among the Winnebago, the grandmother orders her grandson to go to the forest, where he will find a certain totem. If he does not find it, it is because the grandmother, or the grandson, made a mistake. 182. The totems conferred at the time of initiation and corresponding to age classes may or may not be integrated into the clans. The leopard in Africa is the badge of kings. Certain totems remain the insignia of large societies of aristocrats, or secret societies. The lion is the badge of the Negus. Finally, there are caste totems, already encountered during the investigation into social morphology and which the observer will find here, which will allow him to progress in his previous study. In each case, the investigator will observe the cult in its positive and negative aspects. He will note if the women have totems. In Ashanti country, Gold Coast, where women are part of a totemic clan, maternal line and paternal line sometimes go as far as real opposition. Land is transmitted only through maternal line. A man cannot sell property maternal. In a pinch, he could give it to a uterine nephew of his mother. The investigator will look for objects special to the cult, such as the penis capsule in New Caledonia. He will note the drawings, the tattoos. These special objects, marked with the totem, often numerous and very important, for example the Chewinga throughout northern Australia, can be renewed during successive initiations. The investigator will seek at the same time to collect the myth of the totem, as complete as possible, for all the places where the totem or the troop passed, because it was already a troop which formed the totem. Numerous examples in Arunta mythology and in the mythology of the Kakadu. 183. The myth is very often a geographical myth in which all the accidents of the region are mentioned. Often, the country was prefigured by the ancestors. We will study at length the sacred places where these troops have swarmed souls or animals. Positive rights are thus strongly attached to the soil and to individuals. The investigator will then observe the negative rights, forbidden to eat the totem, to kill the totem, special uses, even for strangers who have killed an animal whose body may have housed your outer soul. In a large number of cases, the totem is so respectable that only the people of the totem can give permission to eat it. Thus, in Australia, it is the elders of the clans who introduce the young people to the foods constituting their totems. The problem of the reincarnation of the soul in the totem poses the impossibility of breaking the bones of the animal eaten, or the obligation to break them. Certain parts of the beast's body may be consumed by some, completely forbidden to others. Respect for blood is very generally observed. A man cannot have sexual relations with a woman belonging to the same totem. The father is normally responsible for the child's blood towards his wife's parents. Then comes the study of the power of individuals over the totem, annual ceremonies for the multiplication of the totem, what Fraser calls the division of magical labor. Here also arises the study of the areas of the totem. The totem can play a big role in decorating the body. It often corresponds to a real coat of arms, for example among the Maasai of East Africa, where the coat of arms is a brand, it is also the sign of a special power. 184. Ritual of ceremonies with blazon. Among the Marandanim, we will observe, something rare, the totemic sacrifice from which Robertson Smith believed he could deduce the entire theory of sacrifice. 185. Then come the oral rites and dances which represent the often particular incarnations of the totem. Thus, among the Papuans, each individual locates itself precisely. The essential part of the totemic ritual almost always lies in the initiation. The study of initiation will lead to a study of masks, a study of the hierarchy of totems. An Arunta only arrives at the full initiation of his own totem around the age of 40. Initiation can be made by people of the totem for the benefit of strangers. I am of the bear totem, you will not have the right to eat bear meat until I have given it to you authorization, and also by the people of the totem for the benefit of their juniors of the same totem. Generally the major positive initiation rituals take place at specific times of the year. These are not one-day festivals, they are sessions, where the different clans come together, the entire tribe united. Each clan, that is to say each totem, does for all the others what the others do for each. Sometimes the ceremony takes on a private character, but it is generally in the form of totemic representation, of totemic theater, that all this happens. Among the Zuni of Central America, totemic masks parade. The initiation ritual most often corresponds to a repetition of the myth, with two sides, one more or less secret, the other more or less public. Certain performances are strictly prohibited for women and children, while others are organized for them. Such a spectacle will normally put us on the path to myth. To represent something is to represent oneself as being such and such. We represent, in German, Vorstellen, the adventures of the totem. Very often, the initiation includes walks which are real pilgrimages. Thus, all the stories of the Caterpillar clan are rigorously represented on the ground of representation by the Arunta. The question of the external soul will raise the study of the animals in which the soul of the individual resides, the study of trees in relation to the animal species, the study of the different sanctuaries. We will also note the relationship of totemism with the notion of food, with artistic ideas, with dance, with war, with social organization in general. The king has his personal totem, which is often the sun. In India, solar rajas and lunar rajas. Finally, we will study the relationships between the different tribal myths. Thus, in Central America, throughout the Pueblo, Hopi, Zuni group, the totemic myth is always the story of the origin of the world. It relates the exit of the clans from the whole of the earth and determines the order in which they appeared. The totemic ancestor can finally identify with the civilizing hero and, possibly, with the great god. Great tribal cults. 186. The French sociological school has been criticized for giving exaggerated importance to totemism, which would hide the existence of any other public cult. Unjustified reproach, totemism simply appeared to us as a convenient way to study a certain number of questions. In fact, all societies we know observe tribal worship. Knowing whether this cult derives from totemism or vice versa is a question on which the direct observer will not have to decide on the ground. Initiation rites are among the most important tribal rituals. The clan cannot, on its own, initiate its members, because initiation involves rituals which go far beyond clan cults and which require the assistance of the entire tribe. Thus, circumcision is mixed with the cult of puberty and also the ritual of accession to women. Initiation into virility coincides with initiation into marriage. Part of the rites consists of keeping young people away, often for many months, from the women of their clans, to keep them away in particular from their mothers, then to present to them, first from afar, then up close, finally very close up, the women from other clans whom they can marry, but there is one woman they are never introduced to, it's their future mother-in-law. The initiation has three distinct moments: separation, introduction to male life, re-entry. The central part of the ritual almost always corresponds to the representation of the myth of death and rebirth. The children are swallowed by a monster whose voice is represented by the bull roar. They are reborn as men, members of the clan. The initiation begins with a period of isolation to which the entire group of young boys is subjected, thus the age classes of the society of men are formed. Isolation can range from a few weeks to several years. Initiation can even last a lifetime, for example in the case of secret societies. In male Kula, there are about 17 to 18 grades, each of which takes 3 or 4 years to acquire, each time at enormous expense. 187. Relations with the dead play an important role in initiation rites. Very often, the young man's soul is complete at this moment. The Australian expression which designates initiation translates into English, making young men, fabrication of young people. They are literally made. A ceremony among the Kurnai aims to open their fists and untie their feet. They are taught to breathe. The ceremony finished, the young people are men. An Arunta myth describes the same process. This was what the ancestors did, before they were men. Initiation is often marked by bodily mutilation, tattoos, extraction of the lower incisors, which in certain cases would be linked to a cult of water, insertion of labrets into the lips, circumcision, infibulation, etc. The observer will have to study, in detail, who inflicts the tattoos and the deformations. The fundamental notion of sponsorship appears. We know that in canon law, kinship by baptism is considered equal to kinship by blood. A godfather does not have the right to marry his goddaughter. This is the case here. There is a kinship of sponsorship, a kinship based on initiation. All young people initiated at the same time are regularly brothers, in Black Africa at least. In Papua, true fosterage requires the young man to live with his uncle, brother of his mother and father of his future wife. He serves as this uncle's wife. 188. The initiate's camp is located away from the village, according to the ordinary rule which dictates that sacred places are usually located in the bush, except in North America where the sacred place is almost always the public square of the village. Village, camp, and bush form distinct universes. All of Africa has its sacred groves, often simple groves. Every Guinean landscape is made up of these sacred woods, these caves. In this camp, young people are slowly initiated by their elders into the rites of the tribe. True representations are given to them, accompanied by all the revelations they entail. Taboo things become less and less taboo for them, while they themselves become more and more taboo for the uninitiated. They cannot be seen by women, they must not bet them. Food prohibitions correspond to each period. Young people learn a secret language. We teach them the comedy of things. In Australia, certain very curious tests consist of putting to death the individual who laughs at certain burlesque things. One must remain serious before the most comical things as well as the most tragic things. The blanket rite, the young man is swung, thrown into the air, caught in a blanket, corresponds to a real ascent to heaven. Initiation includes a whole side of mystifications and trials, a whole side of bullying that Durkheim described well in the elementary forms of religious life. During their retirement, young people still receive moral and technical education, military and civil education, Aesthetic education, they learn to dance. Initiation to the society of the living is accompanied by an initiation into the society of the dead, an initiation into the future life. Insurance is taken out at this time for and against your death. One of the goals of initiation often consists of establishing a soul external to the individual. His teeth are placed in a sanctuary, in this or that tree, where his external soul will henceforth reside. Finally, the exit from the ritual, or part of the ritual, of initiation is generally crowned by marriage. Where there is matriarchy, the initiation of young girls dominates the initiation of young men. Phallic rites occupy an important place, the crowning of the ritual often being a public declaration, an element of both religion and marriage. The rites of initiation, when given indifferently to all young people of one sex or both sexes, normally correspond to initiation into the worship of a great god, exactly as circumcision, among the Jews, is the sign of the alliance with God starting with Moses. The investigator will not have to ask himself in the field the question of the relative antiquity of this cult, which certain peoples may have known and subsequently forgotten, which others may have adopted at some point. Only precise texts would allow these facts to be dated. A hierarchy of gods is observed, for example in Australia, corresponding to the hierarchy of Phratri, Valanga, among the Wermunga, is, so to speak, a great god in half, god of the Phratri of cold. There is a complementary god of heat that we know less well. The cult of the great god is found in a certain number of so-called primitive societies, which, in fact, are not primitive to any degree, such as Polynesian societies, but the Polynesians would have separated from the Asian world at a time probably after the Bronze. The question which arises here is that of national cults and national secrets. For example, it was said of Yo, the great god of Polynesia, that he corresponded to Yahave. In fact, Yo is identified with the cult of the House of Secrets, of the Werkara. It is the cult of the last initiation, where it is taught that behind all the gods there is still Yo, just as after the highest grade in the society of Bonums, there is still one. The cult of Yo is probably a caste cult, which may predate the cult of kings. The cult of the great god is very often confused with the royal cult. Where there is an institution of royalty, we will almost always find a cult of the great god. Indahoma, Maha, god of justice, is also the god of heaven. In Polynesia, this identity between the prince and heaven appears complete. In a large number of cases, the king cannot touch the ground, he is carried in a palanquin, or wears special shoes, the Queen of Madagascar, the Wrens of Guinea. Fraser spoke of the relationship between the cult of the king and the cult of the genius of vegetation. This is correct, but the relationships between worship of heaven and worship of the king appear even more important. We are always someone's king, also the observer will note in certain cases real stunts of kings. The cult of Nyankampan in the Gold Coast, which has some connections with the cult of Christ, is above all the personal cult of the king. The study of the cult of the great god will often be more difficult than that of initiation rituals, in which a large part of the population participates. Here, a few isolated priests keep their secrets, the ceremonies are private. It will be necessary to obtain that the great diviner of the court, the high priest or the chief of the eunuchs, agrees to speak. Very often, the worship of the great god is weak, we adore him, but we only pay him distant homage. Thus, in Rome, where Jupiter was the father god, much more was sacrificed to the little gods. For the study of royal worship, we will note, the royal totems, leopard, lion, the different royal insignia, hat, shoes, scepter, all the prohibitions that the king must observe, the foods that are forbidden to him, the places where he cannot enter, etc., all the prohibitions surrounding the king. Very often the king cannot be harmed, no one must see his blood shed, he cannot be sick, nor grow old, because in him the strength of the entire nation is incarnated. This explains the killing of the king, or his obligatory suicide 189. The name of the king can be confused with that of the great gods. Finally, Women of the royal family generally occupy a special place in society. In particular, we will endeavor to define the role, often very important, of the Queen Mother. However small the society observed, it may find itself associated with a fairly large number of other societies, observing an international cult among them. This cult is transmitted in rotation from village to village, the festivals returning at specific times in specific places. Example, in French Sudan, the Dogon; in Central America, the Pueblo. Among the Quequiutl of North America, the god who presides over initiations is a great god of rock crystal and thunder, who lives at the bottom of the sea and who is also the god of the congregation of cannibal princes, because to be a prince, one must regularly eat human flesh. The observation of these facts, often very complicated, will not be without difficulties. We will take a series of totemic rituals observed at initiation, noting the order in which they take place. This order normally reproduces the entire history of totems. The clan can still travel to celebrate its ceremonies in each of its sanctuaries. We will then note all the movements and the order in which they are carried out. We will therefore study on the one hand the festivals and the succession of festivals, on the other hand, the sanctuaries. The information thus obtained may overlap, it will never be duplicated. In addition to the cults of clans, totems, age groups, social classes, all precisely located, there are cults of places, both places. An inventory will be drawn up of the sanctuaries, including even the simple stone marking a crossroads, city or village sanctuaries, sanctuaries of geniuses, places haunted by a dead person, abandoned or not when the memory of this dead person has faded. Clan sanctuaries, the exterior souls of the living, the temporarily non-reincarnated souls of the dead live in this or that mysterious corner of a wood 190. Then comes the soul of the forest, in which the souls of the dead take refuge, standing stones, the large rocks to which sacrifices are made regularly, drum trees. In certain forests, several sanctuaries are made of large trees split from top to bottom and hollowed out in the shape of drums. Spirits of the rivers, animals of the bush, spirits of the sea or lagoon areas. Agrarian cults presuppose agriculture, or more precisely horticulture. Their presence will be detected by studying the agrarian calendar and the succession of field work. We will note, by commenting on them, all the formulas which accompany the different moments of the agricultural year 191, sowing, germination, maturation, harvest, the last sheaf, consumption of grain, making of fermented drinks, cult of beer. The study of these works is endless. There are still wild animal cults linked to agriculture. The Middle Ages still knew the rye dog and the wheat wolf. Close to agrarian cults, the cults of domestic animals are the rule among all pastoral peoples. This is the case with the cult of the cow among the Fulani, or among the Tota of India 192. In ancient Egypt, certain great theriomorphic cults were at the same time local cults. This case can occur frequently. We will still observe the great naturist cults, cult of rain and sun, cult of the wind, cult of day and night, cold and heat. There is a very important set of oppositions here. Astronomical cults are very rare, except for one, universal, the cult of the Pleiades. All of Polynesia and all of North America have excellent astronomical knowledge. The Maya of Central America had, as we know, solved considerable astronomical problems. The location of the astronomer's tower at Chichen Itza is perfect. Finally, we will include among the public cults, the cult of men and the cult of the law, Maha among the Yu of Togo, the worship of the king and the chiefs, the cult of peace and war, alliance rites, the rites of palaver. To tell the truth, the facts are more complicated. All public cults are to some degree private cults and all private cults are to some degree obligatory. The Brahmin who does not light his fire every morning will quickly be stoned by the village, because it is his function to render private worship to his private fire and not only to honor the fire of the community. The individual who does not practice his private worship is blamed by the community, and the society which requires the strictest observance of private worship will be the most liberal society from the point of view of public worship. Private cults. The distinction between public worship and private worship is a useful distinction for the observer who will allow him to classify and better understand certain facts he has witnessed. It should not prevent him from noting the public and obligatory nature of certain private rites. The St. John knot, which the farmer hangs on his door after the harvest, is part of a private ritual, but this gesture is public. It is the same for Palm Sunday. Throughout the U-world, Togo, Dahomey, the cult of Legba is obligatory. Everyone is required to offer sacrifices, on fixed dates, to the phallic altar where their protective genius, which is also their soul, is incarnated, etc. The cult of these small gods, individual totems, corresponds to the cult of geniuses in Rome. We still know the cult of the guardian angel, the cult of the patron saint, cults that we may not observe, but which we are not free to reject. It is the same for all the deified dead, for the cult of the male genius and the female genius. Finally, many private cults are observed in public, such as the worship of fountains, rocks, crossroads, precipices, marriages to trees, pledges of life, all greetings, prostrations, etc. Domestic cults. The more essentially private cults are the domestic cults. For their study, we will follow the very plan of the manuals of Sanskrit domestic ritual, the documents of which, very complete in the sutra text that we possess, date back to the 3rd century BC 193, rituals of birth, initiation, marriage, death. Here, the autobiographical method will be useful. Around 10 indigenous autobiographies will give a fairly complete view of these rites. Birth. We will note the beliefs concerning conception, sterility, fertilization, reincarnation, the whole ritual of gestation, the taboos that everyone must observe at this moment. The kavad is still indicated in Aucassin and Nicolette the king lay as a child. Description of the birth ritual role of the mother-in-law. The mother, what do we do with the placenta, the cord, are the knots untied, the fires renewed? What are the taboos surrounding birth? The study of stillbirths will not be neglected. What is done with the corpse, how is the mother purified, beliefs concerning stillbirths and women who die in childbirth. Recognition of reincarnated children. We often know in advance that it is so and so whose turn it was to be reborn. Reincarnation is generally much less common for women than for men. In a large number of cases, women do not reincarnate. Lifting of mother and father taboos 194. The introduction of the child into the family is often part of the ceremonies during which his name is conferred on the newborn. Who gives the name? In Egypt, it is the father's family that gives the name to the girls, and the mother's family that imposes their name on the boys. The whole question of reincarnation and the person arises from the first name, determination of this name, intervention of divinatory processes, the Dahomean Fa, study of all names, nickname names, names intended to deceive geniuses, secret names 195. Child education. Prohibitions concerning the father and mother until weaning, wearing amulets, etc. Generally, the little boy stays with his mother, imbued with feminine substance, until initiation where he passes from mixed nature to male nature. From the moment the child eats alone, what are his eating, driving, etc. prohibitions? He often observes no taboo towards any woman until initiation, which will make him an extremely chaste being, so to speak, the necessary revelations occurring at the time of puberty. The obligatory division of the sexes can go as far as the observance of very strict taboos towards all older people of the opposite sex. In New Caledonia, a young man cannot speak to any woman who is his senior, including his sisters. He can address his younger sisters. Initiation can lead to name changes for men, either a new public name, or even a new nickname. The situation of twins varies completely depending on the society. Here, they are killed, there, they are deified. They can be more or less identified with misdeeds of the sun or other gods. The American Northwest considers them to be species of salmon gods, due to the extreme fecundity of these fish. Continuing on a biographical level and applied to women, this study can point the way to these women's societies, about which we know so little, apart from their existence. The rites of marriage will have already been studied in connection with matrimonial ceremonies. These rites offer, as with us, a legal value. Only the civil code distinguishes between civil marriage and religious marriage. We know that in England, such a distinction does not yet exist. Purely religious marriage is valid civilly. Let us recall here the importance of the engagement, the ritual of which can be considerable. Societies that observe ritual deflowering will require the virginity of the bride. In Samoa, the deflowering of the bride is obligatorily public. At the time of marriage, it can happen that the husband is taboo to his wife, a taboo which continues in certain cases, for example in the myth of Psyche and, to a certain extent, in the myth of Lohengrin 196. Rights of appropriation of the husband by the wife and of the wife by the husband. The ritual of family life is very often confused with the ritual of the sexes. If the war expedition failed, it was the fault of the women who remained in the village, who proved unfaithful. In the American Northwest and Polynesia, when husbands go on maritime expeditions, wives go to the beach to reign. Here we can assess the importance of religious phenomena within family cults. In a certain number of cases, the husband may have to practice religions which interest his son, but which do not belong to the father's clan, who will celebrate these services. The study of relationships between generations often poses complicated problems. Relations with in-laws. The most powerful generation is not necessarily the oldest. For example, in the institution of Vasu in Fiji, Vasu means the rich and here designates the uterine nephew who is entitled to the wealth of all his uncles. The nephew is a kind of god for his uterine uncle. Elsewhere, it is the uncle who is a kind of god for his nephew. It will therefore be necessary to observe the position of each person in relation to each other inside the house. Ritual of dissolution of marriage, by divorce, by death. Situation of the widow or widower. Certain occasional rites will be observed for the atonement of sins, for the fulfillment of wishes, for example after recovery from an illness, during pilgrimages, etc. Funeral ritual 197 has already been mentioned in connection with public worship, but it must also be studied here. The observer will clearly distinguish between the different phases of the funeral ritual itself and the ancestral rituals. Some societies observe ancestor worship that others neglect, but all observe a funeral ritual. The great error of the latent ephemerism of the science of religions is to believe that all the souls of the dead are deified. In fact, there is no god who has not been represented under the aspect of a man, but this is a way of representing him. The Greeks knew 17 tombs of Jupiter, who is nevertheless the naturist god par excellence, godfather, god of the sky and husband of Juno. No doctrinal concerns should intervene in the observation of rituals. Named and unnamed ancestors are the object of more or less public worship, while the funeral ritual corresponds to taking leave of the dead. No doubt, a large number of ancient men became gods, but a large number of gods have been represented as men, a large number have also been represented under the aspect of animals, plants, etc. In observing funeral rites, we will distinguish 3 stages: temporary departure of the soul, first burial, second and sometimes even third burial or funeral service. Death corresponds to the departure of the soul. The soul escapes. Note the position of the dying person, the obligatory lamentations, which often begin well before the agony. Sometimes, one of the assistants, chosen from among the oldest, sucks in the soul as it leaves. Toileting the corpse, mace rations vigils, etc. Long descriptions of similar rituals in the Bible. Death can result in the looting and complete destruction of everything contained in the deceased's house. Even when the death did not occur there, all the properties of the dead must follow him, because they contain his soul. This explains the wealth of funerary furniture from the Neolithic era. The prohibitions which immediately weigh on the relatives will indicate the exact structure of the family. It is the parents of the two entire clans who will observe the mourning, it is not the nation. The corpse is buried in the house or in the yard, or he is transported to the cemetery. Sometimes the body is displayed on a platform and subjected to desiccation by the sun or by fire. The funeral meal can go as far as endocannibalism, which allows the first and second funeral services to be confused. 198. Then come the rites between death and the second burial. Australia, Melanesia, and Papua practice the cult of the corpse. The widow is obliged to stand next to the corpse during the entire interval which separates the first from the second funeral service. We will find the obligation to exercise vendetta before the second burial in the world of head hunting, Eastern India and Burma. It is impossible to celebrate the second burial before we can place a hunted head next to that of the dead. The second service generally corresponds to a definitive departure of the transformed soul of the deceased. The rites then celebrated repeat the rites of the first service, but with a definitive character. In Sanskrit, the soul is first of all a revenant, a ghost. In India, they form a class apart from those who have not had a double burial, or who were so bad during their lifetime that it was impossible to transform them into protective ancestors. The time between the first and second burial can be 1 to 3 years. Until the second service, the deceased is still there, he risks haunting the living. During the second burial, the relics are separated. In Bantu princely families, only the skulls are preserved. Melanesia and Papua have skull sanctuaries. Our ossuaries are composed of little more than skulls. Rites for the conservation of these parts, rites of cremation, destruction, opening or non-opening of bones. We will study all the rites which give leave to the soul, describe its journey, bring it into the land of the dead, all the rites which connect with the soul, all the offerings made to him. Rites of exit from mourning, the return after the second burial has been celebrated, often in very distant sanctuaries. Finally, some societies observe an All Souls' Day on fixed dates. All Saints' Day is a Celtic festival. The various forms of burial are deep marks, which correspond to layers of civilization and areas of civilization. The fact emerges very clearly in prehistory: people appear who carry out burials, then those who observe the cremation, then the scattered cemeteries. The Rose Cemetery corresponds to the Merovingian cemetery. Head hunting can similarly give rise to distribution studies. It is practiced on the occasion of a birth or death. The use of cartographic methods will yield results in such matters, especially if it is based on archaeological data. The cult of the dead, intended to transform the dead into a specific ancestor, is very different from the cult of the ancestors, which studies the relationships of the ancestor thus obtained with the local spirits, the gods of the soil, the great ancestors, the small ancestors, tutelary geniuses, etc. In a certain number of cases, the reincarnation of the ancestor stops his cult, since he lives again. We will observe the sanctuary of these ancestors, its location, inside the house, in a cave, in a sacred wood. Our ancestors worshipped individually or as a whole. Relations with the clans, with the different totems. Carefully distinguish between male and female ancestors. Very few female ancestors are the object of worship, except in Micronesia, a matriarchal country. The study of the cult of the dead will make it possible to situate the soul, especially if it is supplemented by a study of the cult of birth. Relationship between soul and life. In general, the land of the dead is a place in the afterlife, dark, or not dark, very often an inferior world, wicked or not wicked. The division between hell and heaven is rare. Hades is in no way a place of punishment in antiquity. The Champs-Élysées are in Hades. Do these ancestors reincarnate? Do they reappear? Generally, in the fifth generation, the ancestors merge into the group of souls and their personal memory fades. Individual private worship. The aim of all social classifications, marriage classes, age classes, etc., is to arrive, through purely ordinal processes, at giving an individual place to everyone in the community. Tyler compares the way in which East Australia numbers 7 or 8 people by giving them individual names, to the way in Rome they were called Quintus, the fifth, I am right-legged and not left paw of the bear. The distinction in worship between private and public is a certain distinction, but one which results in unity. We saw above the obligation of each individual to celebrate their own worship. These individual cults are attached to actions, in our eyes, purely secular. An Australian hunter is obliged to hunt a piece of rock crystal in his mouth and to constantly mumble a formula. An old indigenous woman who crosses the streets of Rabat wards off fate by tracing the hand of Fatma 199. All this corresponds to individual cults. Strictly speaking, everyone can build their own personal religion. We will distinguish the cults attached to the various techniques and the various arts. Some rituals are purely linguistic, such an individual cannot pronounce such and such a word, another is obliged to repeat a specific formula. All this, strictly individual, mixed with mystical elements and useful elements, which should not be confused with formalism and etiquette, gives the tone of a collective life. Thus, the Indians of North America are all very ceremonious among themselves. Walking techniques can be religious, techniques of cleanliness, one is clean for religious reasons, dirty for similar reasons. There is the order of the shadless Carmelites and the order of the discalced Carmelites. Ritual of bathing, or the absence of bathing, ritual of spitting, of looking. Individual hunting gives rise to complicated preparations, enchantment of weapons, departure, enchantment of the land, cult of the game. The same goes for the fishing ritual. No one in Polynesia has the right to fish before the offering of the first fruits to the king. There is a responsibility that extends to the entire school of fish. In the Bible, Isaiah's curse weighs on men who enchant their nets. Depending on the case, the same individual does not have the right to enchant his nets, or on the contrary has the duty to do so. Breeding ritual. Agrarian ritual. Meal ritual, which can lead to real manias. Some people wash their hands 3 or 4 times, before, during and after the meal, others will never wash. The virtues of certain waters. People who only wash with sand. Rights of food prohibitions, which can vary depending on the individual. I kill a game, you eat it, and reciprocally. Professional rights are frequent, especially for women, rights of the spinner, rights of the potter. A Berber man, like a Maori man, cannot weave in the presence of a woman, an infraction will result in an immediate fine. Rights of building the house, orientation, foundations, hearth, beams, door, threshold, arrangement of leaves, etc. Aesthetic rituals can still be classified here. It is not by studying aesthetics alone that we will be sure of having found all the religious phenomena which concern it, and vice versa. The observer must train himself to systematically break down all the divisions that we expose here from a didactic point of view. No more than a living being is divided, things are divided. We are beings who form a unit, collectively and individually. Individual rituals observed in certain games, which may relate to solar or lunar myths. Children who play hopscotch go to heaven. Ritual of ornamentation. Wearing earrings should protect the ear against any intrusion, not only bad sound, but against any bad intrusion, of whatever nature. The amber jewelry trade is above all a magical trade. Rituals of musical invention, of poetic and dramatic invention, up to and including Plato. The poet does not extract things from himself, it is his muse who extracts his work from him. In addition, the aesthetic work is often revealed. The spirits appeared to the poet or the musician, the geniuses made him dance his drum. Each movement of the dance, each moment of poetry offers a religious character, the melody and the dance, says Homer. Very often, the dance is private, the individual dances for his religious pleasure, to achieve ecstasy. An Eskimo spends hours in winter inventing poems for the drum fights that will take place during the summer between distant groups. he incants his enemy and he manages to find the verses, the music, and the dance which will make him proclaim the winner in the tournament. Legal ritual exists, for example, in the Germanic trial runes. Contracts, oaths, etc., which for us are no longer ritual but appear in the domain of private morality, enter elsewhere in the religious domain. Ritual of the communal meal, the Last Supper. Eating together is a way to create community. Kissing ritual, very important. In some societies, no one kisses children, no one talks to children. Elsewhere, we will constantly address them, this for reasons which can be of all kinds. Between the ages, between the sexes, relationships which appear to be private, are in fact also public and must be strictly respected. A menstruating woman is not allowed to be in a certain place in the house. Ritual of absence and return, the recognition of the traveler after a long absence. Crossing borders, the man who adds a stone to the cairn marking the boundary of a country, thus abandons his sins. The Latins did not cross a river without offering a sacrifice or reciting a prayer. Finally, economic rituals. Mahasaglo, great god of heaven and justice among the Yu of Togo, is also the great god of money, the god of cowries. The natives incant their cowrie shells, incant their goods. Maha, great god, is here a kind of god of change. Something of this remains with us. The buyer of a tenth of the national lottery will not take his ticket without surrounding himself with all the precautions that he considers essential. The rites 200. We studied the cults, that is to say the entire ritual. A second mode of observation will consist of studying the different parts of the ritual, that is to say the rites as rites, by dividing them into large categories. Every rite corresponds to a religious representation. There is always a religious representation behind a religious act, that is to say behind a rite, and this act is accomplished by a specific individual, by a priest or by a college of priests. Altogether, rites, religious representations, and religious organization, will give a picture of the religious institutions of the society studied. Representation and not idea, all facts of consciousness, including actions, being representations. Every rite corresponds to a representation. For the convenience of study, we will divide the rites into positive rites and negative rites. Not doing is still an action, an act of inhibition is still an act, it is not a negative phenomenon. Pavlov has now proven this assertion obvious. We now know that acts of inhibition are localized in the midbrain, and not in the cortical layer. You cannot do such a thing outside of such conditions. An act of inhibition is first of all an act. Another division will separate manual rites from oral rites, manual being understood here in the more general sense of corporeal. The two divisions overlap. We will therefore have oral taboos and oral prescriptions, manual rites, positive and negative. We are not yet sufficiently accustomed to this double division. Fraser, in his Taboos and Perils of the Soul 201, puts all the taboos on the same side. Malinowski does the same. But a positive rite normally has a negative form, and conversely, a negative rite is always to some degree positive. Stepping aside to let a superior pass is a negative gesture, but one which reflects the recognition of superiority, and therefore has a positive meaning. In Honolulu, no one must eat fish before the king has consumed the first fruits of the new bench. This rite is positive, because it aims to allow the king to be the first to desecrate the fish. A crude catalogue of taboos is of no interest. It is always necessary to give the reasons for a rite, which is a collective act, but an intentional act. We must always strive to know the intentions. The collector will only be satisfied when he has collected the myth which explains the negative rite. Manual Rites 202. We will undertake the study of the rites from the most easily observable facts, by the description of everything that can be described. Complex work, often very difficult. A young boy who dances, has prepared in such conditions, dances in such conditions, will go out in such conditions. All this must be studied both positively and negatively. Who did he personify and in what capacity, with whom did he dance, etc. This is the essential for all public worship and also for private worship. We will describe all the objects of the ritual, all the public festivals, all the individuals who attend these festivals. When describing a religious assembly or a public rite, especially a large ritual, never forget to mention the names of the spectators, the names of the actors and their quality. Giving the proper name without stating the quality of each person is insufficient. When the Pope goes into the box and addresses the community of the faithful, it is not a question of Mgr Pacelli speaking to the inhabitants of Rome. We must therefore know who acts, in what capacity and what quality consists of. All rites are to some degree functional. Sacrifice has a nature and a function. 203. Social things are by definition functional things. The difficulties of observation will consist in the secret and simultaneous character of the rites. At the same moment, in a great ritual, 15, 20 people act differently. To describe and transcribe, we will use drawing, photography and cinema. Do not neglect the ritual preparations, which can be extremely long. Preparations for the ball game among the Cherokee Indians extend over several weeks. Finally, we must see all the details. The officiant used his right hand and not his left hand. Why? The assistants stand up, sit down, hold their breath. Everything has a meaning. Silence itself is a sign. No need to make distinctions between popular ritual and other. Such distinctions will appear by themselves. We will still observe the rites by material of worship and by place of worship. 204. Note the preparation of all religious objects, their manufacture, their consecration. The imposition of eyes on an idol in India can lead to fabulous sacrifices. Religious museology gives interesting results. Note the religious nature of the raw material, the state of mind of the manufacturer. We will note all the religious sculptures, all the religious paintings and more especially the temporary paintings, which are generally forgotten, feather decorations, body paint, finally all the symbols, by classifying the objects according to their nature and according to their function. We will not describe a sacrifice without giving a complete list of the materials used. If the sacrifice is followed by a meal, equipment for cooking these meals. Leviticus gives us models of similar descriptions. For each thing, note all the uses to which it can be used, with, if possible, the limitation of these uses. For example, the dishes of the Jews during Passover, summer dishes and winter dishes. Note all the instruments of consecration, lustration, and initiation. Note everything, including the funeral rites accompanying the killing of large or small animals, the ritual of knots being tied or untied, etc. Most societies do not celebrate their cults indifferently in any place, but in places consecrated by myth, which explains why a particular sacrifice is celebrated in a particular place. 205. Sacred places are part of sacred objects, which are themselves permanent rites. It is therefore necessary to identify all the places, all the standing stones, all the sacred groves, all the penetralia. The magician will not operate just anywhere. Studying the places will allow you to see who is there and what is happening there. Melanesia observes a cult of fish which correspond to funerary totems. It is not a question of all fish indifferently, but of those fish which frequent a particular area of the sea. 206. The rites will therefore be distributed according to the objects and according to the places. Objects and rites will still be distributed according to time. 207. Concept of the festival, of sacred time, of the consecration of the year by a sacred time, the sacrum worm of the Romans. The Romans waged war in spring, the Germans waged war after the harvest. The feast is both a sacred time and a moment of sacred activity. All kinds of things happen at the party. Feria gives two words, fair and party. 208. Location, day of the fair, etc. The establishment of the religious calendar will very often highlight the entire system of rhythms of collective life or the religion observed. Such a rite is performed on such a day, at such a time, in such a place. This established, we will distinguish with more precision manual rites into simple rites and complex rites. The simple rites, very numerous, being generally integrated into the complex rites. Simple rites are easily divided into simple positive rites, e.g. the act of consecration, imposition of hands, blessing, Latin mancipium rite, etc., and negative rites, a positive rite which can also result in a negation. Destroying an egg to consecrate an oath is a negative act. With the breaking of the egg, the soul of the oath is gone. The same goes for all rites involving blood, flesh, and hair. Multiplied consecrations, with destruction of a part of the objects, this part communicating directly with the objects and the sacred beings of the beyond. This is how sacrifice is defined, which can also be called a system of consecrations 209. It is not a question of interpreting the sacrifice, of knowing whether it is above all an offering or a negotiation. Doubte, the formula is attested in Sanskrit much older than in Latin. In fact, I have no other means of communicating with God, who is supercelestial, than to send him smoke, smoke of which he does not need to smell. These are the idols who sniff the odor of sacrifice. He hates it. What matters to him is the purity of Israel. Hence all the sacrificial rituals, from the blood alliance, the sacrifice of agreement, the communal sacrifice, the expiatory sacrifice, etc. Oral rites. Another set of rituals is made up of oral rites. A big mistake is to call all oral rites prayer. All these sets of words, very often rhythmic and poetic, which accompany a rite or are a rite in themselves, the ritual is always formal. The greatest formula of Buddhism that the Tibetans repeat incessantly and repeat with their prayer wheels is an oral rite. Oral rites include musical instruments, just as manual rites include all objects of worship, including the sacrificial knife, even if it was made of stone. The formal ritual is always endowed with a certain dose of effectiveness. There is no formula which is not to some degree theurgical. Distinguishing magic from religion by its prelogical character, as Fraser would have it, is an error. The great doctrine of the Church, adopted by Catholics as well as Protestants, is that God hears all prayers. He is free not to hear them all. He is not free not to hear them. To hear is not to hear. The powers of evil themselves, like those of good, are relatively free vis-a-vis the believer. The devil himself prays, contracts. Mephistopheles is not necessarily linked to Faust. The 210 prayers will be divided into simple and complex. Invention of prayer, revelation, formulation. Very often, the language is archaic or secret. The Australians themselves say the Mass in Latin. In the Arunta formulas, we find archaism approximately 2 times out of 3, and borrowings from an archaic form of neighboring languages at least 1 time out of 4. There is a search for the secret language. Special languages are a rule, rather than an exception. Christ spoke Aramaic. Already at that time, Hebrew had not been spoken for a long time. The Bible was translated into Aramaic, but we read the Bible aloud in Hebrew. We sang it while reading in Syriac from the Talmud. Sanskrit distinguishes the formulas into sung formulas, chanted formulas, and ritual formulas, which are the different orders given during the sacrifice. The observer will use a similar distinction, without forgetting to comment on each prayer. The commentary may be more important than the formula, this one, very brief, being able to summarize an enormous whole. The Buddhist formula Om Mani Padme Om summarizes the 80 books of Tibetan Buddhism. The observer will record the formulas on discs, accompanying the recording with a philological study. He will note the use of each formula, a use which can evolve, become a personal use, a solemn use. Mention repetitions which may be indefinite. Let us not forget that the rosary comes from Tibet. The Tibetans live in a kind of sound of ritual formulas. Very often, the formula describes the object that the officiant is pursuing. The act is at the same time consecratory, invocatory, execratory, conjuring. The aim of sacrifice is to return things, and especially the most sacred things, to dismiss the gods, who, without the sacrifice, would weigh on the sacrificer indefinitely, to divert the gods, by doing what one must for them. This is the whole notion of Greek apotropaion, which we find in Sanskrit. Maniquits himself, he sacrifices so that the god goes away. It is impossible to eat new wheat until the first fruits have been offered to the gods. The sound, the breath, the gesture can be a prayer, in the same way as the word. The mythology of the voice is important. Each time you write down a prayer, do not forget to note the manual ritual that accompanies it and its symbolism. We will also note the rites concerning names, proper names, common names, secret names, the obligation to use such a word, metaphor, linguistic prohibitions 211. Most symbolisms are writings. If I write a symbol, it is so that you understand me, it is the result of an agreement made between us. We will therefore study all the messages transmitted by the command sticks, the symbolism of Sioux blankets made of bison skins, etc. Negative rights 212. I come to the taboos that we have already talked about. We encountered them in the religious calendar, in religious objects. We already know that the negative character of religion is as important as its positive character, the two complement each other. A religion is made up of a set of prohibitions. The first work will therefore consist of drawing up a catalogue of these prohibitions, of taking each taboo one after the other with all the possible comments, why can we, or cannot, do a certain thing? We will note all the linguistic taboos, all the manual taboos. A soldier does not have the right to salute by raising his kepi. For each taboo, we will study its nature, its object, and more especially its sanction, which can be inflicted by men or by the gods, which may not even be physically inflicted by the gods. The individual will apply the sanction to himself, sometimes to the point of death. It is a form of martyrdom. Man believes himself to be lost because he has violated his taboo. It is the notion of scruple, which plays an important, if not fundamental, role in religion, as Renock would have it, who called all scruples taboo and then defined religion by scruples. The other fundamental notion, with that of scruples, is the notion of fear and respect, in English, awe. Fear and respect that we will feel before certain phenomena of nature, before the king, before the gods. The man who has violated his taboo feels shame. In Bantu, taboo is, hlanapa, to be ashamed. Feeling of scruple and also feeling of shame, shame is the sanction of taboo. Here we can study the whole notion of pure and impure, good and evil, sacred and profane. Pursuing these classifications can yield bizarre results. Herodotus had felt this very well in his description of Egypt. Some men feel respect for a certain thing, others do not, and vice versa. There is nothing more arbitrary, more variable, nor more extraordinary than classifications. There is nothing more stupid in our language than grammatical gender. Taboos will be dealt with in the form of ritual prohibitions. The taboos are above all circumstantial. If a Christian fasts during Lent, it is to eat fat on Easter Day. Going skinny on Friday is a positive ritual as well as a negative ritual. We always imagine the prohibitions in the strict form of the Decalogue: thou shalt not kill, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, nor his donkey. We hold the ritual prohibition to be strictly categorical. It is in a certain number of cases, but the word rigorously is almost always excessive. Fasting in Lent, in order not to fast the rest of the time, there is a localized imperative. Only those who seek total holiness surround themselves with strict discipline, imitated by Buddhist monks, but purely psychological interpretations of asceticism are as false as purely sociological interpretations of the same asceticism. Taboos can be distinguished into simple and complex ones, such as large celebration or initiation complexes. A young Arunta only sees all his taboos lifted around the age of 30. Taboos can also be classified according to their purpose. It is necessary, to draw up a catalogue, to adopt a classification of taboos, to take some principle of classification, but this principle should not lead to the establishment of a simple list. It must not hide the true nature of taboos. We will not forget that taboos can be not only manual and oral, but also mental. You shall not covet. The notion of sin and atonement is a considerable notion that we can only mention 213. Expiatory rituals are frequent and always very important. Finally, we will note all the bodily taboos, rules concerning snoring, sneezing, etc. Representations. Religious 214. We recognize a religious representation if it corresponds to some degree to an attitude, at least to a habitus, of the individual to a positive or negative rite, generally also, to a myth. Let us remember here that representations and rites should not be studied separately. The observer must never, at any time, confine himself to the abstract, but always refer to the rites. Thus, some of the notions concerning substance are in fact notions concerning food. We have spoken in the previous pages of the rites concerning food. Religious representations correspond more or less, among societies that are ethnographic, to what we have as religious, magical, or popular beliefs, and also to what we call general ideas and even sciences. The priest, the magician are experts. Tohunga in Maori, kahuna in Hawaii, designates the priest and also the expert. Among the Mandingos, we have the tellers of sacred things, the voyeurs of secret things. They are men gifted with a particular skill. Let us not forget that it was Spinoza who truly isolated thought from extension. Until him, matter was never considered something very material, mind was never considered something very immaterial. A fundamental notion dominates all these tangled questions. It is the notion of symbol. If Durkheim exaggerated the role of the emblem in totemism, he nonetheless felt the importance of this notion. People conceive of themselves symbolically. It would be difficult to find, even among us, a concept which is not to some degree a symbol. This study of symbolism itself must focus above all on graphic symbolisms, which will serve as a starting point for the investigation. Behind the graphic symbolisms, we will find all the geometric symbolisms, and behind the geometric symbolisms, all the figurative symbolisms, such as for example the language of flowers. The Ars Plumaria, in North America as in South America, is entirely symbolic. In Sioux hairstyles, there is not a feather that does not have its meaning. There is a world of notions there that are both homogeneous and heterogeneous to ours. Perhaps the distance is not as great as is generally believed. Let us think of the importance of symbolism in linguistics. Religious representations penetrate everything: calendar, knowledge of the world, relationships between the notion of space and the notion of time. Astronomical knowledge is almost always religious at the same time as strictly speaking astronomical. Ornamentation is normally charged with religious meaning. Not even a notion like that of orientation is not a partly religious notion. We orient ourselves in relation to a fixed north and in relation to an equator. All of Asia and especially Egypt knew the gnomon. The knowledge of astronomy of a people that we consider primitive, the Chukchi, is very developed. This is due to the fact that the Chukchi live in the polar night and can observe the stars. The psychological study of mysticism will be done through the description of specific cases of mysticism, with revelations, trances, communications with the beyond. Let us not forget that the same shamanistic institutions extend from the depths of Lapland through all of northern Asia to North America. 215. The Bori dance, studied by Tremarn. 216, is found in Morocco and also in Egypt, where it is still danced by black people. For the classification of religious representations, we will use the classification adopted in the sociological year: collective representations of beings and natural phenomena, representations of spiritual beings, myths, legends, and tales. Representations of beings and natural phenomena. Each object, each type of object, which has attracted the attention of the natives is generally very well represented. The informants will talk at length about air, fire, water. While it is true that religious representations often have a personal character, there are also general notions. Observers have generally focused too much on the study of rites alone, neglecting the representations to which these rites correspond. The correspondence is difficult to establish, but it is essential. In his works on Vedic religion, Bergenya 217 divides the deities into male and female, everything revolves around the male and the female, the cow and the bull, the man and the woman, the sky and the earth, the rain and the sun. His work is much more convincing than Max Muller's attempts at personal interpretation. Our way of conceiving mythology, as illustrated quite faithfully by Orpheus in the underworld, is only one possible way, it is not the only one. It's about knowing how the natives think. Powell clearly saw the relationship between religion and technology among American Indians 218. We will therefore endeavor not to study exclusively the representations which form, for example, the list of categories in philosophy classes. In addition to the questions we can ask ourselves, the natives can conceive of many others. The list of our categories, space, time, number, will not exhaust the list of categories of another company. The notion of food is one of the forms of the notion of substance. Question of scope. Distinction of top and bottom, right and left, inversion, symmetry, sympathies, correspondences, everything that Levi-Bruhl calls participation. A good list of omens, such as the Grand Albert can provide, will be of great service here. The division between animate and inanimate is fundamental, it corresponds to the notion of element 219. The notion of mana appears universal, it is often linked to the notion of breath 220 or to the notion of voice, of music 221. The notion of quality can be the subject of multiple research. Qualities, for example of stone, are transmissible, facts observed in Polynesia, with identical ritual in India. What are the qualities of an amulet, to be observed when issuing the amulet? Notions of causality, finality. Finally, notion of spirit, notion of individual animaism. In a large number of cases, the spirits of the dead can possess everything, can reside everywhere. It is clear that it is from the dead that generations and natures come. Hippocrates. We eat dead things, thanks to which we procreate and live. We will therefore have to study these notions, unnamed to us, which give societies different from ours this mystical tint or which our ignorance calls such, but let's not forget that our own notions, such as the notion of attraction, are not always clear to us. We will further study the notion of blessing, the notion of evil, finally, the notion of mana and the notion of the sacred. Let us recall here the basic definition: everything religious is mana, everything that is mana is religious and sacred. Durkheim studied the notion of genre and quality 222, Levi-Bruhl, the notion of causality from man. It seems certain that if man had not believed that his magic would succeed, he would not have persevered in his techniques. One of the reasons why man had confidence in him was that he had other means than his techniques. The essential work of the ethnographer will consist of discerning in each activity the mutual part of the technical and the religious or magical, this everywhere, in every mind, at every moment. How do the natives imagine the world system? What is their orbis pictus? That is the capital question. Representations of spiritual beings. From this set of general notions, we will study what we call mythology, that is to say individual beings. And first of all, the notion of spirits, spirits of the living, their souls. In the Catholic religion, each individual still has their patron saint, their guardian angel, their soul. God protects him, all the angels protect him, all the devils attack him. We still live surrounded by spirits, each of which is our double. In Rome, everyone had their genius and their Juno, everyone had their Lar 223. Double soul, exterior soul, protective genius, returning spirit who is in the living, procreative spirit of his son. All this is very complicated. We will approach the study through the representation of the human soul. The notion of soul itself is recent, it is attested for the first time in the great Greek marble that is the revelation of Psyche. By definition, we believe the soul to be eternal, but eternal only in the future. Metempsychosis and reincarnation societies make more sense. Note the representations concerning the germination of men, animals, plants, how spirits are reincarnated, how they surround the dead, how they live among themselves, what are their relationships with dreams and nightmares, sleep, ecstasy. Multiple souls are not necessarily contradictory. For the Chinese, souls are found in certain places, correspond to certain parts of the body, which allows acupuncture. Journey of the soul during sleep. Wers, vampires. The different parts of the body each have their own soul, soul of the head, of the brain, of the eyes, throat, liver. The relationship between life and the liver is the basis of a whole great theory of divination and augury. Question of breaths, openings of the body. Soul of the voice, figuration of the breath. Regarding the spirits themselves, what is the myth of the land of the dead, its relationship with the land of the living? Journeys of the soul to the land of the dead, great Polynesian myths. See the studies of shamanistic representations made by the Russians in Siberia. Souls of beasts and particularly of bees. Souls of plants, souls of metals and marriages of metals. The importance of the mythology of blacksmiths and founders is considerable. 224, it is still the blacksmith who, in our countryside, once pulled teeth, beautiful texts in Don Quixote. Relations of souls with the stars. Here is a series of comparisons that we are not used to making. We will note with equal care the relationships which are familiar to us and which remain unknown in the societies observed, spirits which have never been men nor gods. Gods who were never men or spirits, like Cronus. We will study one by one all the gods, all the spirits, spirits of men, women, beasts, things. National and international gods, like the little spirits of the crossroads. The great spirits of the temples. The spirits of the waters, of the mountains. The heroes, for each god, we will study, his right, his class, the place of his worship, his birth, his death, his deification, because the gods were deified. This is the subject of the entire Golden Bough. It will be necessary to transcribe all of this in the form of a story by reproducing all that is divine imagery. Do not omit the colors, the color is as important as the design. Only then, in possession of all these repertoires drawn up in all possible ways, will we be able to write the mythology of each god. 225. Myths, legends, tales. The myth is a story of the god, is a fable, with its invention and its moral. For each myth, we will note, who says it, for whom, at what moment. The myths overlap and oppose each other according to points of view. My totem is very big, yours is very small. The observer must feel the differences in points of view and record these differences. Generally, the god is represented as a man with a whole history, having women, having relationships with animals, entering into alliances, asking for protection. The god protects who has protected him, example, the totem. The stories are very often in verse, we will find them in the form of ballads or epics. 226. A myth, mythos, equals legend, is myth of the gods, fable of the gods, apology, morality. All religious literature includes myths, legends, and tales, which we have already studied in connection with literature, but which we must repeat here. The tragedy, originally, is the ode dedicated to the goat. The entire dramatic representation corresponds to the sacrifice of the slaughtered goat on the altar. The myth itself is a raw story, in principle involving rites. The myth is part of the obligatory system of religious representations. We are obliged to believe in the myth. Unlike the legend, we speak incorrectly of the legend of the saints. If it is a saint, it is not a legend. The myth is represented in the eternal. A god is born, he was put to death, he was born again. All this corresponds to a belief that has existed for all time. The Buddha was born at a specific time, but by studying the holy books of Buddhism, we see that he was already from all eternity. He had been preceded by other Buddhas and the world still awaits the future Buddha with confidence of his coming. The same goes for the avatars of Vishnu, for the relationships between Cronus and his son Jupiter. The myth takes place in the eternal, which does not mean that the myth is not localized in time and space. We know that Cronus gave birth to Jupiter, that he was the first, but with respect to men, the gods are all in eternity. The legend 227, the saga, what is said, is less crude, exactly, it is raw, without there necessarily being any effect. Time is, so to speak, more localized, we know the date of the birth of a saint. The myth, even when it relates specific events, is placed in a mythical era which is always an era different from that of men, while the legend is always placed in an era which is to some degree that of men. The myth can penetrate the legend, the gods intervene at every moment in the Ramayana or in the Mahabharata, in the Iliad or in the Aeneid, the relationships they maintain with men lead them to take part in the action. The legend can hardly penetrate the myth. But we believe in it, it's historic, no one doubts, we know the name of the man who accomplished such an action, he has a father, a mother, and a whole epic. We believe less in legend than in myth, we believe even less in tales, in fables, than in legend. In Latin, fabula clearly designates a small thing, the tale is simply possible. The fable is the subject of quite mixed belief. It's within the realm of possibility and imagination, no one is required to believe it. The fable remains religious, but not very believed. Animal epics, for example in Africa, constitute legal precedents, it is good to be as cunning as the hare, as robust as the tortoise, etc. All this is expressed quite well by the position occupied in dramatic art by gods, heroes, and men. 228. Part of what we know about the religions of antiquity is provided to us by this semi-secular literature. Very little remains of strictly religious literature, the only prayers that have reached us are the prayers of Orpheus. The longest Roman prayers are Carthage prayers, simple incantations. These documents must be taken philologically. The great collections of legends, tales, and myths are among the best documents we have. Neglecting to collect them leads to disfiguring the life of a religion, of a specific society. We will make the same observations for each hero as for each god. Note the existence of cycles, some epics can be very long. But do not undertake at first glance a study of the themes, that is to say the elements of the tales. We will limit ourselves to drawing up a pure and simple catalogue by hero. In the Jungle Book, the elephant represents all elephants, by localities, by historical documents, such a family was born from a man of such a nature, from a woman of such and such a nature, it is a myth, a totemic myth, and it can also be a tale or a legend. But the story is always localized. We will note all the historical legends, the fished earth, the buried city, the birth of the gods in a particular cave, the birth of the heroes and their ascension to heaven, the descent into hell, underwater, life with the undines. Do not be afraid to repeat themes, but mention the repetitions, numbering them. Never look for the original version, note all versions. We could classify otherwise, there is a whole set of foundation legends, all of the wars waged by the gods, by the spirits, by the animals. The classifications shown here are working instruments, their sole purpose is to enable as complete a collection of documents as possible. It is not in the field that we will undertake general work of interpretation of myths and tales. Intended above all for amusement and instruction, the tale is more literary than myth or legend, undoubtedly the epic of the gods, and the system of legends, continue a literary element, but this element finds a much larger place in the tale. 229. In a story, we will distinguish the themes, each theme, the context of these themes, the location of the story. Be careful that it is not just the themes that travel, it is the whole tale. There is not a single sleeping beauty, there are bells who have never been awakened, bells who wake up on their own. We will endeavor, in noting each theme, to keep the specific meaning of the themes and context yours. Religious organization. 230. Any group of social phenomena always corresponds to a more or less permanent organization. Religious phenomena always correspond to the church, to religious society. There is no coherent system of beliefs that is not linked to a coherent system of people. A tale is even recited at the vigil or in the public square. Any social phenomenon, by the mere fact that it is a social phenomenon, always offers a moral tint, an aesthetic tint, a tint of belief. The religious organization will appear above all on festive grounds and also on legal grounds. We will find these phenomena, with an increasingly secular aspect, in relations between the sexes and even more in relations between generations. With some exceptions, women are rather the object than the agent of religion. We will successively study the different religious units, age groups, castes, and in particular priests. The elder, the clan chief, the magician are always more or less priests. Finally, the society of men will appear at every moment as a religious body in the societies which interest us. The coincidence is frequent between the temple and the house of men, for example the Mari, these large enclosures which were destroyed in Polynesia and which only appear on old engravings. We will observe the different classes of priests and their relationships with each other. All of Guinean Africa knows convents of priestesses. These women are in reality the hierodules of the god. Study the hierarchy and specialization of water priests, fire priests. A priest cannot offer just any sacrifice, he is normally a specialist in his totem or such sanctuary. Civil rank can coincide with religious rank. This is the case for example for Priest Kings 231. Special initiations will be studied, the life of the priest, his habitat, his women, his taboos, his relationships with the gods, the way in which he is possessed, his visions, his revelations, he dreams at night, he prophesies, he prays. Prayer is the sign of the presence of God. Lord, open my mouth and it will sing your praises. It is the Lord who opens the mouth of his priest. All of the above corresponds to the anatomico-physiological structure of religion. It will still be necessary to observe the geographical structure of the social morphology of religion. Temples are located in sacred places, for specific reasons. Description of the temple, note the respective wealth of the temples, the sacred gods, the number of faithful who frequent each sanctuary. The respect felt for a cairn is easy to see, it is a direct result of the dimensions of the cairn. In America we saw the formation and destruction of an entire religion which was a compromise between the cults of the Sioux Indians and Christianity. The result was a Christian shamanism that lasted 30 years, extending from the north to the south of the Rocky Mountains, far to the east and southeast. It is only at the end of this research, after as meticulous an observation as possible of the functioning of religion, that we will be able to define the society observed from a religious point of view. The morality, the religion of a country is determined by observing the functioning of its religion and not a priori. The morality of France is determined by its moral statistics and not vice versa. We will measure the importance of taboo, scruple, we have already done it, superstitions, we are going to do it, the importance of initiations, the importance of the notion of sin, the number of expiations, the healings of illnesses caused by religious faults. The relationship between morality and law will provide useful information. War can be an entirely religious phenomenon. The warlike customs of Rome were not very far from Hawaiian customs. Relationship of religion with education, for example in these initiations of young Australians where the patient must not cry, nor laugh, nor shout, his silence will prove that he has his soul anchored to his body. Religious phenomena. Lato sensu. They mainly include magic and divination, and also popular superstitions. Magic 233. Magic is a set of rites and beliefs, which are often confused with religion. We even confuse religion with magic. This is the work of Malinowski, of Fraser. In Melanesia, in fact, it is quite difficult to distinguish religion and magic, the magician generally also being the priest or the high-ranking man of the secret society. Magic is an effort at systematization, a set of recipes and secrets, generally more individual than religion. No doubt there are colleges of magicians, but magicians do not all practice together, or if they practice together, it is as priests, for example to incant the enemy. Magic is linked to an important notion, which is the notion of symmetry and orthodoxy, due to the fact that man has a right and a left. When two men confront each other, the right of one necessarily corresponds to the right, left of the other. My magic is a religion for me and a curse for you, your religion is a curse and a magic for me. 234, if necessary, I will accuse you of the deaths caused in my home, it is not me who caused them. From my point of view, I am necessarily on the side of good, you are necessarily on the side of evil. Magic is more clearly distinguished from religion from a legal point of view. This is very clear for the entire Middle Ages. Magic is generally theurgic, it dominates the spirits of the living and the spirits of the dead, men and women, it also very often dominates the gods. The most complete prayer texts that have come down to us from Greece and Rome are the Carthage tablets intended to cause race horses to stumble. Magic is above all something relatively irregular. It is constant, traditional, exact, precise, it has its personnel, its traditions. Personnel and traditions nevertheless remain a little on the margins of legality, on the margins vis-a-vis the other party, while, strictly speaking, I can be legally obliged to fear your God. The notion of magic generally coincides with the notion of mana, but the magician will rarely use sacred things themselves. If he uses them for magical purposes, it is sacrilege, example the Black Mass. We will study the secret nature of the magical tradition, the relationships of magic with techniques and the arts, relationships generally much clearer than those of religion with techniques, very down to earth, sinister arts of medicine, poisonings, etc. We will have to find the magicians, who are much fewer in number than people say. Despite the very frequent accusations of magic brought against them, women have few magical traditions, it is only in Paris that there are more magicians than mages. Obtain from the magician his form, often considerable. Always attached to the description of manual rites the oral formulas which accompany these rites. The magician is powerless if he does not have a primer, nail clippings, lock of hair. The formula will give the meaning of what the primer contains. Without a formula, you find yourself reduced to Fraser's general idea, accurate but insufficient, of contact magic. We will study these auxiliary spirits, these excessive forms of magic to which shamanism corresponds, the authority of the magician in the society of men, the conditions of the ritual, negative rites and positive rites, as in religion. Describe all the gestures, all the objects. Faust's arsenal is considerable. We will then investigate everything relating to belief in magic and its effects on incantation. Let us not forget that charm comes from Carmen, the poem endowed with effectiveness. How do we sing? With what gestures do we accompany the recitation of the formula? Elements of magic. Magic-religion relationships vary depending on the society. At the end of the investigation, we must be able to assess the magical character of the society studied as we can assess its religiosity. Divination 235. Divination is unfortunately very poorly studied. We will define a system of representations concerning the future, determined according to the present and the past. Divination proceeds with the help of sympathies, correspondence, so forces. Generous. She sees past and future on the plane of the present, in a confusion that evokes the confusion of dreams. Divination borrows all its principles of reasoning from religion and magic. A system of divination will be studied by objects, haruspices, extaspices, etc. The observer will take as models the de fatum or the de divinatione, in Latin. Above all, he will not forget to mention the points which remain obscure to him. He will note the main religious notions, notion of cause, notion of person, horoscope, omens, but above all, the entire divinatory system, according to which one thing is good for one use, bad for another, etc. All this constituting a set of often very systematic recipes, transmitted as such. The best described systems remain the Polynesian and Malay systems. The latter corresponds to a true cosmogony, where Hindu and Malayo-Polynesian elements join Muslim elements. 236. If the variations between beliefs in divination are considerable, the very importance of these beliefs and their extension often remain unsuspected. Thus, the compass is part of the turtle's cosmology. We are more or less familiar with divination by examining the entrails. Starting from a Chaldean home, it spread west to the Atlantic. To the east, it went as far as the Strait of Timor, which marks a very clear border for all acts of divination. Let us not forget that the Etruscan magician drew the mandus, that is to say a square which represented the world and in which he located the consultant. We still ask for fortune-telling. The investigator will study the entire notion of signs and intersigns, the questions of cosmological distributions, the coincidences of time and space, the distribution of stars, lunar districts, animal species, and all imaginable events. He will note all the scruples, all the divinatory rites where hours, numbers, lunations, omens, magic, religion, are inextricably mixed. Every society has its own cosmology and system of classifications. Certainly, we should not believe that everything is contained therein, in a kind of immense pun built on signs and intersigns, but a classification dominates this whole. Correspondences link together names, animal and plant species, states, techniques, and activities of all kinds. We will also see the relationships between divination and shamanism, the relationships between the diviner and the shaman. The diviner can also travel to the beyond. Finally, we will study the diviners and the brotherhoods of diviners, by collecting their sayings, their formulas, etc. Popular superstitions. Around religion stricto sensu, around its two large satellites, magic and divination, floats an immense shapeless mass, a nebula, which is the system of popular religion, of popular superstitions. No more than to the word survival, we will attach value to the word superstition. These popular beliefs are not necessarily much older than the rest. Everything lies in a question of dosage. There is no society without religious superstitions, without popular traditions. These are very vague notions, about the excellence of a particular food taken at a particular time, on the formulas that accompany a sneeze, God bless you, or spit. Alongside scholarly medicine, the medicine of the doctor, popular medicine still occupies a respectable place. A mass of things, formless, enter into religion here. Women are generally both more superstitious and less magicians, less diviners, than men. The observer will note all the beliefs concerning a part of technical life, all these themes of tales where the spirits come to help the spinner, etc., observing only extremely broad divisions here, to facilitate reading. Return to the table of contents.